wrong, dude. I'm trying to tell you, man. There's nothing wrong with this computer. Just because it has a car battery to run the computer, I got a floppy disk. There's nothing wrong with this. It's still in its prime. Come on. Oh, hello, everybody. Welcome back to Rates for Vets. It's a good day today. Every day is a good day when you're not below ground. 6 feet, that is. So how's everybody doing today out there? We have new guru. We have Jane, and we have a special guest called Bam Bam. What's your name again?
What's going on?
Yeah, I forgot your name. What's your name again? Shh, don't tell nobody.
It's Crinkles. Crinkly
We
paper.
We have
But
Mr.
now it's Garbage Bag Ruffles.
Yeah.
That's the last name.
Anyway, we got Dan here for FSS. Unreal. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Rates for Vets. Do appreciate you being here. Another government activist today. So we have some good stuff here, and want to say hi, crew?
But by the way, I told you, stop buying Walmart batteries. Learn your lesson. Walmart car batteries, they just don't last more than a month, you know?
I got that battery that, it goes on and on, with the rabbit goes with it. I eat the rabbit, but I still take the batteries.
He gets
You're talking about the Walmart batteries? I don't get them from Walmart.
He gets his batteries from Playboy sweepstakes, folks. Not a good idea.
It's the free gift when he subscribes to the magazine. Just to read the articles.
It comes with a tail.
And which one's positive and negative? The other one.
If you get the negative, you'll know that one for sure. Uh-oh. Oh my God.
His hair didn't turn white because he found the positive.
Yes.
How you doing, Joe Cool? You want to come on up?
He went to go make some tea, but post the link anyway. In case he does.
Does he get any money?
Now you know the answer to that.
He does. Okay. He's going to get a link. There he goes. Well, I have a good video here today. You guys can sit back and relax a minute while I turn this thing on. And
who said it was good?
Huh?
Who told you it was good?
Come on, Crinkles.
Do you decide this on your own, or?
A little biased of you there, Mr. Crinkles.
Well, I gotta edit your mic a little bit here. I gotta turn you off. Turn you up a little bit more. Say something, will you, there, Dan?
Testicles.
If I accidentally hit the eject button, it was definitely an accident.
Oops. All right, you guys take it easy for a minute while I get this thing go or talk for a minute. I don't know.
Hey, Drew, remember you were asking about a video of me in the leaf bag?
About what?
Asking about a video with me in the leaf bag.
Oh yes. There's
Did no such video. It was only in the disclosure. They just had still shots of me. Unfortunately, there was no video.
Oh,
and I don't.
That's right.
I don't even know if I have access to that disclosure anymore, even to get those pictures. Do I?
I'm not sure.
Me neither. So yeah, there was no video. That would have been. I wish there was. That would have been funny.
Yeah. Well, maybe on a time we can see if we can fish them. If you still do.
You know what?
Wouldn't be hard to snapshot that.
Who's this interrupting us?
I could
get off the panel. What the fuck you doing up here?
I was going to be nice. The hell with you. I'm not going to say anything. No, that's it. I'll be quiet.
You don't even pay your bills. Didn't even pay the what's that called when you get into? You didn't even pay the cover charge. Come on.
I did try to sneak in, didn't I? I'm sorry. Uh, I was going to say to Dan that if he's got videos, I mean, the pictures, I can make a video out of it a little bit, with a little bit of sound in the background.
Oh, now he's an expert.
No, I'm just,
5 minutes ago, he couldn't get online.
Yeah, he wants to tout his expertise in sound quality and sound production.
I quit computers, let me tell you.
After that fiasco before coming up, you have me sold there, Mr. Wright. So
I don't have 48 hours to put up a couple pictures and video for him.
He's just trying to redeem himself. That's all.
Just never mind you. Just never mind. You're supposed to be on my side. Thanks.
I was. I'm forgetting now. Just play with your batteries.
Wow. All right, you guys ready for take it easy now, take a break, do whatever you want to do, make love to your honey, and you come back and it'll still be running the movie. Oh, I just heard somebody. I just heard somebody. Oh, I'll be doggone, Mr. Van Eric.
Vaughn, what's happening?
Yeah, what's up? Blessings, everybody. What's going on?
And to you, welcome.
You came up here to save me, right, Van?
I don't know what's going on, so I'm gonna watch my tongue.
Smart
I am
moves.
making a pot of coffee. It is going to be a long night. So excited. Hello.
What's up, wifey?
How are you?
I'm doing good.
Lucky if we make it through this video before the end of the new year. All 17 minutes of it. That's a lot.
That's good stuff. I'm telling you, a lot of nudity. All right, we'll get it started then. I get the hint. Okay.
I didn't make no hints. I wish I did. That would have been funnier.
Audio check.
Check.
Here.
Okay. Everybody on mute?
Yes, it's working.
Okay. There we go. Thank God. I need a new tech.
That's right.
I'm not paying you enough. One of the two.
Yourself isn't working too well. Good idea.
I'm telling you, this thing's great with this floppy disk. Here we go.
Do you know what's interesting about all these people? None of them are volunteering to off themselves. Bill Gates is an old guy. It's late 60s, I think. Has he offed himself? I don't think so. He's still flying around in a private jet telling us all how we need to reduce our carbon footprint. The carbon they want to reduce is you. You're the carbon they want to reduce.
A few weeks ago, we discussed a new book, Contra Oligarchs by author Seamus Brunner on Microsoft billionaire Bill Gates and how his dedication to pushing green technology might not be as altruistic as he was letting on. Brunner argued that Gates stood to gain financially by eliminating competition from non-green sources and forcing people to buy more environmentally friendly companies he had invested in.
But according to Brunner, Gates isn't the only one who's looking to profit from the American people's generosity. Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, perennial boogeyman George Soros also play into a plot to dominate your life. Here now to dive further into this story is the author of Control Oligarchs, Seamus Brunner. Seamus, so great to have you with us.
Robbie, Brianna, it's so good to see you.
So tell us more about your thesis here. Obviously, these are wealthy figures who support various policies, and we've criticized some of those policies in the past around COVID, around free speech. Talk to us specifically about the green energy aspect of the Bill Gates agenda.
Certainly. So I work with Peter Schweitzer at the Government Accountability Institute, where we follow the money. That's sort of our motto. And usually we're looking into politics, but decided, especially amid the pandemic, to follow the money to the top, to the people who are using the pandemic as a, quote, opportunity. I mean, Klaus Schwab is the guy over there on the left of the book cover, and the World Economic Forum. And then you kind of get into Bill Gates. What's he doing? He's a software guy. How is he the author of our public health policies during the pandemic? And so we followed the money. We saw that they, in some cases, like Mark Zuckerberg's case, he almost doubled his net worth over the course of the pandemic. Bill Gates added tens of billions of dollars. The rest of them did the same. I mean, Elon Musk almost quadrupled up. And so, and that's not a problem. Making money is not a problem. The problem is how they make their money. And that is by sort of seizing control over the industries that dominate every aspect of our life. So we talked about food. There's also energy. There's also transportation. And these billionaires are different than the billionaires of the past. They actually think that their wealth and influence gives them the power and the authority to tell the rest of us how to live our lives.
I am curious about this idea that they are different from the billionaires of the past. I mean, we were recently talking, for example, in the context of the East Palestine rail disaster, about how railroad moguls had lobbied to prevent safety mechanisms that they knew.
You guys know it's lag, right?
And the Lever followed up with reporting explaining how even in the wake of East Palestine, oil company Occidental Petroleum lobbied to prevent further safety mechanisms going into effect, even though the country was shocked and horrified by what we saw in East Palestine. You had a story just a week ago come out about how there was proof that the high egg prices people have been experiencing weren't attributable to just post-COVID supply chain inflation, as so many of these companies claimed, but that there was an egg fixing scheme that actually had been in effect. A federal jury ruled that just last week. So it does seem like there's always been a pattern of people who are extremely wealthy using their power to lobby for advantageous tax policies so they can keep more of their wealth, and for legal changes, as we saw in the wake of Citizens United, that allow them to more directly influence our political system and lobby for policies, regulations, and the like that are in their interest, often at the expense of the broader public. So what, in your view, has changed?
I think that's just a video.
Well, and to be clear, yeah, corruption is as old as time. And, the Rockefellers, for example, are a major entity in this book going back to the, early 1900s and what they're up to. And of course, you've heard of Standard Oil and destroying competition. So what this book is really about is the centralization of the industries, much greater than we've seen it before in the past. I mean, sure, you've got competition, but just take the food example. So for Bill Gates, we uncovered this strategy that Microsoft used in the 1990s. It got it into trouble with the Justice Department. There was the famous antitrust suit. And the strategy was called Embrace, Extend, Extinguish. And in the first phase, in the Embrace phase, Microsoft would enter an industry, then they would expand their reach. They would extend their reach within the industry. This would be the internet browser industry. And all the time they would say, oh, nothing, we're not making any waves. We're just kind of making a great product. But then comes the extinguish phase, and that's where they extinguish the competition. In Microsoft's case, it was Netscape browser, and they wanted to, quote, cut off the air supply. So now you're seeing that in a lot of other industries, in energy, in food, where they want to extinguish the competition. And so Bill Gates, I mean, you played the clip the other day where he says the planet's going to be fine. That's totally different from what he's been saying for years. He's been saying for years there's a climate emergency, a climate disaster. This is why we need to ban cows. Now, the politicians who talk about these policies, they don't use the words ban cows. They say things like, use words like methane and reduction or something. But that is what they're extinguishing the competition there, so that the fake meat companies, those provide the solutions to the hypothetical crisis that I guess Bill Gates says is not actually a crisis anymore.
Yeah. So from my perspective, so I don't, you can disagree, Brianna can disagree. I don't care if a Bill Gates type figure gets to be really successful because he beats the competition or they can't compete with him. I'm not big into the antitrust kind of stuff. I'm like, well, that's, tough luck. If Microsoft's better than everyone else, that's how it goes. But when I do get concerned is when these billionaires then have all this wealth and influence and can change government policy to either have control over our lives or to make the regulatory environment impossible for competitors, or to get more subsidies for your industry versus this industry, that kind of thing. The word control oligarchs to me speaks to that kind of fear. We know these billionaires get together, World Economic Forum, Davos type things, come up with policies like the ones that emerged during COVID, which weren't voluntarily, right? Which were ostensibly for our benefit, but Joe Biden's administration ended up requiring lots and lots of people that they would have to get the COVID shot, just for one example. And then we know Bill Gates had invested in Pfizer, that kind of thing. So what can you speak to those fears as well?
Certainly, and I agree with you. To your point, it's not a problem just making money by making a better product that people love and turn you into a gigantic corporation like Microsoft. The problem really becomes when you use your power and influence to change the regulations to make the playing field uneven. And so with the energy sector, the control that's happening there is sort of insane. I mean, I didn't think it was true, but just imagine for a second, you wake up in the middle of the night freezing. I mean, in the example in the book, people wake up in the middle of the night sweating. It's the middle of a heat wave. You go to your thermostat, you try to change the temperature in your home, but you find you've been locked out. The utility company has locked you out. You don't have control over the temperature in your own home. Amazon's making smart thermostats that have this capability. Google's making smart thermostats that have this capability. And so when their companies seem to benefit from you losing control over certain facets of your life, that's a big problem. And so we've tracked down every industry that they're doing this kind of stuff in.
I wonder, do you cover some of the examples that come to mind for me in the 90s, automobile manufacturers and oil companies targeting and trying to kill electric car development, or some of the lobbying that utilities, to take your example, have done to try to prevent people from buying and installing their own solar panels?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a huge problem. The fact that, regulations prevent you from being able to go off grid. I mean, even collecting rainwater in some places is a problem. You can't have backyard chickens in some places. And this is really what the whole theme of the book is the centralization of power. And to your point, intellectual property plays a huge role. It's really about the patents. I mean, Bill Gates did not invest in the fake meat companies like Beyond Meat, Impossible Foods, until they had secured the patents on protein change, which seems sort of Orwellian or dystopian in and of itself with Monsanto's in the book with Terminator seeds. Patenting foods and seeds seems wrong. And especially if you're working to ban the generic equivalent, which would be like cows. So we kind of get into how patents grant an individual a 20-year long monopoly. And so with the oil companies, like Standard Oil and the Rockefellers, they've taken this new green position, but it's only after they secured investments into the so-called green companies. So, solar and wind is really like the patented technology. Oil and gas is like the generic. All of the patents, in a lot of ways, have run out on the way to get traditional carbon sources of energy, which is why it's so cheap and abundant. But the new technologies, those are all patented, and you can't really have like a wildcatter, scrappy young guy go out and strike a claim in an oil well in the nuclear power or wind industries. There can be no Jed Clampett's, Beverly Hillbillies in the solar and wind and nuclear industries. They're tightly regulated, they're tightly controlled, and they're becoming tightly monopolized.
James, it seems like what you're describing in some ways is a kind of corporate capture that obviously billionaires, given their affluence, are able to affect. So I wonder what you see as a solution. The left-leaning response would be to say, let's look at antitrust, let's look at caps on wealth, or at least a wealth tax, to try to limit the extent to which these people can use their money to lobby government specifically for regulations that are favorable to them. What, in your view, is the correct response to this problem?
I'd be careful with regulations just because it can have unintended consequences. I think the biggest thing people need to do is take a personal responsibility and vote with their dollars. And buying local, as simple as that sounds, and it's actually harder than it seems because it can be more expensive. But not giving money to the monopolies as best as you can. Maybe starting a backyard garden in terms of the food. And with the chickens and all of that. But it's really voting with your dollars. In terms of regulations, I think we need to stop funding these public-private partnerships. It's kind of like welfare for oligarchs. A lot of these supranational organizations like the World Economic Forum, why do they need our tax dollars to fund the World Economic Forum or the World Health Organization? Bill Gates has basically funded the World Health Organization, so why do we need to fund it? So there's a lot of taxpayer money that is going in the form of welfare to corporations that Bill Gates owns. TerraPower is his nuclear power company. That gets tens of millions, if not over $100 million in taxpayer assistance. And if it's a profitable idea, if it's a great idea, then they don't need the taxpayers' welfare.
So thankful that you were here and bringing up the intellectual property aspect of this. I think that's really important and undercovered, and is something that both people on the right and left can be really worried about, abuse of that entire concept, just being totally unfair and not in the social best interest. The book is Control Oligarchs, and we're so happy to have you here with us, Seamus Bruner. It's been a pleasure.
All right. Now, get ready. A guy's coming down the aisle with a basket. Please donate.
I have bananas.
Yeah. Well, we just solved the world's problems.
I saw most of that And you see at the last end part of it, I was talking to my wifey about something, but good shit. And she's into it. That's what I was telling her. The what y'all call it? Who made that video? Can y'all hear me?
Right. Yes, we can.
No.
Right section.
I'm sorry, I was talking, my wife was getting a hold of me, and I did. What's that? I'm sorry.
Who was
You mean-
welcome to class? Who was that? Someone said welcome to class?
That's me.
That's your name?
No,
What's your name?
Jane, lady.
Okay. All right.
That's right.
Is that okay with you, Joe?
It is now, yes. It is.
Or Jane Doe,
You
or
pass.
All right. I'm saying, I think we've been up battle and all of that shit.
Passport accepted.
By the way, Joe Cool,
Right.
do you know Von Erich, Joe Cool?
I've heard the name, don't know the cat. No.
Yeah, we met before. This is it's like the third.
Passport accepted.
It's like the third or fourth time. You met before. Yes.
Joe
Yes.
Cool. Intruder. Eject. Eject. Eject.
We need to timestamp this right now. We just played this timestamp.
I want what he's
That's funny. Next time you do it, we'll just play this. That's funny.
Making so much progress today, folks.
Welcome to Freaky Friday.
Yeah.
Freaky Friday.
Oh. Control
All right.
oligarchy. Control oligarchy. That's the word I was trying to think of.
Control oligarchy. Yeah.
Yeah, that was on
Yeah.
there written in that somewhere. Yeah. Really good shit, man. Yeah, fucking. I don't want to be the first motherfucker talking, but the shit about how Bill Gates and them, they take all of the industries, the wind and all of that shit, and they invest in it, and then they pay off the politicians to make laws saying that you must invest in all those alternatives in their companies. Oh, fucking brilliant the way they present it.
They even hinted at some of actual real directional solutions in there. Very preliminary based, but still, hearing that was good.
What was some of the
but kind-
solutions?
One was with a chuckle. He chuckled almost like he had to say from embarrassment that it was being announced on mainstream media. It was
like a garden.
yeah, the idea to grow a garden and to actually vote with your dollar type thing.
Yeah. He also mentioned that even in the garden shit, they are trying to anything that you want to be on your own, they are trying to dissuade rain tax, water. You can't collect water. He was like, even in
You can't have a chicken.
Right.
Yeah, chickens. He mentioned chickens, no chickens. Any time you try to liberate yourself, they'll make some type of excuse that it's not allowed.
Right. And if it is allowed, it's legal, and they'll just monopolize it, like they're saying.
Like
That's true,
they just
on
did.
the
Yes.
solar
Yes.
power
Very
and
good.
everything.
Very
Did
good.
y'all pay attention what he said when they said about the intellectual property and how they changed the interpretation of protein? So
I did.
as far as them coming up with the when it comes to man-made things, so you can see they're going to implement something that, let's just say we grow chicken, but I can't sell it because it's not within
Intellectual property.
of the I was like, oh, there.
It's slick, yo.
Well,
It's
you know what
slick.
they
They
want
got me with that shit.
right?
Huh?
Fuck you, me, blow me.
You know what they want new protein to be.
All they have to do is copyright business, and everyone's fucked.
Does
You
anybody
said
know what they want the new protein to be? Not chicken, not beef.
Wait a minute, hold on. Before I answer this, I want to make sure I'm answering this. What? So,
The Klaus Schwab
So
shit.
what do you head to when you said the new protein?
What would be your new source of protein?
Yeah,
Is what she's asking.
Yes.
The bugs. I'm sure you're talking about the bugs and the insects, right?
Yeah. It's like what the chickens eat.
Oh, okay.
Just
That's
cut
right.
out the chickens and get the bugs and insects to us.
We are the chickens. Yeah.
That's right. That's right. Who's the chicken? They get you with semantics. They never have to tell you what their definition of a chicken is.
That's right. That's true. That is true. Especially, yeah, that is true. That is true.
And then if your shit somehow falls within that definition, they'll use the other one. They'll say, well, that chicken couldn't have laid those eggs without the juice that we gave it, whether it be in the form of antibiotics, whatever, and it's our intellectual property.
Yeah.
It's still ours.
All carbon-based energy must be controlled and monopolized. Isn't that people? Are we not like
include us?
Main source?
I would agree with that.
So wouldn't that strengthen the police state too? Also, because wouldn't they have to police it? Because they also in the next few years, within these years, I think the prison system has grown like 40% throughout the country. So that means they will enlarge the police state just to implement some of these laws that we're talking about.
That's exactly the point. More so, like they already got a monopoly on it. More so, it's just strengthening it to quite a profound level, is what they're doing.
But he's talking about though opening a new door like they did. I remember when they brought in pretrial probation. Mm-hmm. Like that shit. You ain't even been convicted of nothing yet,
right.
And you're already on probation, and people start accepting that nonsense. The same type of deal. They're gonna make shit. They're gonna call it our carbon footprint. If we go outside of it, the police are gonna come and say you're producing too much carbon.
The climate police.
Yeah.
If you really look at it objectively, you'll see that operating through the status of this thing called a citizen, you are already on probation, and the terms of those probation gets to be determined by the people you're in contract with, and it can get tighter and tighter, and it is by the day.
That is something right there, though. Wow. So so basically, what are we headed to? A communist/fascist state?
It always was that from the beginning. It's just that it's getting more apparent and obvious as they tighten the reins. Remember, freedom and free range are two different things. Communism, this form of democracy, capitalism, and fascism are all intertwined branches of one unit. They all function together, and they're all money-based. Is the blood? It's without that, it all sort of falls to shambles. And that's why they need everybody so dependent and codependent on the current monetary system. That's what keeps everybody enslaved.
Well, it's logical then that they could, and they are putting tighter restrictions on it with the CB, central bank, and digital bullshit.
Yes.
Cut off fiat, right? Because we have too much freedom with fiat. It's gotta go. If I'm one of those guys, I've been waiting for that shit to happen. Fiat's gotta go because you guys got too much, freedom there. I want to control everything.
Well, first they get everybody addicted and dependent on the monetary system through the use of it, right? The use of it, and slowly over time, people forget how to, function without it. Then awareness atrophies, and so now we got the room to go ahead and alter or change the monetary system as we see fit, and then people are in a corner to have to go along with that because they don't know how to function.
And here was the programming to accomplish that, at least part of it. Visa, don't leave home without it. They've been pumping you with how important the computer money is for a long fucking time now.
Or when you go to the bank and they talk about, oh, you have a paper check? Well, why don't you try a direct deposit? It's so convenient. You no longer have to wait in line. Oh, here's an ATM card. Don't see a teller. Just go to the machine and grab your money. Or you can just swipe it at the counter.
That's it. So I had
Yeah.
some questions prepared for today that coincide for everybody that coincide with this exact topic. And the
I
first
don't
one,
answer questions.
the first one is: do we all agree rights for vets should be kicked off the panel?
Wait a minute. Should we
I
kick
don't
him
answer
off?
questions.
Yes,
I don't want to
Where-
answer that question because that's my homie. But should we kick him off or roll him off?
should we gently be nice to him and exit out the door, or should we just use our steel toe boots and try them out? Or
He's still my homie, so I might need him for something. I don't want to kick. I don't want to.
make sure
biased.
the
I can't
shoelaces on the
answer.
boots are really long while you
Go on. I'm
in
not
case you
going
need
to say a
reel
word.
them back in.
I won't say a word. Go ahead. I'm going to listen. What's the question?
My homie, that's my homie. I'll roll him off, but roll him back up when I need him.
Who's getting kicked off now? Who's getting kicked out with the boots now?
I am.
All right.
Right.
So the first question is money and a monetary system necessary for humans to function?
Great question.
No.
I love the quick answers too. I loved it. Anybody else?
Everybody answer and elaborate. It's all round table. These questions.
I'll wait to you guys after you.
Coward. I got to start.
I got.
I
I
think-
talk too much. I'm sorry.
Right, until you pay your credit card bills, you're not qualified to answer this question.
You don't even get a say.
Damn.
Oh God.
Bud, can I borrow some money off you, please?
Elections.
I
I
got you.
love the confidence that you guys answered, man, which means you got a logical reason behind it. Guru did the follow up. I'm interested.
I
What's-
say no.
What's the question? You said
Is the monetary system necessary for man to survive?
And
Awful.
function. Is money and a monetary system necessary for humans to function?
Yeah.
See, I'm gonna be difficult with this because what did it qualify as human?
No,
But
no,
no,
you can't. Yeah,
No,
go
I
ahead.
got it. But I'm
People.
gonna say no too, like everyone else.
All right, no and why was the latter part of that question. Why not?
Because you can grow
Because I
your own.
believe before monetary system was implemented, people were surviving without it.
Very good. That would have been the obvious answer, I thought.
They were trading, they were bartering,
Yeah.
they were growing
Guru.
their own, building their own.
Guru, is that what you were thinking?
Oh yeah, well I'm in love with panel all of a sudden. It's like
I
holy
know,
shit,
right?
everybody's clouds part and they
boy.
can see. Holy shit, you know. Yeah, well obviously
You
my
went from weird
position.
guru to fuzzy guru. Now you have a
Cuddly fuzzy guru.
I'm not
Now,
going to say that to him.
obviously, my position is from experience. I have learned how and am experiencing as we speak a variety of other ways to function without money being in the equation. So it's not even theoretical from my position, of course. But you know,
It'd be a massive leap for us who are not initiated into that shit yet.
yeah,
I mean,
for sure.
I just ran through my entire life and my shit was all street shit and I still needed money for every fucking thing.
Right. And for myself as well, it wasn't just overnight, you know, I knew how to do it or anything, you know, it's definitely quite a work in progress. It took many years and travels and still doing it as we speak. You know?
Right. That's interesting. That's good to hear.
So it's a process of education for that. Okay. So that's the first one. The second one is a governmental structural system necessary for people to function?
No.
100% no.
I say yes.
I say no. That's why we are where we are today.
I say both. Because
We don't.
I say both because it depends on when you say government system. What government as we know it today, or what system?
I say no to government totally.
The panel is sharp
What about the
today.
roads?
What about the roads?
Who's going to maintain the roads without government?
Yes, the classic
Yeah,
one.
because it's like
I'm worried about the roads for fun.
Dan is filling in the void for 98 billion people here. That would have said that.
7 billion carts.
Yeah.
I would say what government, because do we look at religious formation as within the people as a government system?
It's interesting. I don't
Good
know.
points. This is where it's all up for error and interpretations, and where the conversation can go. Elaborations on what that is, what that means. That's the point. If it's healthy, if it's necessary, and so on and so forth.
We could start with, I think that was Dan who said roads. That pretty much means your population is big, right? So if you're going with Dan, I can assume certain type of government has already been formed. That was just my thought. And also the very small people, I was thinking of that as well. What do you call government? The first two people that, do something, they get together and, protect an old lady, were they cops? What do you call government?
Yeah, that's why I would say both, because it depends. Yeah, it depends on like the interpretation or definition of your definition, which is subjective of government.
Yes, you got a block, and you guys, a couple of the good guys are like, listen, you got any problems? You call us, because a couple of you guys are old people, and the old people start telling the new people on the block, go to Bob and so there. They'll take care of us. Suddenly, Bob and them cops without the definition being on there.
Right. Yeah.
I'm totally in line with both you guys. It depends. It depends on the definition, depends on the situation. So let me put a bit of a spin on that then, and ask another question, a spin-off question to that question. What form of government would be necessary for specific situations?
All right, that's a good question, because at very low levels, we're talking about maybe just 3 households in a village. Is anything there going to fall under the definition of government? That's my first thought. Is it just families, is it just neighbors, or did they take on some habit that made them government? Because if they did it, I know everything else is going to be labeled government.
That's it. And then, it depends on who's defining it and what is being implemented.
I think we're defining it right now.
It is
at the moment. It's from your view.
You're defining it. Yeah.
I would have to. Oh, from my view.
Yes, yeah. You're defining it. Right
I would have to be in accordance with the people who I'm overseeing. It will be into depends, pretty much what Joe Cool was saying. The family, or it could be in a town or city or whatever. I will not implement, but I would suggest, and then see people cultivate together and come together to what I suggest or somebody else suggests.
I understand. You're, Kathy is good with the money shit.
Mm-hmm.
So Kathy's gonna do this, and we're calling that government.
Would it be safe to say that the real true form of the ideology or philosophy behind government, in our view, would be just a way to delegate different roles and tasks when a group of people are performing a function or have an objective or a goal of some sort?
Well, so far, unless our definition expands, so far that covers it. Yeah.
Go back and say that again, Guru. The first,
sure.
Say it again one more time.
Right. In conjunction with the current discussion, would it be a good observation to state that what we see as our version of what a government really is and means is just a form of delegational roles and tasks for different people
or communities?
Or communities to function and have achieve objectives for projects or whatever it is that they set out to do.
So the short version is it simply the delegation of tasks that will not encompass everything Guru said, but
I would have to lean on what Joe Cool was bringing up, his observation. I mean, his analogy that he brought up. I would have to lean on that way to answer. I would use his answer for that right there, especially when you said the observation to see how things are flowing within structure, whatever structure that you're in, and then you delegate it. Yeah, I would have to use Joe Cool's answer on that.
Yeah, and some of them, at least on a smaller levels, will form without the thought of we're going to delegate these things. They would occur naturally, and by our definition, suddenly we're going to start calling the government. If Johnny and Bill just helped the old lady once or twice, not necessarily cops. But if we look up and 3 months later, everybody's going to their door. Hey, so and so did this. They're cops.
Right. Okay. So let's elaborate a bit on that then. So. What do we see from our experiences? Because we definitely have enough experiences living in governmental environments and so on and so forth. From our experience, what do we see as foundationally a healthy style of government versus an unhealthy? What's unhealthy style that we've experienced versus healthy style that either we have or could experience?
I'll jump on this one. First of all, I don't think that the position itself will be healthy or unhealthy inherently. I'm starting from there in my head. So I have to, saying that, thinking that, I have to say like cop. Now I'm trying to form is there a good version of cop, a healthy version of cop? I'm just making that assumption that there is nothing that is inherently so. Any form of government that arises can be and will be used unhealthily, if I'm making sense.
Yeah,
it is. I think that's going into a specific type of government. So that form of government we can see obviously is unhealthy. So let's analyze that a bit further. Why is that unhealthy, and what could be done to have a healthy version of function instead when it comes to that? So I was going to lead to the next question was actually going to be, do we need a police? But anyway, I'll put that aside. That's just in the back of your head, so we're getting to that too.
And can I say something right quick? I always got to answer. I talk too fucking much. Me being quiet is me get actively trying to encourage someone else to jump in. So you guys speak up, jump in, because shit, I can talk forever.
Yeah, right. So what's your view on this?
Yeah.
Oh, he was banned. He was banned. Sorry. Back to you guys.
Damn.
No, everybody. This is round table. Please, everybody, put your views in.
I will. Just give me a minute.
Okay.
I'm more of a listener.
See, that's why I don't let people talk. See, right there. Okay.
That's not nice of you, Joe Cool.
I guess while she take her minute. Go ahead. What's the FFS? He can go ahead. I let him talk.
Dan.
Yeah, call him Dan or Grover, or
Dan?
FFS is for fuck's sakes. That's his trademark.
Oh, okay.
After everything, yeah.
Okay.
I don't
have much to say either.
My bad.
When it comes to government and cops,
he just wants to make sure the roads are protected.
Yeah, the roads.
That's his main concern. He's trafficking or something, bro.
No cars, but make sure the road's okay. Yeah.
Past lives matters.
And swearing either. No
right.
cursing.
Yes.
What was on the table?
We're elaborating why that form of government, specifically, we observed a little bit of policing. So we're taking a look at the unhealthy versus healthy aspects.
That's what we're doing. Yes. And why is it unhealthy, and what can we do to assure its health? Transparency.
Yep.
If it's ours, it's super transparent, and people would get caught immediately when they do dumb shit. That would help keep it healthy.
No lies.
Well, you can't stop a nigga from lying.
Well, you got to show documentation when you lie.
Okay.
Wait,
When,
wait a minute. What did you just say?
I'm just saying, you got to stop somebody from lying. That's a really difficult task you're asking of us, bro. Fuck. My ex-girlfriend would put me in a business. That
Over my
lying,
head.
bro.
Wow. Okay.
let me ask. So these I definitely see would have some effect in mitigating some of the challenges, but are they band-aid solutions?
I think I see. Let's see. Transparency, definitely not Band-Aid. Definitely a leg sweep to anyone trying to do crooked shit. That'd just be a start, though.
Well, perhaps if there's a tendency for crooked shit to happen,
there is, you can assume
and there
that.
is, perhaps it's the systematic approach of this form of government that is incentivizing that crookedness. So perhaps the foundation is of that structure is where the actual root is. And if we try and work within the structure itself, yes, we can mitigate some of that, but we're not getting to the root. Whereas if we altered the root of the foundation, perhaps we'd have a much more positive, wide spectrum effect as far as mitigating the corruption goes.
The short version is the structure, the inherent structure of what we're proposing, the flaw in it,
the foundation,
foundational flaw
of
that
the
makes
form
the
of
whole
the
thing
government.
fucked up. There's is it, what do they call it? Straw argument. Is it the straw, right? When there is no, I don't know wherever one, when you start with a flaw and you build everything else on it, there's a name for that argument.
It's kind of like trying to build a house on a weak foundation. It's going to fall.
So I haven't assumed that is the case yet. First, I have to examine that shit in my head. So I haven't. Yeah, somebody's got YouTube playing.
I'm putting that on the table for observation as we speak.
It's a subjective. When I'm saying subjective, I'm talking about as far as the people who you govern. It's a personal subjective. I will go more so like with you, Guru, who wants freedom. I will
back on with freedom. Guru.
I will implement my personal one is freedom, and that would be my core as far as governing. That the more freedom is possible, and only implement when someone is taking someone else's freedom. I would do contracts, things like that. But as much as possible, because that's transparency. As long as your freedom doesn't take away someone else, you honor the contract. I will more so do that as far as within the government.
Does that change the equation, Guru? Now we were trying to mitigate a thing. That's his throwing freedom in there. You know,
it's getting closer to the root for sure. Definitely getting there. So what we're really drawing towards here is a fundamental difference between, as he just brought up, a contractual agreement-based arrangement over this other thing that people have been misled to believe is contractual, but it's not.
Very good. That was good.
Forced rulership. There's a difference between being ruled over and being regulated or agreed for, a consensual arrangement.
All right, so here's the great thing and what you're talking about, and I'm Von Eric. Those guys, those two cops in my earlier analogy, Bob and so and so, that come down and the neighbors all knock on their door. You throw your freedom shit in there, and now it means that when Bob and them show up, say you need some help, you say no. I've shot the robber myself. Bob, it ain't your fucking business. I have freedom. Get the fuck on. You are not allowed to exert anything over here. Maybe I shouldn't have jumped to murder. I should have said something else. But it would mean that you can opt out of whatever it is, of whatever governmental service we're doing. It would mean you're opt out. That would be freedom.
Well, to go with the contract, that depends on what police implemented system that they put in as a contract, meaning the person who Bob and what's their name, or they set up as a contractor within the system.
Right. When you opt in, you have a contract. When you take on Bob's services, you have a contract, and everything's clear now.
Okay.
Is it healthy to have a environment where you contract a service on behalf of everyone?
Wow, I don't see how that's a winner at all. I don't see how that has a leg to stand on.
Would you do that if you, because like you said, the only thing they there will be there as long as to keep the law, as far as you don't subject yourself to take someone else's freedom.
Oh yeah, when you do wrong, you might throw them up again.
Yeah, they keep the order of the contract.
Let me show you a little bit more.
Unless the system is set up that the people within the system keeps the order of the contract.
I was about to say there is an option. Yes.
That what you just said isn't that is exactly the current system, isn't it? Right. That's what, they've not only been together, they've hired themselves. It hasn't even been the people have hired them. And then they actually portray we're regulating for us, but what they're really doing is they're putting that regulation on you as a citizen, as if you're our employee now. That's what's going on.
As if you have that contract already.
Exactly. And what about this? This is why I asked that question earlier. Is it healthy to have a contractor over everybody else? What happens if I don't want that service?
Well, Von Eric had a good point. What if you contract it in and then you decide, you get the guy's money to do a thing and you decide, fuck that, I'm not going to do anything. Now the hired thug shit, it don't seem so harsh.
Since this is leading towards policing, which really is kind of the crux of what people,
I guess so, yeah,
focus on with government. That's really where the root is in this form that we have for sure. Let me just throw it.
Then I would try. Then if someone who's a bit, someone say they were then they was like, you know what, I don't want that. I don't need that. I'm not paying into that. Mm-hmm. Okay, no problem. But if someone comes and take your land or take this from you, don't come and try to ask us for anything because you're on your own. So, I mean, you could decide that. And if someone within a system come and rob you, what you going to go to the system and say, hey, one of your people within the system robbed me? Okay.
And they're all robbers, right? You're
on your own.
Right. So this is what I'm saying. So the problem of remedy, and this happens after the fact. We've already gotten past the foundational part that incentivizes this. That's already a problem to begin with in this system. Mm-hmm. So of course it's a lost cause. But let me just put another option for consideration here.
Welcome to class. Wanted to get in because she said I know it's been a minute. It's been 10 minutes. She didn't say anything.
What?
Welcome to class. You ready to say something?
I think she was baiting by saying that.
Okay. Okay. I got you.
I'm listening. I'm listening.
Yeah, she's a listener.
I'm doing other things right now.
She's helping Dan make sure that the construction on the roads is taken care
of. We do have that rule though, right? Where
we're entertaining our dogs.
Right. I think Wrights and Dan are forgetting the rule. Miss Jane, you probably aren't familiar with it, but when you're just listening, you got to cam up and be topless. Guys, you remember the rule. If you're just listening I should see cameras popping on with topless people right now.
What the
Oh.
fuck are you talking about? You don't want to see us topless.
Well, Miss Jane is honorable. I'm sure she'll adhere to the rule at least.
There is not enough money in this room to make me come on camera.
We know rights ain't gonna pay us. We're doomed.
Joe, do you realize that
Suddenly, Wrights has
daughter?
room on his credit card. to
Yeah,
make things
suddenly
not
we
happen.
break out the wallet.
Does he know that's Wright's daughter?
Oh God, no! I didn't. No,
Yeah.
no, I didn't.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's why I said. That's
Look,
what
he's
white
turning,
people
Yeah.
like.
he's turning pink.
Hey Joe, you may want to take a really hard puff after that.
Oh,
Yeah, that's,
Joe's
that's,
actually
Oh.
turning white.
yeah, we can't do that. That's
Well,
white
let's see
people.
now. You forgot Von Erich and dealing with my daughter now. That's just going on here.
Oh God,
Uh-huh.
I would
clip that for when I forget that next time. Clip that. Play this part.
That's wifey right there. I wouldn't approve that. No, dude.
I can't believe
Joe
it.
wants to see your tits.
Oh, no,
I know. That's why I didn't say nothing. That's why I didn't say nothing.
That's what Joe
You'll
said.
find
He
out
wants to
eventually.
see your
Yeah,
tits.
you'll find out. Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
you
he does
you
not.
violated the
Joe
contract.
smokes too much.
You violated our contract. Me and wifey's contract. You violated. You need to.
Hey, that's like what? Hey, Joe Cool. That's like, hey, say you want to see my tits.
Holy shit! This gives a new perspective.
I think
Back to
Joe's
what,
listening to this.
Down with the roads, and all roads lead to Rome. I have a whole new enlightenment going on here.
We can't continue until we see tits.
Hold please. I'll be right back.
Let it die, Dad. Let it go.
Hey,
I'm,
guess who's coming for supper, guys?
I'm in here like this, bro.
Way
Let
to be,
it
we
go.
scared her off. Way to be, Joe.
Guess who's coming to
Right,
dinner at my
thanks,
house?
Joe.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh my God. I was waiting for someone to tell him. I was going to say a word. I was gonna
Thank
keep
you,
quiet.
motherfucker. Whoever had mercy and fucking opened their mouth. Thank you.
Okay, so back to case in point there. What most people really see as the crux of the current form of government is basically a security force.
Great.
That's really what it is, right? Or the objective anyways.
To start
So-
off, there'll be more, but basically security force.
Right. And so I just, in contemplating that, again, this would still be a Band-Aid, here's another question. Does everybody need a security force? And if the answer is even yes or no, is it better to have a hired security force agency that is on behalf of everybody, whether everybody likes it or not, or would it be more healthy to have other ideas behind that, i.e., one, hire your own independent security force as an individual if you feel you need one?
Clearly, there are advantages and disadvantages to both. The advantage to me joining that contract is I don't care how sophisticated you and your boys get, the U.S. government, if I can get them on my back, is gonna beat your gang, right? Or at least put you on a run like a bunch of rats. And the other hand, the advantages of the other one are quite fucking clear. You don't get all the oppression. You get to opt out of a thing. And if you're a dick like me, I prefer to handle my own business. I've been doing it a long time. I stopped going with partners because they would run when shit gets hot. Then I need the first choice with being able to opt out with no contract.
I agree with Joe Cool. I do.
Advantages of both.
Be my own man. Be my own person.
Yeah, I go with Joe Cool to an extent. It depends on your surroundings. How most of the time I would want to take care of the security in house. But it depends.
Even if you're
it depends on your surroundings and what's going on in your surroundings. What era are you in now?
Now, if you're now in a place like Chicago, this is great. As you were talking, I'm thinking this: what if you're me? What if you're an old lady? Both of us can and will be outgunned. So I was thinking, Guru, the security force shit. Do you hire your security force shit? That's as you were talking. So in our situation, and like in the Chicago, please continue. But if you can,
because like here, John Hopkins wanted to hire. They wanted to have their own police force, and people in the city was upset. Which mean you had hire your own, and then if you hire your own, are they going to do anything to us? Do they have authority over us?
Who have not opted into the contract?
Right. If we drive through Johns Hopkins area, do they pull us over? And then when they pull us over, are we obligated to give them our license?
Yeah, and this is where a lot of people have gone sideways, confusing a security force for a policy enforcement agency. Those are two completely different things. Right now, there isn't even a true security force on behalf of we the people. There isn't. So that's missing.
Yeah, certainly. Right.
And now here's another thing for observation, going back to the old lady situation. We got to objectively ask the question here, whose true responsibility is it for that lady's well-being?
Clearly, the answer to that one is hers, and she's left hiring her own security or getting a shotgun.
Absolutely. Now, it doesn't mean we can't help, right? But we are individuals fundamentally as individuals, and it's not anybody's responsibility to put potatoes in my life, in my mouth to eat, right?
Oh, that's dope, yeah.
So if that's the case, then, like a lot of people are afraid of that, and they're thinking, well, if I don't have some form of protection, I'm just fucked here, so I'm going to be in favor then of an oppressive form, even if the oppression is against me, because it's going to make me seem like I'm a little bit safer, at least if I have somebody to call in an event of an attack or something. But here's a problem with that.
Wait, please don't leave it if you can hold it. That, in my opinion, is the entire fallacy that our government is built on, and what it allows people to kick in, and what makes their cognitive dissonance kick in. That's the shit that right there, what every sheep will never admit. I must be part of this contract because I am too weak. They can never say that. That's why you get all these other fake arguments and shit. I think that there, everyone wants freedom, but the fact is, I can't survive without them. At least that's what they think.
Absolutely. And so I pose for questioning. Obviously, it's a Band-Aid solution at best, but is it even less of a Band-Aid solution than people realize? I.e., the only thing you get to have there at best is calling somebody to come to a situation after the fact that the situation has already started and occurred. Does this even do anything to actually mitigate the situation other than some people may be afraid of doing some things for the event they might get put in a cage and so on and so forth. So yeah, there's some merit there. But obviously that doesn't actually solve it, because we still see a lot of violence going around. And primarily most of that violence, as far as I can see, is actually coming from within the people who are in those superficial positions of power. And
I would say those who rebel against those laws the most too, who have disrespect those laws and disrespect those people the most.
Yeah. And so what happens if the people you call end up being more of a tyrant than the person that you're trying to call to get help against? What are you going to do in that situation?
You're right. What if you're the old lady, you hired a security company, you can't protect yourself from them, they can take advantage of you.
That's right.
You left behind a shotgun to shoot the security company now.
Right. So I'm Mr. Angel, right? I'm wearing a black suit and I got a gun and badge. I'm Mr. Angel. I'm coming to serve and protect you while I just robbed you of 60% of your taxes.
So we need to change.
So this old woman is coming. She's not in the system then? That means she's paying taxes, not paying taxes. And
Well,
she-
we're jumping her in and out. We're saying what's the best option for her. And in my head, she's in Chicago where the dangers are high.
Oh well, that's and she's in Chicago, and she's opting out.
You're at where you can determine if she opts out. We're talking about what would happen if she opts out. She's got to protect herself, or she's got to hire a private security company. That private security company, what if they turn on her? Now she has to do it herself anyway. We're just talking about what if she's in, what if she's out.
Yeah.
Just real quick, I'll interject. We've got a new guest up here, Feeding Time. Welcome.
I've never met. I'm gonna go out on a limb. Feeding Time. We've never met, right?
And you see,
This is this is one of Barbara's main sisters. She's the head sister.
You're making me look bad, daughter.
Worth every penny. You get your money's worth in life.
Feeding Time. Feeding Time. Did I tell you about our topless rule?
No, oh my goodness.
Yeah, I'm back in, bro. I'm back in.
I'm telling your mama.
It's our fault. I'm all the way in. I'm back in.
Oh my goodness. Oh,
Is this a way to get grounded or to get out of prison? I'm just wondering.
Look, all your suckers.
Yo, Joe Cool did it. Joe Cool said it. He said it. He said it. You got it. He went, oh my God.
Wow. I'm in love.
After you shall see. You shall see.
Oh, the tide is turning. Suddenly, Guru soft fuzzy ass is gonna be like, "Yeah, Joe, I remember the rule. You're right." Yeah. All right. Oh, funny. Man, how much fun we get back, right? You gotta take the big ass tits off screen too, man. That's really for black. I'm about to say for black guys. I guess guys, period. It's a bit distracting.
That sounds racist.
It's about to be, wasn't it?
They did sound racist. They did sound racist.
Oh.
They did sound.
Hey, yeah, we got to delete this stream when it's done, guys.
This guy's not only racist.
You got any money?
Now the tables have turned.
Yo, oh my God.
Perverted racist.
Just took woke to a whole new level.
Right.
He took it to a whole new level.
Fuck.
Fuck.
Any other requests?
I got tears in my eyes. Not for me. I gotta learn to shut up it sometime, right?
Yo.
Jane for security force. Not my vote.
Right.
She'll cough and beat you to death.
All of a sudden, the whole society is submissive. Go figure.
That's what we were missing in government, right there. Women can rule all.
Oh my God.
Thanks for fucking. We figured it out.
She is a true dictator.
I'm shutting up. Not me.
Oh my God. Oh Jesus. Oh.
I got about 3 behind that one. I'm just not gonna say nothing about. Oh fuck.
Hello, Jason. Gauntlet.
Jason. That's what I think. That's why. Yeah, I just left talking to Jason before I got here.
I wasn't looking at chat. We got Jason. We got Prairie.
Hey, Prairie.
What's
Yeah,
up,
we
Barry?
were in Silver Diamonds, Rob.
Come on up here, my daughter needs help here.
Don't
Wait.
And Joel wants to see your tits.
So Perry is actually Perry's
Every
actually
time I
on-
say vote harder now, I'm never going to get this out
The
of my
thing you
head.
have to say, government doesn't sound so bad.
Oh my goodness.
Vote
Perry,
harder.
Perry's actually onto something. Nothing, probably something that none of you guys know on here. Did you want to elaborate about these tits? Please. I would love to see all these guys' mouths drop right now.
That's a pic of the shop teacher. Oh my goodness.
In Ontario. She's right. She's right.
Yeah, I'm
So-
trolling, right? That cannot be a fucking teacher.
It
No,
is.
no work would get done.
Wow.
It's a male, believe it or not. It's a male.
All right. I've seen that cat. Yeah. I've seen
I'd like
him.
to see the answers to the questions people put on their homework with this teacher. That's for sure.
It's Friday. I milked someone or a ring.
Yeah, he's
Karaoke.
Yes,
making fun of
Prairie.
it.
Yes. Oh my gosh. She's spot on.
He's bucking the system. He was making fun of it. That's what he was doing.
It's a male shop teacher.
Yeah.
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 Holy
He's
shit.
yeah, going overboard. I'm sure he's got other stuff too that's overboard.
He's going overboard.
yes. I think I've seen clips of this guy. He's trying to make I think that he's trying to make a statement that it's nonsense that a man can be a woman. I think that's what he was trying to do.
No, they're actually prosthetics, guys.
Oh, I got the wrong teacher. This dude's all in, huh?
Those aren't real.
Oh, that's what I
Which-
thought. Okay.
I'm just wondering which part's the prosthetics? The bottom of their nipple.
Drop
Yeah.
anchor.
I don't know, Nancy Drew. You can expect that. I'm good.
This conversation is really going.
Who's to
What the
blame for
government
this
did.
shit?
Yeah.
This is
Who
what
started
happens when I
this?
bring questions to the panel.
Right.
This is
Good.
what
Oh,
happens when
thank
government
God.
gets involved in educational systems. Right there.
That's true. Yes,
Yes.
exactly.
Hey,
Well-
true story.
I'm dropping. I'm out. I'll be back.
All
You
right.
can honestly say we're milking the system.
Did he say we bucking the system or we
Milking
Milking.
the milking the system? Yeah, they-
Yes, we are now.
Yeah, for every penny.
I remember a teacher, to show you how distracting breasts are. I remember a teacher I had that had really saggy boobs. She was making a statement. She never wore a bra. Now, at this time, they were like down by her navel. But she was thin, so it was literally just the bags around her stomach and nothing up here. It was, and I don't know, it was weird. And it stuck in my head as a kid because she was like grade school teacher, young.
Mm.
Yeah. I also remember a really attractive high school teacher who had a Corvette and should not have been afforded off a salary in my neighborhood. Yeah, she was gorgeous. Yeah,
I had when she looked like Jane Kennedy.
I remember Jane Kennedy, the sister.
Yeah. She ended up but the teacher ended up getting killed. She was driving. They were shooting in the neighborhood. She got shot.
Wow. That's right.
Yeah, she was just like Jane Kennedy.
Wow. I remember Jane Kennedy. What was the other girl? Linda Carter was the hottest white girl, and Jane Kennedy at that time. Linda Carter played Wonder Woman.
From here, from Baltimore.
Oh no, I never know.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, at that time. Right after them, that would have been Farrah Fawcett would have come along, changed the game, right? She changed the game. So that's when posters. We started buying posters when Farrah Fawcett came out. She's the one who changed the poster game.
Yeah.
Is this less distracting there, Joe?
No, in fact, damn it, I've seen this somewhere.
Oh my God.
It wasn't you. Damn it. Someone else had that. It wasn't you.
She's like
Oh.
Guru, man. She's a chameleon. She keeps changing.
Yeah.
Fuck.
I only learn from the best.
My tits ain't that big.
Oh, no, that's a taught skill, right?
But you turn and teacher on me. I got learning to do. So do we even need a police force?
To keep people like
At
you
all.
under control. Oh, I'm sorry.
What does it do?
What did he say?
Do we even need a police force? That's where we're going.
Oh, dude. Oh, what did she
What-
say?
What does
What
an environment look like when there's no police force in the picture at all?
It looks like the guy with the most money has the biggest private security force, and they run everybody.
What does it look like in an environment that has no police force or monetary system?
All right.
There'd be chaos on the streets.
No roads?
The roads.
No
would be
roads.
out of control.
Because we talked about in this town, right? We talked about in this town.
I'm talking about just in life.
Yeah,
If
we'd
there
have
is,
to.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, we had to change the scenario now. But the road shit is interesting. The road shit is interesting.
and roads, or using that as an example, or anything else, be built without a monetary system and governmental structure in place.
Sounds like science fiction, bro. Sounds
Yeah,
can't be possible.
That would that it would be a lot into that, because if let's just say in the era that we in, when you just said earlier, people used to living in an illusion. So when you take that away of something they used to be in, it will be chaos, because they don't by them not
But
knowing.
what if we take away that they were in that system before? These people are starting anew. Will the system work? Period. Now,
or
you
even if you take it away, that's I no dispute on what he just said, but is that really the answer to the question? The question was, can roads and technologies and these things that we function with today, can those happen in an environment where there's
no bread,
monetary system, and no well, at least the current form of government? I'm not saying no government at all. Can it happen without a government in this kind of form and no monetary system?
I was being sarcastic because once you get so sophisticated, you're building and roads and shit. If you're doing that off the bartering or whatever, you are suddenly some type of scientific, mathematical magician. If all of these people are bartering their skills, you're one talented motherfucker. And that's why I said it sounds like science fiction. It seems like extremely difficult, if not impossible.
I think if you look at it carefully, what you'll discover is you'll start to question whether or not, more objectively, some of the things that we have and use as tools are even necessary any longer. That'll be in question. And then
wait. Okay, all right, I'm with you. Go ahead.
Because some of the things we have as tools go hand in hand with the current structure and system. They're necessary.
Exactly. For instance, we don't need a 5-lane paver. That's not a thing, for our roads and doing all that
right.
shit.
So you're gonna come back and look to restructure everything when we talk about this. And yes, if it's like what Von Erich was just saying, with people who are totally dependent and used to this current form of structure, it might be a little chaotic to learn a new structure, as all learning has growing pains. That being said,
a little, it depends on where you try to implement that. It's going to be a hell of a chaos.
Yeah, you put it with the people nowadays, you bringing it back in the here, it's a lot of pain.
That's not going to be a little. That depends on where at.
may or may not be, depending on it. It'll come down to an individual thing, how open they are, their capabilities, how motivated they are. There's a lot of different factors when it comes to that.
Doesn't it come down to the lazy fuck who lives on the block but didn't want to participate in bartering or anything to do with it? Then he walks out and he's using my fucking road. I think it comes down to that too.
There's that, and then there's people just in their limited capacities with their physical abilities
who are unable to participate. Right. Very good, yeah.
Right. So, and all these challenges you still have in the current structure, I reckon that the current structure doesn't actually solve those challenges. It actually makes it worse, right? So there's that, and this actually gives us perhaps a chance to really look at how to truly include those people who have those challenges better in a more healthy way. I think that's the reason why we have more of that, and increasingly is because the current structure doesn't allow for that breathing room to go down those paths.
We had that discussion, me and my girl, probably yesterday, very recently, where I think the government, it was my position is what you're saying now. She was like, well, what about the people? They be so-and-so. I say, no, I think this government shit, the way it's set up, it pulls out any ability or desire you would have to do it on your own. You got that push a button, the government to do everything. It kills any, we don't even know what it would look like if people were going to help themselves. Yeah.
That was to my next point I was going to make, to which addresses both what you just said and Von Erich a bit ago. The true reason why it would be chaotic for people is because of this word called atrophy. Yes. This is what happens when you function in a certain way for so long if it's superficially, you end up forgetting how to function without it, thereby becoming so codependent that you become a slave to that system. You no longer have the way for other options, and now all of a sudden that dependency, if it's going to be stripped from beneath your feet, you're stuck. You're in shambles. And what do I do now? Right.
Even worse, the current system, if you do try to get out of that, once you recognize what you're talking about, you've decayed, you apathy, you can't do for yourself. Again, the current system has made it illegal. Your efforts to get out of that, illegal. Criminalized.
Or even think about it at this point. Even think about
YouTube, right?
That's the thing. The system would do that just to keep you in the system.
Exactly. No, there's your first clue that it's not a system by and for the people, and a system of consent. Because if that was the case, you get to opt in and opt out as you see fit, right?
And they don't even have the argument of the extremist argument that well, if they killed someone, we gonna come to the door and help. You don't even have I can't even opt out of small things, so you can't come in with the extremist argument.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest, especially in like Chicago, where Joe Coleman here in Baltimore, man, you try to take and change that, they will go nuts.
I wouldn't just say us. We go nuts because I think in a sense that we're like independent already, so we'll hurt motherfuckers ourselves. But I'm thinking the most white suburban motherfucker would go nuts also, because he needs his yacht, his fucking internet, he needs whatever goes along with that shit. I am not gonna be with those low life so-and-sos. That's his first thought, man. He's more stuck than we are. He's got
I think but that's true. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
No. You haven't said a word. You better let us.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Let me go, because I don't want to get hit.
Go.
Yeah, because I don't want to get hit by the breast. So
they're tame.
You don't want that authority to come smacking down on you.
You heard what I said.
You guys thought they were only to play with. Shame on you.
Right? What you guys think? I'm taking out several opponents with these things.
Do you like the?
Go ahead.
Let's say, do you like the blue side, the left side, or do you like the red, the right side?
You're bad.
I think at the pace that Jane is going there, it's going to be forget democracy. We're going back to a forced monarchy in a hurry here.
Right, a
Well,
dictator.
no, I legitimately had something to say, but I was gonna let Van Eric go first. So
Those things are going to take over all the roads in a
Yeah,
hurry.
it's
a
a dictatorship is what it is.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
dictatorship.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and say what you want to say.
Sorry, I just had to wait for a minute. I was gonna let you finish. Go ahead.
Well said. Well said.
Right.
I think
Sorry.
Jake, I
Just
think
just like your old man. Yeah.
I did. I literally stepped away from it. I was like, oh,
Right,
he's talking to me.
Yeah, I'm talking. Yeah, go ahead.
Please talk.
Lady Jane, go ahead.
I was gonna. I was
Do it
just
for
gonna
your
touch
dad.
on what
Do it for your
Joe was
dad.
saying about people in the burbs and the thought process and
Yeah,
about
rejecting it. Yeah.
about losing everything, and it's not about what we can do to survive. It's oh, I'm gonna lose my house, I'm gonna lose my car, it's
Yes.
about the material things and learning how to live without again. That's what it
No,
is.
no, no. It gets even worse. It's more insidious than that. Their entitled existence is their definition is better than other people. Right, better than those people. I wouldn't do that, blah blah. Now the possibility of them being equal, that's when the cognitive dissonance will kick in. No fucking way I'm going to be equal with that guy, because their entire life what made them better was they worked harder, they had a better job, a better house, and in some cases a better watch, better car. Most people are keeping up with the Joneses. We are doomed.
See, that's why I believe that the suburbs will survive more than the urban neighborhood, because just on what you said, they live more within a freedom system than the people in the urban neighborhood. It's just like, for instance, as far as with cable, when it comes to cable and the internet, they've been out for years, with a long time with no internet. You didn't see them like complaining and things like that. When it came out, they was glory, they was cool. But they've been out there.
There's a suburb right now that there's a suburb right now that hasn't had internet for years. I thought every motherfucker was accustomed to the internet by this time.
No, plus they can grow their own food. They don't have to go to the supermarket.
You're not talking about suburbs. Suburbs don't do that. At least not where I'm from. You're talking about like in the country and shit. Suburbs where I'm from got grocery stores and shit.
No, I'm not saying they don't have grocery stores. I'm saying they don't rely on grocery stores as the people in the urban neighborhood.
They don't
because like here you got
people in the suburbs make their own shit. In my suburbs, they're just us with better houses. They go to work the same way we do. They call police and shop where we do. The absolute only they may have a couple vegetables in their backyard. They ain't feeding a family off of it. That's what my suburbs look like. Driveways, garage.
Can you do that in the urban neighborhood though?
I agree with
Excuse me?
Can you do that in the urban neighborhood? Grow your own stuff.
Can you is what you're saying?
I think
the
Juan
land
was referencing rural areas. Am I correct?
Huh?
That would make everything.
Were you pointing more towards rural areas when you're saying
rural areas and some suburbs because in the urban neighborhood you cannot do a lot of things that you can do in the suburbs and in rural areas.
I'm confused because a suburb is part of the urban.
Huh?
I'm confused because suburb. I've only known suburb to be part. It's a fractioned off part of an urban environment.
Yeah, but you still suburbs is different than it is in the urban.
What's different? Did you tell us yet? What's different? What the differences are? What they are doing or can do that we cannot? Did you ever say?
Like here, okay, in a city, you can have some parts of the city. You can have a community garden, but you can't grow in your place. You can't do that.
And in my neighborhood, the problem is you don't have enough land because literally you could reach out and touch the houses next to you. So you're allowed by law, but whether you got an 8 by 20 foot patch, you're like
that's one of the things. That's one of the things in the urban neighborhood that takes away from you what you can do in a suburb or rural area.
See, I
This
don't know.
is huh?
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Don't
No,
start this shit again.
I'm saying is you have different the way it is in an urban city neighborhood, just like you said, Joe Cool. You touching it's much different than it is in a suburb where houses are separated, when you can go into your backyard, and it depends. Like I live on a line, right? So I live city and county, which we would say suburb. Right?
Yeah, right.
Even though I live on this line, you can't grow nothing in the back of the yard, especially when you're renting from a
right.
Not you see how I'm saying? It's different.
All right, you said it's a big difference. You've got more footage and you can grow. Any other advantages to the suburb living that the city people don't have?
That you said suburb? No, I'm saying suburbs will like with to his question, Guru's question, will be able to adapt.
Just because they can get more square footage and can grow their own food.
They can adapt because they have the more freedom that they will be able to adapt quicker than the people in a city or in
just because they have that extra footage of land. Is this the only thing you've
extra
come up with
footage
so
of
far?
land, different things that you can do in the city? That's not just one. You know, it's different. So it's how it is in the city than it is in the county, right?
It is different, but
it is different laws too.
It's so much similar, bro. All my friends live in the suburbs. We just go there. None of them's growing shit in their backyards, by the way. All those suburbs are not doing that now, so they'll still have to adjust and learn to plant shit and depend on themselves, and while they're used to going to the grocery stores.
So let me ask you this: if you lived in the city, right? So when you lived in the city, just moving out, did you feel a difference?
I haven't. I still live in the city. I'd say about 6 months outside the city in Colorado and about 6 months in the city. So I'm still technically in the city.
I lived in the city and I lived in the county and I lived in the rural area. It's a difference.
All right.
It's a difference.
Yeah.
This is leading to.
I'm gonna
go ahead.
Sorry, I'm gonna say this. So as far as like Detroit does have plenty of land. You know, there are some houses that have like nice yards where you can grow a garden, and there are some where they have small yards. And there's community gardens, and just like in the suburbs, there's still community gardens, and some people grow in their backyards. But you don't have to limit yourself to just a flat garden. You can do a potted garden. You can, come.
So that option exists in the city.
You can make a garden out of a wooden pallet and
vertical garden, right? You can take advantage of the lack of space you have.
A hanging garden. So there's different options.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying that you don't. I'm not saying that you can't do those options that you're saying. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the people's mentality in the city.
Disagree, not because the land shit is not a good argument. Their mentality is suddenly different. It's not a good argument.
That is because I'm saying the people, like what she said, like it's people like here, they got a community garden, right? It's in the community.
In my neighborhood, we got them on the block on both sides of me. Same here.
Right. They got, you could grow and stuff like that. But if you go like on the west, but when they don't have that, those people's mentality is different. What I need to grow for when I have a corner store right down the street.
Listen, we got community gardens, and our mentality is just like fucking Baltimore, Sandtown in particular. I know because I went there.
Baltimore, Sandtown, yeah, I used to live over there. But I'm saying
I fit right in with them niggas immediately.
Right, but I'm saying if a person is not going to do like what she suggested, mentality is not going to be that when they have a corner store right down the street.
So does the suburban motherfucker. If you take away his store.
They don't have corner stores.
Are you telling me people in the suburbs where you are not going to grocery stores? I'm not even close to what you're saying.
I'm not back milking my cow.
Huh?
Right. Milking my cow. Oh, sorry.
I live in the suburbs.
I'm going to the store. Like,
I'm saying is, I'm not saying they don't have stores. No, I'm not saying that. I'm
I am saying
if
they
that-
utilize the stores as much as we do. That's
no,
my
not,
position.
no, they're not suburbs. No,
All right.
it's no, they don't utilize those corner stores.
Not
like they
corner
do-
stores, grocery stores is
Right.
my assertion. Grocery stores.
Okay,
They're
grocery
not
stores,
milking
that's different.
cows and got chickens in their backyard for the most part.
Yes, grocery stores, that's different. I'm talking about corner stores. They
Party
do not
stores.
have corner stores and bars like that in the in the
Okay,
suburbs.
all right. Now I'm hearing your
Oh.
argument. We live differently,
Right.
and I don't think that affects our mentality. In the
Okay.
beginning, I asserted that for different reasons, people like me would be angry, but for
Mhm.
other reasons, people in the suburbs would be just as hard to let go. I agree that my shit would be difficult to let go because of
Right.
whatever reasons I have.
Mhm.
Again, I still feel like the people in the suburb are just as fat and lazy as everyone. Their mentality is not sharper or anything else. Perhaps even more accustomed. I'm away from that city. I have to do nothing. Perhaps it's even worse in ways. And then you suddenly
I
tell
do
them
see
I got to
that.
kick in.
I do see that part in a suburb and the rural areas, but that's a different type of, I would say that's a different type of laziness right there. That's a different mentality, what you described me. And you're right, 100% right. But that's a different type of laziness as what someone is used to in the urban neighborhood in the city.
Yes, exactly. I'm used to hustling. I could transfer to doing these things. These motherfuckers are used to pushing the button,
Right.
calling the gardener, so and so and so.
Mhm.
I'm going to disagree with Von Erich on this one about convenience stores or party stores. We got a lot of them around here, along with bars.
I think
There
what
you
he
go.
was meaning is there isn't really supermarkets in those areas. That might
Right.
be-
No, we have supermarkets too.
With an account in the suburbs, yes, they have bars. Okay, I would have you have to come down to in the city and see what I'm talking about. They do not have yes, y'all have bars, y'all have stores like little convenience stores, but
It
you
depends.
do not have
Yeah.
corner stores prevalent and bars. It's like here in Baltimore, you got a church, you have a church, a bar, and a corner store. That's on just about every corner that you go
If
to.
if the church were closed here, you could throw a rock and hit another one. If the bar was closed, you
Right.
could walk to another one. If you was
could
drunk
walk-
as fuck, not only one, you could walk to 6 more easily.
Right.
The corner store, the bodega, every fucking corner. You only got to go a block at the most.
Right.
They're that prevalent.
My dad can vouch for this. I can go right now and take a picture of a party store and a bar right next door to each other.
All right, what's a party store?
Or what's the point? We don't right. That's what's the party, right? That's yeah.
Is that alcohol?
Guys, come on.
Was that where you
Yeah.
campaigned to be governor?
Right.
Right.
Yes. With my size F's hanging out. Thank you.
Bo Arter, baby.
That's not my dispute, Jane.
Like,
Yes, yes, that's not my dispute as far as y'all have that. But like what Joe Cool just said,
The
you would have
mentality
to
is
come down
different.
and see it's much prevalent and much more. It is 10 times as more as
Yeah.
what you're saying in the county. 10
I'm
times.
picturing your shit is like my girl's old crib in Ohio, where there are maybe a couple of bars and you know every body in that motherfucker, as opposed to literally when you go to this bar, you go down with about 5 businesses to another one, then you cross the street to that bar, then you go to the next bar, and then in between there's a liquor store. It's the same thing except it's different.
Then you have a mall. You might have a strip mall right there that has a bar inside of that.
Suburbs got their strip malls too. They live and die by them fucking strip malls, bro. They do.
Yeah.
Especially the more wealthy you get. Another one of my ex-girlfriends, her shit is everything is convenience. They got bread, right? The cribs got to be like at least it's got to be like $1 million homes and shit. And everywhere they go, you must drive. There would be no fucking walking. And everything is at your convenience. You know, you go to different size malls and they all got your Starbucks and shit in these really beautiful malls. And that's all they do is they go to the institution and they come back. I think those guys would die. They all have pools, you know, underground pools, below ground pools. They are just too fucking satisfied. No way they give that shit up either.
Well, does anybody remember what happened to the Great Depression and when people lost their money? What did they do?
I'm that old. I can tell you. I went and
Oh,
borrowed,
yeah,
right? I went and borrowed 10. All right, go ahead.
Yeah.
no, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was joking.
No,
Well,
I remember the history of the Great
Great
Depression.
Depression. I do
That
as
was
well.
but yes, and people had to survive and had to,
Yes.
but
Man,
it was different as far as how living was though than the way it is here though.
but what else
well,
did people do with the Great Depression when they lost everything?
You're
that's
right.
that
They had to until he put into what's that social system? Who put that in? Roosevelt.
Roosevelt.
Yes, people had, but then you had shelters, and then you had what was that when you go and get something to eat? You have kitchens. What was that called? When you can go and
Rations?
Soup-
You had
Full
rations
full
sometimes?
Soup
kitchens and
kitchen.
shit.
Soup kitchen.
yeah, they had that, But
And lady, I thought you were gonna say that people jumped out of windows.
Yes, I
They
was.
did.
They
All
did.
right.
Not
They
because
did.
They did.
killed
they
themselves.
did. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mine
I was just
because they
watching
didn't know how to
something.
live without their stuff.
Yeah, good point. People, there's a good picture of the lady selling her kids. If you guys remember that, and she was embarrassed. She was trying to hide her face, got a big sign where she was selling her kids during the Great Depression. And they followed the kids and they told in the story what happened to them, where they went, where they ended up.
But if that type of situation happened this day, it will go. I would like to. It would be a lot. It would go.
It's
All
gonna
right,
happen.
all right. Let
It's
me
on
ask
there. It's
Guru.
gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
Guru,
Mhm.
and anybody else, but Guru, you first. How do you see? Because you see, we have our ideas of how we will react to this system changing. I think we see no fucking hope. Actually, how do you see it actually changing, or what do you the evolution? What do you see the evolution looking like? Even
Well,
if you got it, go ahead.
yeah. I don't see that as being the right direction to look in for
Okay.
remedy. You'll never actually get remedy through a system that it is designed primarily to keep you from getting remedy.
No. I was saying this system that we now are talking about that's going to
Yes.
work. How does it evolve, and where we are in reality around all the shit that we're on? How does
I
it
think-
evolve? You say it's possible. What would that look like? I'm assuming every time we try to do something, the government comes in and stomps you out.
I'm going to reserve that question because I've got a few more questions for observation that are leading down this panel,
All right.
and then I will elaborate
Sounds logical. Sounds
from
logical, yeah.
experience, exactly getting to that. So
Sounds logical. Yeah.
next
All right.
question.
Yeah.
Okay, next question for observation. When you've heard people say this phrase, society says, how many
Yeah.
times have you heard people say that? Right? Society says, fill in the blank.
My girlfriend is big at that. Yeah.
Okay. When people say that, what do they mean by this word called society? And is it a healthy view for their whatever it is that they're trying to point at when they mean it? Is it an accurate thing? Let's put it that way.
All right. This is a little different. I've had the society shit, and my observation was that really everybody is just parroting what their mom taught them, the person before them. So whatever, I didn't even get and don't want to get into. I mean, we can do it here, but when I was talking, I didn't even want to get into what today's society looks like, because people are, in my opinion, are just reactionary. Everything you do, don't touch that. No, that's not where that goes. It's all what someone else fucking taught you.
Even when you said that, now, would it be fair to say that that's accurate across the board?
Pretty much. I mean, it sounds logical.
Have
Unless
you lived
free
in
thinking.
Japan?
Unless you've been free. I would assume that they're doing the same thing. Whatever their society taught, they'd be following it.
Is it fair to make an assumption?
In this case, I think it's really solid.
Have you lived in Iraq? Have you lived in Iran? Have you lived in Egypt?
I never left the U.S. Can't either. Well, That's what Dad says. I can't live.
So is society really more subjective in an enclosed environment down to what you're used to?
I don't understand that question.
In other words, the parameters that you coexist in, what you've experienced within those parameters.
Yes, I think that is exactly what we're both saying. The same thing. Dan. Yeah.
Do you see when people do that, they're saying it almost as in a reference worldwide?
Oh, I hear where you're going with that. That would be dumb. That would be dumb. See, I told you, just acting instinctively. Motherfuckers are fucking trained apes. Yes, anyone talking about society, especially, yes, when they speak, they act like they're speaking for the world. I would agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah. And so my first position when I hear that, like, I can't stand that word. And I analyzed why, and I've gotten to the bottom of it. It's because of what it represents. It represents this collectivist
I dig
mindset.
it. I dig
right?
it. I dig it.
And that's leading towards my next question or observation. Anybody else want to contribute to that?
Yes, I told you
segue?
I can't shut up. I gotta fucking mute
What's
sometimes.
the observation question again?
The
You're finna
question
ask a new
is,
question. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not running shit.
go grow a pair of titties.
Or go bury yourself in them. Go ahead.
The question is, you hear this words, people say this phrase, a society says, and then fill in the blank. You hear that a lot.
Mhm.
What do people mean when they say that word society? And is it a healthy, fair assessment is it an accurate assessment to the direction that they actually mean it in when they say that?
Society, I believe it depends on the person. I believe as far as how the society implemented rules and regulations and guidelines, which is used to control the people and its agenda of the people who implemented that, which will be the echelon, the upper
Echelons.
Thank you. Who controls that controls the society that they live in. So I think when people say that, when they say the society, which is dictating people's minds, a lot of times people say their minds, their agenda, and control them so they can move a certain way. And when you have those people in a society moving a certain way, the people up at the top will be able to accomplish their agenda.
Good.
Right. It's definitely that aspect. And do you see when people are doing those types of things with that phrase that they're kind of segregating, assuming that it's more of a holistic collectivist view, that all of a sudden everybody sort of thinks like that, but it's very narrow and closed-minded because they can only correlate it to wherever they actually function and what's going on within their close proximity of their environment.
See, I already know the answer. So when you were saying society says, I was picturing what you encompassed by using the word. And it looks like I was a little curious. Looks like it's definitely, when you say society encompasses all of the U.S. and perhaps when you were talking about the upper echelons, even transferred into overseas shit. I was thinking like that.
And even not just, even the bigger picture. This is hard for most of your 7.5 accounted for civilianry, indoctrinated civilianry. How many even know that they're in this day and age that there is this thing called the United Nations and what its actual function is?
Oh, actual function. Well, I was about to say, of course we know. Actual function. You're about to kick off a discussion, baby.
How many
Very
people
aware.
can you just go and have a discussion with at a coffee shop? Let's talk about the United Nations today and what they're all about.
No. They
True.
think it's their nation building. That's what they think, something like that. They're keeping peace between the world. That's what the average person thinks about the UN, I guess.
Go ahead, Jane. You were saying something? Oh, she left? I meant to tell you too. Because she said she disagreed with me. Tell your daughter she's not supposed to disagree with her husband. Not
You're not-
This
Wow.
panel, you're a tyrant if you give room to talk, and you're a tyrant if you try and shut him down. Either way, you can't do it.
Right.
she is not supposed to disagree with her. She needs to be taught that.
Now,
The
Vaughn,
funniest
don't
thing-
don't get her
I'm
mad. She'll
not-
come over here. Vaughn, don't do that. She'll come over here.
I'm not, yeah. No, I don't care what kind of Kool-Aid you're serving. I'm just not drinking it, husband or not. Guess what? I don't remember
She
that
makes
in
her
my
own
wedding
milk.
vows.
You're that drunk, eh? You're that drunk, eh?
I had to have
Damn.
been.
Yeah. I believe. I'm raising my hand. Can anybody see my hand?
Yeah, go ahead.
If not, I'll drop my drawers. Hello. I
Please
think
warn me
society.
before you do that so I can close my eyes.
I think society isn't us. Society is the oligarchs is telling us what to do. Because we have no say so at all.
That's dope. Yeah, that's dope.
You know,
That's
they're the
dope.
society. They're
Right.
telling us. You know.
So
fill in the blank.
Guru, in society as he's putting it, does transfer, and I'm thinking that even locally or even their country society in his terms is global.
Yeah, it would be. It would be.
So that would be what you're going through your next question when it comes to the United Nations, right?
Well,
in sync with that or no?
more in a philosophical version, it will
Philosophical.
succinct to that and all other aspects of this idea of society. It correlates to what I was touching base on, this hive mind idea. Is the philosophy of hive mind function for humans necessary and healthy?
Absolutely. Fuck yeah. Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Whoa, hold on. Say that again. I
Yeah,
heard the
say
fuck
that.
yeah, but I didn't hear the rest of it.
Is the philosophy and ideology behind hive mind function necessary and or healthy for humans?
I love this question.
High mind function. Who does that apply to?
Yeah.
Just as a way of functioning for people is the hive mind philosophy. I'm not going to elaborate too much because I don't want to.
I don't want to rephrase it either because
I have no idea what a high five mind is or whatever they call it.
hive.
Oh,
the
I love the
hive
honesty.
mind. The hive
Like a
mind.
beehive.
Oh, hive. Oh, I thought you.
Hive.
Hive.
High five.
Oh, okay. I thought.
High five.
I thought you said high five. I'm sorry.
What'd you guys think I said?
Hi.
I said high.
High
Joe, the high mind, right? The high mind.
You guys been drinking too much milk.
Yeah.
The hive
Yeah.
mind mentality. Is it
High
healthy?
mind mentality is a good, healthy way.
Is it
Is
healthy?
it necessary? And
No.
is it and or is it healthy?
No.
No, I would care for it. Seriously.
No.
Jane,
I am-
why
Hive-
not?
a hive
I am what I
mind,
am.
all I'm
You're
saying is
solid on that
indoctrinated
shit,
mind.
bro.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I am what I am.
No, I'm talking about Jane. She's serious. No, she said no like 6 times. Why is it not healthy?
Well, if I'm thinking of a hive mind, I'm thinking of it's like a hive, like colony, like busy, like I don't know. That's what I'm thinking of.
Beehive.
City.
Right. Like, so if I'm thinking Beehive City, I'm thinking of our lives now, underneath the government. And no, I don't think it's healthy. I think a hive mind is an indoctrinated mind, and it's not a mind of freedom and free thought and
That's dope. That's the obvious, yeah.
not learning or not knowing how to think
What
for
about-
yourself. You're programmed pretty much.
Well, we got to do. It says
I
it
don't know if
healthy.
I'm
We
on
got
the
to do
right
both
track or not,
sides.
but that's
No. I think
train
that's
of
where
thought.
this is going. However, I want you to throw in. Can you think of benefits to a hive mind? Just a little devil advocate here, but the benefits to the hive mind.
The oligarchs make it. They get rich off of it.
Yes,
not a
there's a
benefit.
benefit. Here's a benefit. If I get you
To
thinking
to
that
their
Go
own demise,
America,
though. But go ahead.
yeah, that Go America shit. You're suddenly the most powerful nation in the world. There's a benefit, you're one of the best now.
Okay, if it
It's all-
leads to,
go ahead.
if it ultimately leads to self-destruction and extinction, is it really a benefit?
All right,
No.
very good. Yeah, because you're fooling yourself through the gate, right? So I guess it is
Well,
not
once you
healthy
add
to be
that,
fooling yourself.
yeah, once you added that, yeah, I could feel
Yeah.
would be.
Be all you can be in the army.
If you say
Right. I ain't ready to give up.
We
yet.
need to kill
Is
you
there
in the name
any
of
way-
our species.
Is there any way a hive mind is beneficial before we leave that part? I don't want to just give
Yep.
up just
Hive,
one
yep.
example.
Beehive.
A hive mind is beneficial, and this may have false legs too, but in a gang, joining a gang, there are benefits. I get more, I get privileges, I get safety.
Right. Isn't that
That's a hive.
what goes on in the hive mind too? Who's the dictator in the hive, in the beehive? Is it the queen?
Yeah, it would be a dictator in the hive mind, but we said that.
Don't you
we
have
said
soldiers and people that goes out, and she got it's different sections. You got the soldiers, then you got the people that go out and collect things and bring it back, and then you got the people that takes care of
the
other
hive mind. That's right. I got other people helping me take
Right.
care of my kids and bring me food. Yeah,
Mhm.
very good.
Man, where
Oh,
do you live at?
definitely-
But who does it benefit though?
Wow, I'm staying with you, Joe Cool.
Hey,
Damn.
Ron Eric, I'm glad I didn't abandon hive mind too quick because those were the best examples so far.
Mhm.
Yeah, but who does it honestly benefit? Does it benefit you or does it benefit the queen?
Well, can it do both?
Right. Because
Does
you're a part of a system, especially if you in a high position or whatever position that you in. If you are prospering within that system, you want
Does
to
it bring you something that, or anything that you couldn't have acquired without and with another way of functioning?
I'll do you one better, Guru. It's your idea would be better. Acquiring it yourself or a different way would be better, I think. That's my true belief.
But wouldn't that be subjective though?
Agreed. I love you, bruh.
Well, the word hive mind is subjective, so of course we would have to get what does that really mean, right? Like we
I
have
mean,
to go
it's
into that.
subjective to the person, right? What they say, like
Yes.
the person who has the hive mind, to him, it's worth it. I get so much friends. I never had friends. The hive mind shit works for me, and so it becomes subjective.
So I'm going to elaborate in this context then, and maybe it'll be easier. You can see how when I was equating it in the context that people use as this society word that I was saying earlier, that form of hive mind mentality where it's like this collectivist overview and that you can't think for yourself.
Gotcha.
Society says as if we have this collectivist mind, and that just
Is that healthy?
yeah, is that healthy?
What was the second part? You said healthy or beneficial, I think was the second part.
Healthy or necessary for humans
Or
to
necessary
function.
was the second part. Is it healthy or is not necessary? I can cancel that out already. Is it healthy? That seems like a big cancel out fucking too.
Not when someone tells you what to do. It's not healthy. You
That's
don't
what
think.
it leads to, right? And then who
Yeah.
is the one that's telling you what to do? Who is the voice of this society says that speaks for all? Who's
Better
the
be
voice of
God.
the collective?
Better be
Better
God,
be God,
motherfucker.
right.
That's all I got to say. It better
I
not
don't
be
know.
guru of rights. I'm fighting my ass off, bro.
I think we can all agree God has the biggest tits of all.
Jeez,
Who gives you the most milk? That's good.
Knuckle away, my people.
I guess that's in both realities too.
So did they graduate to third grade?
Oh no, you've been far too quiet, and I'm not even instructed. No, far too quiet. Take after your kid, motherfuckers. Step up. When she graduated, damn it, I don't even know what grade she was in. I'm sure she got a boost.
I think is let's look at the people Castro or dictator system or systems like
Okay.
that.
What is that guy name? He's communist. The guy who died, Kim Jong Il or something.
Which one was that? You said what?
The North Korean.
Oh, Kim Jong. Okay, yeah.
Kim,
And John Yoon or something like that.
That's the kid. Il, I think, was the dad. Own, I think, is the kid.
What about what about the people that's in that system?
Yeah.
Even in China's system,
Mhm.
they love it. They don't see nothing wrong.
Well, not North Korea. North Korea.
So
brainwashing is very powerful.
Okay. See, that's the thing. So they would say the same thing about you. They would say you're brainwashed to think that you free within this. They would say that.
When brainwashed people are saying that you are brainwashed because you're functioning in a different way, you're probably onto something.
I got to bring this up, Von Eric. You weren't here, but we just looked at a chick who escaped from North Korea, and she saw the freedom over here, which would be like seeing God. And she's mad at motherfuckers like us who say we're slaves. She would cut your fucking throat for saying that shit.
Right. Yeah, that's true. There's a lot of people out that come over from Latin America feel the same way. And like, yo, Africa.
This is where it's obviously going to come down to self-discernment with that.
Exactly.
And so for me, being as I can, what I did for myself, even though I blocked out most of the indoctrination through school by doing things to tune out stuff, it wasn't even interesting to me for the most part anyways. So I didn't have as much as most people would to actually remove from my palate. But I did an immense amount of work to remove everything that I had residue-wise from my belief that, was put on there from living amongst the people who were indoctrinated, and went down to square zero and started to reassess objectively what would it be like if none of that was there. And how would I function? What would I think? Going from a place of like childlike feral, even where if you were born in a wild environment and you were left amongst the trees and the wolves to figure things out, how would I think that way in an environment where there was no chance for indoctrination from other people?
That's probably a good place to start, right?
Yeah, and that led to a lot of discoveries and so on and so forth. Now, let me tie all that in together because with your question earlier, Joel, because we're pretty close here now.
Okay.
So these ideologies, hive minds, governments, and so on and so forth, you are starting to get really close with where I've discovered real remedy and solution is when you were starting to talk about other formations of what people might think is hive. I don't see it as being hive. I see it as just people forming teams or groups or gangs or whatever you want to call them, just labels. Really, it's the same thing. It's just people who have an idea or either a function or a project or a goal to cooperate with each other to achieve that function, whatever it might be. Maybe it's to grow food together, maybe it's to build some shelter together, or so on and so forth. And when it's left to just individuals to work directly in cooperation with each other without all these aspects that you have right now.
All the threat of it,
Right. Remove that from the equation. Everything starts to make more sense of how it works. Suddenly, it's not in my interest. I don't want Johnny over here to be sick so that I can sell him some allopathic pills. I need Johnny over here to be healthy because Johnny needs to be strong to build that house with me over there.
Let me stop you, Guru. That's great. Suddenly, it is in your interest to be a moral motherfucker. Suddenly, it is in your interest to do those things. By taking away our ability to do that, perhaps they're wise enough to take away a bit of our morality.
Totally. Morality goes, intelligence, and logic are all thrown out the window as soon as you introduce this one common thing that you have in all the societies that you know of right now across the world: profit.
Of course, right? Which is the currency shit. We're back to that.
Right. And so you just removed that. Now, when that becomes the focus, right? It's the competition-based environment.
Capitalism.
To the demise, capitalism, right? To the demise of the species, all the way to self-implosion and destruction, if it goes that far, and even extinction, if it goes that far.
Let me and try to remember where Guru is with the extinction shit, but my mind is already wandering. And recently, I was telling a guy about the reach of the government into this thing, and he didn't believe it, so I had to research it again, and I found something that I didn't see on the shit that I had already had, where sorry, I might lose it. Thinking about the girl who presented it. I can't even remember her name now, which I knew I was going to lose it trying to think her name. All right. Shuan Head is her name. All right. Now, what was the thought? I don't even know what I was saying now.
Something to do with tits.
Have some milk.
Oh, I remember. Thank you for that. I remember it was talking about how the government, what's on the list of things. I was telling them that now they have been given 6 filters, they call them, that the government can push the button. YouTube and Google don't even have to do it. They don't have to ask permission no more. They got people who can push the button, 6 filters of silencing you. And they put on there, who are the people to silence? And I thought one was interesting that stuck out, people who talk bad about the government. I was like, how can that be on the fucking list?
But I'm trying to figure out, Guru,
Isn't it on the list in China?
what's that?
Here.
You talk bad about the government in China. You can't talk about bad government in North Korea.
Apparently, yeah, right. You can't do it here.
Freedom of speech doesn't exist in a capitalist country. You know,
it wouldn't be logical, at least not.
It's not profitable.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. It would have to be controlled, which means it's not freedom of speech.
But that's not communist. Not in a very.
No. Or what's it say about capitalism? It has its inherent flaws. That the first of which you said, competition is competition based. If you're right in it, and that's a poison seed, capitalism is doomed.
So people have this false dichotomy. They think that the opposite of capitalism is communism and socialism.
Agree.
No. They are all intertwined directly and are just arm branches of the same body.
Amalgamations of each other. I agree.
I think the core of it, but you still have differences outside of that core.
Yeah, you can have variables of any structure.
Right.
That's the fluidity of nature.
But
at the core,
I'm talking about, like what she said about China, you can't speak out at pretty much at all, but you can do that here.
For now.
You can say
that's just very subjective, Joe.
You can speak out. You can speak out on the government. Not is it going to get you anywhere? That's a different story.
Isn't it the same thing over there?
Speak out. You can't speak out on the government. You speak out. Try to do what you do here.
Isn't it? No. But isn't it still the same thing? Not exactly the same thing, but it's the same thing, because those people who disappear, they're the ones who speak out about against the government. And if you look at who they get, they've been doing it for a while. Then they got too big and they were snatched up. It's the same thing here. Like anyone you look in China, look into what they got snatched up for. It will be a professor or a journalist who's been in their ass for a while. So they have some ability to speak up over there, as we do here. They get too loud, they get disappeared, as we do here. We get like Eric Brandt doing 12 years.
Now, you're talking about someone with who has status. I'm talking about a group of people. I'm talking about a group of people, even like just in China. Look at North Korea. Who you see over there that's speaking out on a regular basis over there?
No, North Korea
on a stage where it really matters, which is where in a stage where people have status that's they got clout. It's he who has the most money and he who is telling what he's foretold to say in controlled opposition format. In other words, if he's speaking out against government, he's doing so because he was told to and saying what he's supposed to say in controlled opposition fashion and nothing else. outside.
No, I would disagree with that. These people have lost their family members. They're being killed, disappeared, taken away for years. To say that they were doing this shit as a controlled, as part of the op, as part of the plan.
That's
Hell no.
that's if they weren't part of the op, or if they went outside of what they were supposed to say as being part of the op. Those people.
That's always a possibility. But you know, when you hear hooves, think horses. Most of these guys would have to be genuine, even if your ops are planted in there and they disappeared them for their family because they were willing to shut the fuck up because they were so much apart, or whatever.
I really don't know who that is. Can either elaborate who that is or give another example?
All right. Even if it's the journalist who has for a while been speaking out, now he disappeared, family is saying they killed him, or he disappeared for 20 years before he returned. Even if that guy was somehow tainted, which was your proposition, he'd been working for the ops all along, he just got too boisterous, or other alternatives.
That's
say
what I'm
those
saying. He
would
went
be
outside the narrative.
I say those would be possibility, but those would be the smaller percentage. If that category exists, surely the biggest percentage will be those who are genuine cases. Everyone, because there are so many, could not be that guy.
Or those ops.
Why not?
Because there are just far too many, far too much grief, far too many horror stories.
And
you know, people who you can look at their history and you can determine for yourself if you think they were saying op type shit. You know, you can be fooled like everybody else, but you see that these people were speaking out, and that's why they got this. I see why they got this motherfucker. It's that type of shit more.
That's what I'm saying. The people that get their asses handed to them are either they're not part of their body, or they're part of their body and they've gone astray. One of the two.
Right. That was my point.
It wasn't a part of the body. It was a part of somebody else's body outside of that, like the CIA. CIA might have have that person going against that implemented government that's there.
It's feasible, but most of these we're talking about are people who've been born there and been in some type of activist or journalistic fashion their entire life. The people they are snatching are these. It's not one-timers. These are people who have achieved a certain amount of recognition, got people following them, then they disappear. Got people where they got a voice, then they disappear. Which brings me back to my analogy over here. We think we have freedom. I'm allowed to say for a certain amount, then I disappear. I say they're the same but different.
Yes, totally.
But like over in North Korea. Or you may say Saudi
Arabia. You got no fucking voice in North Korea.
Right. That's you got none.
You know,
you do certain you do something there. Oh, and what's the other one?
Japan, their internet is totally different from ours. You don't have those TikToks, bitches dancing and shit on Japan's TikTok. You can only get a certain haircut. When you're in school, you get to choose from 6 haircuts, and that's if you're a woman, 3 if you're a boy. You know,
I went to private school. We had a uniform, couldn't wear anything else.
Same thing.
But I just think it's just you have the differences. The core is I believe is the same, but it's outside of that is different.
I think so. However, your North Korean shit is still throwing me. I was able to find correlations between the others, but North Korea is different.
That's absolutely correct, Von Eric. And I'm going to put it to you this way. There are about 18 different flavors of Kool-Aid, but it's all cool.
It's all Kool-Aid, right?
Speaking of, I forgot.
Really, what I'm asking is Kool-Aid healthy and necessary for humans in metaphoric terms, right? If you look at it, what I'm asking is Kool-Aid healthy and necessary for humans?
Okay, tell me this then. Because what about the people that doesn't drink Kool-Aid? They drink Coke. That's not Kool-Aid. That's soda.
I would say that's a form of Kool-Aid.
I would say too, but I'm trying to stay with him and see where he's going. That it's different.
All right. Okay.
That's something outside of Kool-Aid.
All roads lead back to milk. I know.
Someone say road.
Jamaican.
If the Kool-Aid in this analogy is, I think the Kool-Aid is indoctrination or propaganda programming. I think that's what Kool-Aid is being defined as.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's
What
go with
exists
mango.
outside of that, which is what, in order for it to be Coca-Cola, it would have to exist outside of that.
Okay, let's go with what's the mango? What's those drinks they do?
Papaya, mango.
Yeah, it's something that cleans your system. What they call that?
I don't
Cleansing?
know.
Flush.
Cleansing?
Oh god.
Kombucha?
Look at all these motherfuckers. Go Gucci, Palooza, everybody been cleansed. I'm the only motherfucker that had a cleansing. Fuck.
I was waiting
Nope.
for someone to say tits, but
Jump in, Joe Cool. I know you got one.
Right? Why you crying now, Joe? That's everything.
Milk does a body good, you know.
That's true. That's true. but I'm saying outside of the Kool-Aid, outside of the Kool-Aid, right? You say the Kool-Aid, the core of it, you have different flavors, but the core of it is what you point to.
Programming. Yeah.
What about name some outside of Kool-Aid that is healthy? The core of it is healthy.
Healthy and necessary is the question.
What I'm saying is, what are you determining against the Kool-Aid against something else? What are you making determination as far as what do you want to go? Do you want
he was assuming what he was going with was Kool-Aid is inherently unhealthy, as if it presupposes that he has an alternative. And I'm with you, Von Eric. I would assume that anything he had to offer would be another form of Kool-Aid. I think we're thinking the same.
Right.
Would it? Interesting. Well, before I answer to that, can you think of any other alternative on your own or any idea?
I could not have tried. That's not Kool-Aid, because me teaching my kid is me programming him. It begins with Kool-Aid, different flavors.
Right.
How about just looking at nature and seeing nature and how it functions?
Natural.
It's itself. Is nature indoctrinated? Is nature Kool-Aided?
I thought I had you cornered, some bitch, but we may have an argument.
I see nature. Yes, it's indoctrinated to someone that don't want to follow.
No. This may be outside.
Ask the Chinese. That's what you're saying, Von Eric.
But we're going back to health. We'd have to go back to health too, right? The nature shit can be healthy. We know all Kool-Aid is unhealthy. At least we think, or that's where we.
Right. That's what it's been told to us that is unhealthy.
Well, I don't know. When I was born,
who you think Kool-Aid is?
When I was born, I was drinking mother's milk. That was nature.
That's indoctrinated. That's been told to us that is.
I just wonder how much Kool-Aid your mother drank before she.
Speaking of that, Guru, I have a sister, right? She has a cherry birthmark on her cheek, and the reason why she had it because my mom, when she was going to have my sister, she drank like pitchers of Kool-Aid. Cherry Kool-Aid. And my sister came out with a cherry birthmark on her cheek.
Listen, this is YouTube. I assume you're talking about butt cheek. With no receipts, we believe nothing anyone says. I'm going to need to see your sister's butt. Yes, I stepped back in.
Careful what you wish for.
Right. Yeah, we don't
Right,
have
my
any
sister's
bars
truck
up here.
driver.
It's pretty no holds barred. So yeah.
But I'm saying is as far as that saying unhealthy, that's been indoctrinated.
Okay, so let me ask: are all the foxes in the wild, the foxes, the bears, the squirrels,
indoctrinated?
Yeah, are they all indoctrinated?
That's a good question. Right?
What you saying when you saying indoctrinated? What do you think?
Find any way that they're indoctrinated at this point, because my mind is racing. Are they indoctrinated at all? Is there any way they could be indoctrinated?
Yeah, if you see that if they say the fox is good for you.
No, I'm looking the foxes themselves. Are you gonna trying to?
He's indoctrinated.
I'm not going to be suckling on no foxtail by the end of this.
Wow.
All right. Remember where he's at. The fox itself. He is not telling. He's outside of whatever fucking label human has put on it. The squirrel, the so and so. Are they following indoctrination?
Or
Are
nature.
they or are they doing what we're calling nature? And is that unhealthy as anywhere way? Which is where this conversation is going.
I'm trying to see what you mean. What you talk about? What
We follow programming, right? Anything
what
we
you-
said and heard. Are the foxes? Are they following
More-
programming or nature?
More specifically, you could categorize the kind of programming. We call it indoctrination, but more specifically, I would accurately call it domestication.
Oh,
We have all been domesticated out in the wild.
Mhm.
That's why I call it wild, right? Wild means not domesticated. They're out there. They're feralist.
yes.
So is that domesticated? Is that indoctrinated? All these foxes in
would
the
say-
wild?
I would say
No.
I would say the foxes and all of them that live in the hood is indoctrinated because they shouldn't be eating that stuff here.
It still would be nature, bro. It still would be nature. Ain't nobody telling them to do what they're doing with in line in accord with nature. Like the raccoon in my garbage, ain't nobody telling them. It's still natural, right? It's
But
just a different apple tree.
They live free, right? The
No,
ones
they-
that's out there live free. The ones in the zoo, are they indoctrinated?
No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not talking
That
about-
was a good question, though. It got nothing to do with nothing, I don't think, but that's a
I'm
good
not.
question.
I'm not talking about those, and I'm not talking about your pets. Again, I made it clear the ones in the wild.
Your pets.
Yeah, I'm talking about
That's a good distinction.
Just
Wow.
You gotta say that.
Yeah.
talking about the ones that are out there in the bush, in the boonies, running free, like you said. We're born that way, and
No indoctrination. I don't see it. I've looked at it
If
all around.
that would go the same with us if we didn't have if we didn't have things that is told to us and we just rely on nature and to what we know it to be to eat and things like that. That's not indoctrinated, right?
I think he's going in there.
I would concur. Yeah.
Okay, but when it does become indoctrinated is when somebody is implementing something and telling you certain things, right?
I would think so. That's dope.
Right.
Something of the
So-
sort. Yeah.
When you can't opt out, now it's indoctrination. Or
Right.
yeah.
But certain
Make sure you agree with
when you've
certain
been
things that are grown by
captivated.
Is it certain things that is grown by nature not good for you?
Wait. Our indoctrination shit doesn't hold.
Mhm.
Because you can be told to do a thing and still think you're doing freely.
Right.
So that doesn't mean that that you can't still you can opt out. You just don't know any better.
Okay, let me ask this question.
Mhm.
Would it be fair to say indoctrinated is a synonym for manipulated?
All right, let's try that one.
Manipulation to what?
I didn't have any
Is
specifics.
it manipulation? I would that would be, it depends on the person.
And this manipulation, can we assume that it contains a negative connotation
Right.
and doesn't mean I'm manipulating chess pieces just to move shit around?
Exactly. Right.
Let me expand on that to make it more
Because then if
obvious.
that's the case, Guru, you would be indoctrinated because you would be sitting up here manipulating us.
Welcome to my welcome to Gaslight 101. Folks. You figured me out.
You and rights sitting up here playing
Fucking government plans.
You're on to me with those big titties. I'm telling you.
You see how they play mind, put images on the screen to get us to agree with what they say about Eric.
Yeah,
right.
So
Hold on,
flash
guys.
some tits, and we're like, yeah, you're right, Guru. Yeah.
I'll be right back. I got to put R on this video.
Okay.
But funny that I said it in joking. To use it in context,
Mhm.
can you see that indoctrination or domestication, being in the form that it's happened, especially, is really nothing but an utter gaslight that atrophies people ultimately in a dependency-based form from being able to be self-reliant and codependent like the way the rest of nature functions freely to do.
I believe you so much that I don't believe that it can even be coincidental at this point. Some smart motherfucker had to plan it. This gaslight, as you called it, it's a big plan. It would have to be.
Government to me is nothing but the most utmost, this form of government. It is the ultimate gaslight amongst the people.
You're a bad guy. You're even evil. Should be kicked out the country or locked up if you disagree with these simple things that we're telling you. Everyone should pay a fine when they run a red light. If you disagree, you should go to jail, and you're a bad person. Ultimate gaslight.
Right.
And I took it to police on purpose.
Okay, so now here's an interesting question then. If you're being gaslighted, whose responsibility is it to, number one, figure out you're being gaslighted? Number two, decide what to do about that?
Mine.
Whose responsibility is it?
Ooh, I got it.
Mine.
Mine, me.
I
Now-
didn't hear the question. Wife just walked in. I'm sorry. Could you repeat it before we get too far? I'm sorry.
It's me.
No, you missed the boat. Come through.
I missed the boat.
Fuck it, we can finish talking, man. We can
We
finish
both listened.
Wasn't that right?
The question was, rights. Were you paying attention? What was the question?
Well, it's me. It's my obligation.
Okay, what was the question? Not the answer.
Well, the question was, I forgot. I was so excited about saying me. I finally got the right answer.
Let's go round table here. Who wants to take a crack at it? Von Eric, do you remember what the question was?
Who's the responsibility when you see that you're being gaslighting or gaslighting is occurring?
Dope.
Very good. Very good.
It's
Pay
clearly
attention, Mr. Big Thumbs. Learn from
It's-
your colleagues around here.
it's clearly the YouTube personality's responsibility to take care of me when I've been gaslighting. So I would say it's Wright's responsibility to stop them from gaslighting me.
Yeah, so well, it's a two-part question. Whose responsibility is it to figure out that they're being gaslighting, and also
That's the better
to-
part of the question.
to decide what to do about that after the fact? Whose responsibility?
Whose responsibility is it to figure out about
Me.
that part?
Mine.
Me. Yeah.
Listen, it is just as equal my responsibility to help you figure out your gaslighting shit too.
Hmm?
I would-
Fundamentally, who does it have to start with?
Now
fundamentally.
you changing. Now you changing the goalpost. You went.
Thank you.
I absolutely am changing the goalpost. I am absolutely gaslighting the shit of you people to show you whose responsibility is in action, live as we
Right.
speak.
Well, since you
Correct.
did go that way, it would be with Wrights and Joe Cool and James said.
We're saying different shit.
Right.
Oh,
I
I'm
think
saying
they are saying it is
Uh-huh.
incumbent upon you. I am
Right.
saying just as sure as it incumbent upon you to change your shit, and I'm sorry, just the first part, not to change it, but to enlighten, figure it out. Thank you. It is just as much inherently my job to do it for you, to ungaslight you the same way I ungaslight myself. They're 100% equal.
I agree with so far. I'm agreeing with everyone.
Oh, that shit sound good.
he's gaslighting.
Oh, gaslight me.
We all got to fix and maintain the roads together. I'm going to speak to Dan here. Thanks for your contribution, Dan. I appreciate it.
Hey, Guru, I think you just agree with me. Even though you don't agree with me, I think you just did. If it is all our responsibilities, then it is not just yours.
Absolutely.
right.
My position is it's an individual responsibility.
My position. I'm
that
sorry.
transmutes into a shared responsibility.
All right, I dig it. My proposition, it is a shared responsibility that transmutes into an individual responsibility. Whether it is or not is a good argument.
You're gonna have
everybody because
you're
like
gonna-
what Joe Cool said, and I remember what Wright said. Wright was thankful for you for showing him, which matched what Joe Cool saying, and showing
Right.
him the way. And it thinks now it
Right.
was his responsibility to listen and take in and say, you know what, I'm gonna follow those words. I'm gonna follow those
Right.
actions.
And what did I have to do myself before I could share any of that?
Yeah, but it still fits with Joe Cool saying. Joe Cool, you just proved Joe Cool's point because you took upon yourself to teach rights.
Well, his is inverted from mine. It starts with the self, right? It's a self responsibility that becomes a shared responsibility.
They are
he's saying it's shared. Here's where there's going to be a challenge.
Yeah.
Here's where there's going to be a challenge. What do you do when an individual is not interested in taking that responsibility, either for themselves or for shared?
I don't understand. They must take that responsibility for
Fuck
themselves.
you, Joe. I don't care about what you have to
Also-
say. I don't want to listen
Okay.
to you. You're just full of shit. You're a wing nut. You've got
All right.
tinfoil
All right.
hat,
It doesn't
blah, blah,
change the fact that it is still your responsibility and still mine. So that means even though you're pig-headed, I must continue to come back from time to time and try to help you ungaslight
But
you.
he did.
No, wait, hold on
He
there.
did show actions of responsibility. His responsibility didn't match up with yours.
No, wait a minute, guys. Hold on. When Guru started talking to me, he seen something in me because he knew I was a coming next.
He
I
was
didn't like,
gaslighting you.
Right.
wait a
The
minute.
first question I ever asked him was his bra size. That set the stage.
Okay. Go ahead.
Mhm.
I could have it.
The second thing is I showed him my titties.
Okay.
You said when
but
Guru
no,
came
seriously,
along. Yeah.
because I was interesting about the gaslighting, I took advantage of it. Says, hey, all right, I want to learn more, and he did. He showed me more.
So
Right.
again, it was
But
on
there's
both
other people
y'all.
out there.
You're proving my point
You're
that
proving his point,
without
right.
both of
Yeah,
you,
right.
it does not happen.
Right. Exactly.
Yes.
But
yes.
I've seen people that I've talked to, and I told them the same thing that Guru said, and they just like, screw you, and leave.
Yeah.
You're not
and
as,
their- and
you're
their
not as charming as
responsibility
Guru.
Yeah, if you went to him and said,
Oh,
"Dude,
Joe,
you're
I like you, buddy. Yeah.
My
All right.
titties are a little bit either nicer
Right,
than yours.
Guru
Yeah,
is more
dude,
attractive.
you told me this.
You know,
What? Dude,
I listen- Joe, cool, you're going to knock me down to first grade. I'm up to second grade already. Now you're gonna knock me
Right, I
down to
was
first
trying to
grade.
go up.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks.
This is the first clue you can go back grades
Oh,
all the way to
fuck.
kindergarten.
but I just think their responsibility is, are they going to accept it or not? They're
Right.
Right.
And that's why fundamentally it starts with self. The individual has to make a choice for themselves, and we're all doing this by default. You're making we got choices till we're blue in the face all day long in life, but the one thing that you don't have a choice about is to make a choice. You're always making a choice, and one of those choices that you can make, this is one of the qualities of humans, I guess, is to deny what's healthy, to deny your own what's in line with your own nature, if you want. And people are doing this,
Right.
and that's where it's got to start with self-recognition of that, right? The will, the want to, and the want to be open to that is where it has to start. Okay?
We also I think even maybe before that they'd have to even know what in line with nature is before they could make that determination that that's what they want. Yeah, right. Most people don't
Yes,
even know
there
in
has to
line with
be-
nature even as a thing.
Yes.
Right.
So there has to be
I
something
believe-
there.
I believe it's subjective. I believe Kool-Aid is good because water is in it.
Because water is what bad?
So water's in it.
Because water is in it. You
Because
need
water is in it.
I'm gonna keep drinking water, and you keep drinking Kool-Aid for the next 20 years, and let's see
Drink
how
that fluoride,
we,
baby. Drink.
be fair.
Drink that fluoride. Drink that fluoride.
Now, for those who are closed-minded and aren't interested in listening to the other side, I'm with Von Erich. Please drink your Kool-Aid. We'll help add different flavors and sugars to it. We'll help make your path of attrition as comfortable as possible.
Yes, I only caught the ass end of that, but it sounds like we'll offer a better slave plantation.
Yeah, or one that's we'll give you Prozac and Adderall and what's the pain killing one that's common? I forget what it's called.
Norcos or opiates and shit.
Right. We'll give you painkillers to numb
Oxys
to numb the agony of your demise from the path that you're pursuing to go down, just to make it a little less obvious to you and give you a superficial band-aid scapegoat to excuse really getting to the root of responsibility. So you don't have to think about that. We've got your solutions covered all the way across the board for you.
Listen, we are so in your interest of doing this thing that we will make it legal where you must be able to get these drugs and no one can stop you. And in fact, if anyone tries to offer you a substitute that may be inferior or poisoned or something, we'll take care of all of that. We're going to make sure that you have a source to come and get this always. Because we love you. Because we love you so fucking much.
That's right. You're so important to us. We need you so much. You have so much value, and
we'll always be there for you.
You're basically my God, and so it's my obligation and responsibility to take care of you. It always was. I need to spoon feed you. I need to serve you. I need to make sure that you have the comforts and the best of life, and So make sure you sign up for my welfare check, because that's what you deserve.
And
he died after the Kool-Aid. Oh well, we didn't know him that much.
The fuck, who died?
I think it's the ingredients of the Kool-Aid, folks. I think we just need to try add a little more aspartame. That'll help us.
Put some wine in it.
Yeah.
We need to hire some experts. I know some guys, they'll determine what's best to put in it.
That's right.
You got to pay me. They don't work for free.
See, now we hire experts. Look what it's going. We've been dictated. we've been
It's for your interest, bro. Stop being selfish. This helps everybody, not just
That's
you.
right. That's right. It's society says
this is beneficial. Listen, I can prove you're wrong. I'm going to get this guy. He's an expert. He's been at Fauci.
Okay.
Come here. He's going to tell you exactly what doctors, you tell him what's good for him, man. In fact, wait, I'm going to one step further. If you don't listen to this guy, it's illegal, and I'm going to lock your ass up for your own good. Yeah. Get plenty of these.
Right.
Experts say so.
I'm surprised nobody brought up another one point that is very common that I hear in this discussion all the time. Maybe because we didn't get too far into the different ways of functioning outside and whatnot, but a lot of people they'll say this. Well, there's always going to be somebody who takes a leadership role. There's always going to be somebody who presents themselves as authority. In other words, it's always going to lead back to the same structure, that box structure that they currently are present.
I've heard that argument, but I'm not sure that as we're defining things so far that just because someone takes a leadership role, it's the Kool-Aid and all of that shit. That's more in tune with nature as far as we're going. And I don't see why it can't be so far.
Well, here's the thing. This is why I presented this earlier as well. People seem to have a very difficult time distinguishing between what's called a leader and a ruler.
Right. I would say that this whole thing, I'm backing up a little bit, argues my point that you must help the other motherfucker in nature as much as you help yourself or we were
Mhm.
going with that shit.
Okay, let's break that down then. Let's
Yeah.
break the differences down. Leader and ruler. What's the difference?
Yeah. Let's start with
Opt
this.
out. Opt
Are the-
out.
Are the people in government, as we speak, in this form of government that we see, are those people leaders or rulers?
Rulers.
I'm hard pressed to find a leader. That one's rough.
And,
No,
and
because
how,
they give up. Go on.
how many people do you know amongst society, quote unquote, identifies and in reference to these government people as leaders versus rulers?
So
Well-
within our system, who's the leader? The president, and who's the ruler? Congress?
Okay,
None of them
answer
are
that
leaders.
question.
Well, sorry, I give it away. That's my
Right.
position.
That's what I was doing. You just gave
Right,
I got the answer.
You know,
I got the answer, Guru. I got the answer.
You're fired, rights. Go back to kindergarten.
Golly. Go ahead. Go ahead. Kuta.
I had more convolution to throw into it with the leadership shit. The guy who becomes who takes a, what do we say, leadership role? If a guy takes a leadership role, oh, girl, fuck. I wanted to finish Guru shit. That was what I was gonna say after that. I wanted to have something to add to your shit too, Guru. No way I remember what you were saying. After that, I wanted to say the guy who takes the leadership role is. All right, I'm losing. It'll come. to
What
me
you were
soon as
saying
one answer.
earlier, maybe that's what it was, and I think you were on the right track totally, where the consent comes into the equation.
Yeah,
That's a big
yeah.
part of it.
I wanted to, whatever you were saying, I wanted to try to tie that guy, who I still think is a good guy, taking a leadership role into community. Is he really a leader? Are there any such things as a leader? And I thought, actually, the only leaders I can think of don't consider themselves leaders. They'd be leaders by their actions. Like these are some of these guys who are out here auditing or whatever. Some of them and most of them would not consider themselves leader, but they are me what leaders are. And can I find any in Congress and shit like that? They can't be leader.
Yeah, I'm going to take that and go ahead, Wrights. Go ahead.
I'm kind of confused here. Is not the government rulers?
I think
Yes.
we
One
agree.
is the government.
They are.
Is the president?
I
the
think we
ruler,
agree
or-
with that. Yeah,
and
I'm gonna-
Congress
They are.
leaders?
They are.
Which one?
rulers. We think all of them are
All-
rulers,
all of
right?
them are rulers.
The cops.
That's all they do is they write rules all day long.
Okay, I'm right about that. Okay.
At the
Yeah.
post office is
But
your
as far as
ruler.
the-
I can
Go ahead.
prove it to you because if you go up there and she tells you to get out because she don't like the color of your jacket, some armed men will come in and kick you out simply on her word and worse. She's
So,
your ruler.
To take what you're saying,
President doesn't write laws though, so he doesn't write rules.
Oh, that was all right. That was your question. Who is
Yeah,
the ruler?
president
Because
doesn't write rules. So
Yeah.
so is the president
He's-
the leader,
he's a-
or is he
no,
the,
he's-
or he's the ruler?
he's a ruler
He's a-
too.
he's part of the ruling class. He's
Yeah.
a Muppet. His role is as an executive sign off. That's what he does. Right? He
Or
just
take
signs
it
off
over-
That
people.
would be,
Take it over to the-
that would be considered a ruler then.
Yeah,
Yes.
no, take it over to your take it over to your monarchy and shit like that. You're asking who would be the queen and who would be the
Right.
duke and the earl and shit
Right.
like that. But we
Right.
we realize we're still talking about monarchy. Yeah.
Right.
Mhm.
I have another
So-
question.
So I'm saying, Joe Cool, you are an activist. Are you a leader or are you a ruler within the activist as far as your position in society? Which you
I
do?
could not be a ruler because I actively am against such a thing. I fight such a thing on a daily, and I'm active in my own life.
Right.
Not to be a ruler. So maybe you guys, that may be subjective to you, but no, I'm no fucking ruler. And I as much
disagree.
as much as let's go back to it, as much as I think I am not a leader by definition, I am, I think,
Right.
just because my channel was so popular.
Right.
But God, no, I don't think I'm a leader, right?
By
Another-
definition, as far as under the system that we live in, you will be considered a leader. Correct.
Right.
Right. Well, there's another aspect of, even in the same context or definition, another form of leadership that is often misunderstood and not seen because people are delegating that idea outwards. Joe is ruling himself, and Joe is leading himself and exempling that to others. Totally the other side of the equation.
That's my whole thing in life nowadays, or at least a big aspect of it, is to rule yourself. I'm on this big kick now where as I'm criticizing a motherfucker, I immediately turn it on to me and say, how can I improve myself on that shit? I lose what even the fuck I'm thinking and shit as I'm criticizing you. You know what? Your problem is you're too sensitive to so-and-so. When it comes out of my mouth now, I've already turned it around me and I see my sensitivities and where my faults are. To rule myself is what I'm trying to do. Yeah.
I think Jane wanted to say something. I think Jane wanted to say something.
If we have rulers, who are the leaders? The police officers?
Great question.
They will be considered within the system that we're.
They're certainly considered leaders. Are there any of them, by our standards and definitions, leaders?
Nope.
Even the one?
Nope.
Not in a free society like Guru want. No.
No, in our society right now,
in our society, they are leaders.
Is there anyone in society who, and I meant, I guess, more structured society, I don't want to give it away, but do we have any leaders in society? And who would they be? The cops are leaders, not rulers, not rulers, leaders.
You don't think the cops are rulers?
Well, they're telling us what to do, right? I think they're leaders and rulers. They're telling you to do it, or come on, I want to show you something.
Define leader for us, then.
Yeah.
Well, leader is when you usually follow somebody.
No,
you
that's a follower.
Footsteps. Huh?
Define leader, not follower. We know what a follower is.
The reason why I would say they're ruler because they are rule. I'm sorry. The reason why I would say they are leaders because they follow in the direction of what the ruler has put in place.
Thank you.
Okay, so there's an aspect.
Right.
Let's. I was going to bring this to context earlier when Joe was getting at something here. Let's just bring it down to us here right now. Since almost the beginning here, you can see there's been an aspect of me sort of taking a leading role here in the directional flow of the conversation.
I'd agree with that. Yes.
And asking questions for everybody and guiding that and so on and so forth. So I'm having a leading role.
Any chance he was a ruler today?
Right.
No
Have I been a ruler today?
If I sniffed it, I would have disengaged immediately. If he was trying to be authoritative and shit, I'd rebel instantly. I think all of us would. I know I'm a bad kid.
So there's two aspects that makes the difference here in this dynamic. One is from my part and one is from your part. What is it?
Did I miss something?
Yeah, there's two aspects of the dynamic here that makes it a very clear distinction between authoritarian type over leadership type. And one part of that aspect is on my end, and the other is on everybody else's end.
A leader shows you what to do, and the other one tells you what to do, forces you what to do.
I like your definition, but it's not aligned with what he's thinking.
Leader presents the option for observation, and the others are consenting to participate in that option for observation. There's no force involved. Everybody's free to contribute as they see fit. Nobody has to be here. Nobody has to contribute. And at the same time, there's even a subtle dictatorship going on here and a partnership as well with Rights and I, because we ultimately have the ability to decide who can be up here and who can't as well.
I want to go into that deeply when you say observation. What is being presented of what they're observing? Because you keep using it, you're using that word, and I just want to go deeper with them to try to see where your heart is when you're saying observation.
When I present something, it's like I put something on the table. I have an idea or an opinion or a truth or something, and I put it on the table and say, "Here it is. This is the parameter. It's either a question or a dynamic or whatever it is. I put it on the table and then I shut up and everybody else gets to look
I
at it,
present it
observe
to
it.
you to look at. It's for
Okay.
observation.
Okay.
Right.
And that those observations, is what you call it, could also illusions to sway your way or your thinking to go a certain way to conversation.
Undoubtedly they are, as with
Okay.
every word out of every man's mouth, in my opinion.
Okay. All right.
And there's variables on my goal is to be objective and also to propagate the idea to be objective as well, of open-mindedness, and so everybody is comfortable and free to put that for view, and then we can look at it together objectively and say, with the foundation, is this healthy, is that not healthy, are these results that we've seen, and then come to maybe a better understanding and we learn something and grow together.
I got a better one to back you up on that. You offer both parties would say that they offer that. Both parties, they would tell you the same thing. I'm letting you be objective. I'm showing you and letting you make your own decisions. So we will have to judge which one is true to their word. Guru, of course, has left plenty room and all room for reasoning. We've been allowed to go back and with everything, and he's had to reason back and forth. Whereas the authoritarian figure, we didn't really have a say so. It had to be what they would have wanted. And in fact, certain avenues could not have even been allowed to be explored.
Right, and to the demise of the authoritarian as well. Everybody loses in that environment. It's just not healthy, right?
That's good, bro.
Here's the biggest
leaders. That is,
yes, and here's the biggest problem. Getting a little more closer now to why I see it's unhealthy to function in your current societal structures.
That was dope too, bro. That was dope.
And where I see in some experiences outside of it are much more healthy and not destructive. One thing that is common denominator is in your current structure, it doesn't leave room for the fluidity aspect of nature.
Of nature or anything.
Or anything.
Fluid.
It's the opposite. It's the idea of allowing for fluidity is dangerous. We have to constrict it out of fear, and so you know we got to impose more controls and rules, and then all of a sudden you pay $30 to flush the toilet by the end of the day. You know, that's
now
how
you're
that
making
goes.
me wonder how fluid. I got to compare. You know, your
balance.
fluidity.
Great.
Yeah.
Balance is the key. Yes, balance is key, and that's the problem. You can go outside of the equation on either, and yes, there could be unhealthy aspects on that side too. So it's a question of balance. And this is where, you know, we're getting more into the spiritual side of where do we use for a compass guide to have that balance, to guide us and leave that room for growth,
discernment,
have tough love, discernment. Yes.
Which one of the two offers us leaves room for our discernment?
Right.
One does not, and one does.
Right. Absolutely. Ultimately, discernment is the starting point, and if that's taken away from you, you're on a path of destruction and extinction.
You're being occupied, and you don't even know it. I mean, in every sense, I guess, but certainly in the
you're being ruled upon.
You're being ruled upon. Your territory is being occupied by someone who's telling you what to do, and you know you don't want to do it, but you must, or else you'll get beat up.
Stunting and staggering and your growth, your room to breathe and grow and function and be healthy. It stunts that, creates atrophy, and it creates arrested development.
Yes. What does it say? Again, I'm back to these people must be insidious. What does it say about someone who, when you want to exercise your discernment and try certain things, they will not allow it to the point where you are not even hurting anyone. However, I will beat you and lock you up and all of those things. You're just like collecting, I don't know, rainwater or gardening in your own backyard type of shit.
Right.
What does it say about someone who will beat you and take your money? Who over that shit? It says these are bad fucking guys, no matter how you look at it.
Sure.
That the gang in my neighborhood has similar rules. If I told you my gang, when you come in, you must pay a fee. If you don't, they beat you up, smash your windows, snatch you out the car, and electrocute you. You'd be like, where are the police to get all of these thugs? It's the same exact rules that seem so feasible, so fucking acceptable or seeable once you put a badge on them. Suddenly is you can follow all of it. It makes sense now. But when you put a badge on it, now it's supposed to make sense.
Right. Like all of a sudden it justifies me.
Right.
No, it doesn't. That's the gaslight again.
That's the
Ultimate
gaslight.
So
what's the next question, Guru? You got another question?
No, actually, it's more towards just the discovery now, going more towards discovery of the paths of the options that are outside.
Well, let me be
the
a
box.
bad guy. Fuck that. We can divert. That's the good thing about Guru. I have the ability to opt out, and I want to change to some shit. And Guru, don't you say nothing, because of course I'm on some bullshit. Von Erich, all these things we've said tonight, I think we're on to something. And we're gonna need a leader, an idea man, to get us started on this new this thing we're doing. Our new, I don't want to label it yet.
You're leading to my next point. Get out of here.
Okay. Von Erich, we're giving you the leadership role. Tell me some of the things that you do in this new society, some of the standards and shit you set.
I'm going to pause you just to point something out before you do that. Pressing pause here. You see what just happened?
It's a dictatorship. You see it? He's one of them.
You see what just happened? You see what just happened? What just happened is, like earlier I was saying, okay, at the moment I had more of a leadership role, but here's where the balance of fluidity comes in. Just because I did then, it's for that moment. Here's an example. It's transitioning.
Fluidity, yeah.
Right. Joe is now presenting to change roles, and at any other moment, it could be two people, it could be all of us. The dynamic there, as long as there's room for fluidity in function, things flow smoothly, and we have also the breathing room to make mistakes and learn.
Fluidity, therefore, is a good red flag. Like someone said, if the people who enforce the laws refuse to obey them, they are occupying force. And I always try to remember that. And that would be a good one. A good red flag for you being occupied is how fluid are you allowed to be?
Right.
What type of fluidity?
Constricting me?
Yes.
For instance,
just to test the theory, for instance, you tell me that you can do what you ever want. I'm free. I'm going to go in a park, strip naked, and sing at the top of my voice. No one comes and beat me up. They might be telling the truth. If someone comes and beats me up, if it's stripping naked and shit in the park, my fluidity has been hampered, and I should watch out.
Yeah, there's something to deal with for sure.
But you said, you said that you had took, basically you saying that you had took a leadership when it coming to, but then after you was done, Joe Cool came in and took a leadership, right? Took the leadership.
Not even when I was done. I mean, it can interchange at any moment, right?
That was dope,
right?
Bro.
It's not like there's this thing where that's a set in stone way. It's the fluidity aspect is the beautiful part of it's allowed to take its course, and it ends up being whatever makes the most sense to people. Generally speaking, the standing authority will be whoever might have the most experience on its particular thing for that moment, right?
But I see you. I see what you're saying, and you're saying this by when you use that word fluid, it's just an open flow. It's no things that is.
It can change, and think of it in form of the government. How much can you change?
Right. Wouldn't let's just say we bear off and people bear off? Wouldn't it have to take people to be on one accord? Like what Joe Cool just said, as far as he want to come out, be naked. But everybody else who was used to or come out with a system that they was a part of would not look at it in that way. But something must be established, a focal point must be established for people to know and understand, so that fluid will keep running evenly.
So you mean like in terms of an education? Is that what you're saying?
Well,
There
not,
needs-
not as educate, not well. When you say education, I'm speaking not.
I wasn't
on
talking about
the
school.
system.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
not on the academic way, but on a spiritual way. Yes.
Yeah,
On a
yeah.
spiritual way, yes.
It comes back to that fluidity thing again, because people are on their own paths.
Right.
You know, some people are they've only been born and living for 10 years and they've only seen
Right.
so many things. There's just so many different things to the dynamic.
Right.
And so it has to be fluid in all senses in order for it to be healthy.
What's
So-
all senses? Break
in
the
the-
all
in-
senses down.
Very good.
Because
So
everybody does not. Everybody has senses, but everybody may not be on the same senses. Let's go with chakras. I might be on the red chakra, you might be on the yellow chakra. So
I
Right.
think the whole
So-
thing of fluidity means that must be allowed for.
yes, and also there needs to be room for consent and then disengagement. So
Right,
in other
I
words, if
understand
I
that.
don't,
don't you still, Guru, have to have something, a main principle established, that even though we all have
Consent.
chakras, you may be on different chakras, it's still a focal point that we should
Uh,
a God
consent,
consent.
consent,
Oh, consent.
yes,
Okay,
consent.
okay, let's go with consent. What do you mean?
right? As long as it's consensual. So in other words, if I don't want to engage or be part of this group anymore, I can leave, and nobody's going to kill me by
Okay.
doing so, right?
Okay.
So as long as it's a consensual arrangement by all parties involved, and then there's breathing room to disengage if it gets too out of balance for them or whatnot. Then there's room for observation, growth, objective viewing, and so on and so forth. And then it comes down to the individual to take responsibility to do so, and individuals if they're doing something in group form.
So Joe Cool wants to run around naked, and
Mhm.
half of the people in there says they're not against it. What should we do? Because let's just say more than half. Let's just say
Mhm.
60% says they don't like that. So what should be the vote, or should it be okay? Y'all 60%.
no. It's fluid. So far they can say what they want. So you haven't changed the dynamic so far. It's still fluid.
Right.
Go ahead. You say, what if they say
Okay,
they don't like it?
they
I'm still
say they
running
don't
around
like-
naked.
they
They're
want
saying
that-
we
they
don't like
want-
that. System's
Right.
still fluid. Yeah.
They want something to put in place that it will be, because now the fluid is skipping.
Yes,
It's
I
different.
I see what you're saying,
Right.
and this is the thing, right? So okay, so
Mhm.
there's 5 people, and
Mhm.
they have a function. Establish this beforehand. In this group,
Right. Mhm.
are we going to have nudity or not?
Oh, okay.
And
Mhm.
and if the answer is yes, those who want to be a part of the group with nudity stay. Those who don't want to be a part of those who want to be a part of nudity stay. Those who don't want to be a part of nudity don't stay
Stay with the group, or
with the group.
let's just say with a piece of land, and just say we carve out a piece of land that you can walk nudity all along. But people may say, I don't believe people should just. But Joe Cool said, nah, I just don't
Ruling
walk nude
rule-
at certain. I want to walk nude if I come to
ruling
a meeting.
over land, ruling over land,
No,
ruling over
I'm saying-
land
I'm saying-
is
I'm
never
saying-
healthy and never in line.
What
with
if
proper
What if we have that? We say the clothed people will stay here. You
Right.
can opt out, and the naked people
Yeah.
here, and
Yeah.
my
Right.
naked ass
There's
walks
room
into
for
your
all.
closed
Right, right,
society.
Exactly. Right.
Yes.
So
There's room
that's
for
what.
all.
So because you're talking about something that has been established, I'm talking about something that has not been established yet. But so we have to have something in place to keep that water, because sometimes that water is going to skip. It's something going to come in.
All right.
And go ahead.
I would have said we built the same thing. I don't know if there's a lot different from Guru. I would say we built it on do no harm. And
Definitely.
whatever a motherfucker does, say do no harm, not depriving the property. They're allowed to do what they do.
You said
I think
you said do no harm. That's a broad word.
What you're trying to do here is you're trying to establish a hive for life environment here. And that too is also not a healthy ideology.
Guru. Now, see, I was wanting to take over and you're ruining everything I had planned.
Fuck you and your dystopian nightmare, Joe.
You're ruining everything I had planned. You're spilling all the beans.
All right, I'll shut up.
Yeah, we got to shift, right? We got to shift. You are fuck what Guru's talking about.
Yeah, forget it. I'm not saying anything.
Yes, we're back to we need to build a society. We're back to we need leaders and we won't accept rulers. We are giving it to you. You rule nothing, but we are giving it to you because you've proven yourself. So we're giving you the authority to set some of the rules and boundaries. We respect you. We're probably going to adhere to them. What are some of the common systems, sensibilities of what? Where do we begin? What do we do? You're the leader. Everybody's looking to you for leadership. Sucks. No one wants to be leader, but you sold us on this fucking idea, this new civilization. We're all out here. What the fuck do? We got a lot of bread, even though you might not want to have us to have money in the society. You tell us, what do we do?
This is all you guys right now. I'm playing on them roads with Dan.
Yeah, we got to get to the roads. So I'm assuming you're going to be on roads. I was on the Von Erich. I'm assuming we got to be on roads.
If it says they established me as a leader?
Yes, we have established you as a leader, and we got bread and resources. Tell us what to do, man.
Oh man.
Sam, I don't want you as leader no more.
Oh man. You're
like, oh fuck, bro, man.
Because it's a lot to take. There's a lot to do.
I know, but you're a leader. Image is everything.
Well, yeah. Don't get me wrong.
Stick your check out. What do we do?
Damn. Don't get me wrong.
That's what I want to hear. I'm a hamlet.
I got God.
Excommunicado.
I got God.
Excommunicado.
But I'm gonna have to. First of all, as a leader, I have to understand the people, my people that I'm leading.
I love it. That's a great answer.
Yeah, where the background they come from.
Well, I don't know if that's relevant as of yet. You've sold us. We're from diverse backgrounds. You've sold us on this idea that we need to disengage from the government. Damn it, we brought out to all this land. We got wood, supplies, carpenters, doctors. What the fuck do we do?
Yeah, but if they, even though they may have different diverse background, let's just say the core of that background is like a guru. So I know I would have to go this way and implement laws and regulations. And
all you know is so far about these people that they have in common is that they're all willing to give you a chance because you sold them on the government is authoritarian shit, the shit we've been talking about tonight. Guru got shot in the leg. You're on your own.
Well, if Guru got shot in the leg, if he got shot in the leg, his mind still worked. So
no, fuck that.
So blow their heads off before they steal them titties from my hands.
But I will implement a system that I spoke of before. It's a freedom system that goes by contracts. So as long as I will start off with that, and then as time grow, I will see how the people minds are growing and their mind, body, and souls and things like that. And then that will have me as far as putting things in place. I know I will have to have other people under me as leaders to structure and make sure everything is carried out in a freedom manner. But my thing will be, because I'm a libertarian, I like libertarianism, is the freedom and contracts. That would be my main focal point.
I could pose another question here for
I want to say, hold on. I want to get involved in this too.
Everybody understands this leadership. No, I
got rights too here now. Come on,
not everyone a little too well today.
It's fluid, right? Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, I like fluid.
No, you do.
I sure do every time. That's good to the last drop when I get done.
Oh, snap.
I love the confidence it brings to people.
Now, if I had to become a leader, first thing I would do is I get people who are willing to listen to me. Go on the table,
Everybody,
find out.
that's a given. We've all been agreed to listen to you. That's a given.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, you guys. Yeah, I know. When I talk
No,
to
no,
guys,
the
leave.
whole
I know.
community. You got thousands of motherfuckers. We've all agreed
Okay.
to listen to you. So I'll give you that. What else?
All right. First thing I would do is I would talk to people who's carpenters, who electricians, who's plumbers, whatever.
Okay.
Talking on the table, spread out piece of paper, start drawing out what we want to do. Have a little, voting little thing. Who wants to do what they can do, how they can do it. You know what I mean? And
I
implement
dig it. Our leader has implemented a voting system. I dig it. Keep going.
Mhm.
I'm just
and execute and then execute. That's all. That's it. Just see what happens.
I don't
people
want a voting system.
Well, thanks a lot. How else am I going to find out if they want it or not?
Well, I just expressed it. I don't want one. And I
Well, then
stand for 98% of the people because I said so.
Well, then go to Biden. Then. What the hell? Well, I mean, if you're not willing to work together, why would I need you?
Bingo. Oh, you just hit some nail on the head right there.
Remember you sold us on we're getting rid of authority and all of that shit. I think Guru has sensed when you vote, you might be about to recreate the shit that you're trying to get rid of.
Well, no, you got to make sure that everybody's agree with you. I mean, you just can't have one person. Yeah.
Consent.
Right.
That's
exactly.
Consent.
You got to find out who doesn't want it, who wants it.
All right. Do I have everybody's permission to put the seed for thought here?
Yeah, that's
I'm even asking for
permission. You just made me fucking hungry saying seed for thought. What the fuck is that about?
Have some milk. Have some milk.
Okay. This is how I see it. There is a true dichotomy in life. You either have cooperation or you have a forced environment. And if it's a forced environment, it's unhealthy. If it's cooperation, you have competition or cooperation. Look at it that way. Sorry, that's a better way to put it. You're either competing or cooperating. And if you're competing, it's to your own demise. If you're cooperating, everything can go smoothly.
Now, what do you mean by competing? How can you compete with somebody that's doing the same thing you are?
If you're competing, you're against each other. If you're cooperating, you're not against each other.
I don't understand that. Competing means when you're competing, you're trying to outdo the other person.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm thinking.
Yeah, he said, why would someone compete with them if we in the same system, especially in a system that's free? Why would we compete against each other?
Can't be breaking it down to this basic shit. Apparently, most basic shit. Apparently, just anything that falls under that competition shit is the poison pill that separates everything.
In other words, he doesn't want it. He doesn't want to do it. In other words,
in other words, not just he don't want to do it. If it's in the system, your system will fail. I think he's even saying that.
If you don't have cooperation, it's over before it started.
In other words, one bad apple in a barrel will tear up the other apple.
No, I guess technically, technically, he is saying if the system is built where me and you have to compete, doesn't make us per se a bad apple, but if we're competing for the position, for the car, I don't know what the fuck you compete for in a system.
And it's not even a system. It's fundamentally just a consequence of what happens by the chosen individuals. If people are cooperating with each other, they're going in one direction. If they're competing with each other, they're going in another direction. Which one do you think is healthy?
Oh, you're talking about someone, but then they may turn it into a competing with one another.
If two people are agreeing to compete together, then that's cooperation.
Right. So because I'm saying Rice is saying, why would anybody compete with one another if we in a free society system, we are working together as one? Why would we be competing? I guess let's look at the term competing, because the way you put it, the way you put it is, we competing to help each other.
Who got the best house?
Right,
we're in that society, but
which
all
is
help the
rooted. Yeah, it's rooted in cooperation.
Cooperation, right? But,
Foundation.
but we're competing if we're cooperating, and we all built Guru a house. Now we're building my house, and I'm the guy that I need an extra bedroom. I want my house to be better than Guru's, and suddenly it turned into a competition.
Right. Now, if it's we're competing, well, I'm big muscle man and I'm ruling over this the
Right.
land because I said so, and you go ahead and try and compete with me, and then it's going to be whoever beats each other to a pulp and doesn't die is the one who gets to be king of the hill, until someone else comes along and knocks them off, and then it's just a battle all the way to extinction. That's not healthy. So cooperation is where you can figure out, hey, there's no need to be violent at all. Why would we want to think of doing that? We need everybody to be healthy and improve themselves and want to have the best of everything, because it makes sense now. It makes sense that we all should have the best, because it gives us more. It enables us better and to have more ability to cooperate better and function better for the benefit of everybody.
We're back to my shit saying it is super important that we put the other motherfucker first. I mean, they would have to be equally as important. But for this to work, our mentality is my obligation to help other people.
Could you say that competition is more like greedy person because he wants an extra room?
It would be, yeah.
What else
and
could it be?
Yeah.
Okay.
And now let's further explore that. In what situation would a person need to start thinking like that?
Okay, I'm trying to avoid the obvious.
That's a good one.
You don't need to.
When things get
avoid
tough.
the obvious.
What's that? What'd you say, Lady Jane?
I shouldn't say when people need to think like that, but when will people think like that? When
Yeah,
things get
when
tough,
will.
they get greedy.
Right? When do people get greedy? Why do people get greedy? Fundamentally speaking, what spawns that type of thinking and action?
There's a million things, right, that is going to pop in your head first. It's what you following, what you've been taught. You're following what you saw on TV, everything you've ever learned. You're echoing your society, your environment.
What is
That's
it?
just for starters. That's just for starters. What?
Yeah, go more fundamental. What is it that they've been taught and learned?
Indoctrination.
Me.
Why? Why me?
I don't know why me. That could be part of fucking nature. I'm not sure why me.
Can you survive if you don't?
If you don't me,
Mm-hmm.
you can survive better if you don't me.
Not in that environment.
Excuse me?
In that environment, in the corporate environment.
Oh.
Yeah, we're talking about back to what
no.
people have been taught here, right? Not outside.
Yes, right.
Wow.
It does seem like a poison pill. Right?
Work is war, is it not?
And I'm trying to find an example. I'm down to teachers and shit. I'm trying to find anyone who competes, and
I'm going to knock that guy out of the CEO office. I'm going to take his job. I'm going to do everything in the world to get rid of him. It's
Right.
me or nobody else.
Right.
about-
Survival of the fittest.
what about competition among doctors and scientists? We're leaving the me out of it. Is competition still a poison pill? First of all,
What's the incentive?
to help people, to make
that
them
why-
better.
That
But
why
not
they-
in society now. I'm talking about in our shit.
Oh, in
I
our
want-
shit.
I want doctors competing. We said competition was a poison pill. Now I'm thinking I want doctors competing in my society.
So we concluded the in current society part of that. First?
No. You just made me think of it. That's more on the current
Okay.
society shit too.
All right. Well, we'll go to outside after. Let's explore the in this current.
Yes,
again.
and okay.
Other
Which one were we?
avenues
Okay.
that give incentive for people to be greedy in the current society.
Right. We were to me shit.
Yeah.
Uh,
Why do people have think of examples where people jealousy? Well, why they become jealous?
Because they don't have what other people do have, like keep
Right.
up with the Joneses.
So the idea of this thing called have, right? This is the idea of this thing called own, right? He owns more than me.
Right.
I don't have as much as he does or she does. I want more. How about this? I can't afford it.
I can't afford it.
Right.
You can always afford, right? You're always going to debt. You know what I mean? You can't really afford it.
Tell that to some druggie who's stealing clothes left, right, and center to pay for his drug addiction.
I mean, if you go down that avenue of can I afford it? You can always afford it. You're always going to break your leg down going down there. Or maybe I'm wrong. Shit.
Well, you can afford it as long as you steal from others.
Right.
Now, further,
if you're saying afford means stealing.
It is, exactly. So do you even have a choice? This is what I'm saying. The current structure is so superficial that you can't even get away from it. You can't get away from stealing by design. The whole idea is based on take and give, mine and yours, and it's all superficial. It's just bullshit. Even the monetary system.
It's definitely mine and yours.
Yeah, because it's a Ponzi scheme. You know, by design, the only way that you can have more money than other people is because they have less. There's not enough put in for everybody equally, because if there was, then the incentive would go away. Nobody would go to work tomorrow.
All right, I'm going back to mine and yours. I was barely hearing you anyway. Mine. Is it mine? I think I know your answer, but I'm going to ask anyway. Is it mine? I wanted my car a certain way. I go out and do whatever the fuck it do make extra apples and do whatever I got to do in our village because I want my transportation to have certain sounds because I like certain so I need internet. Now,
it's only yours as long as I agree to it.
But now that's me, I, and that's bad.
Yeah, because it's false. It's not actual reality.
Listen to fucking rap music and the rest of you cats like country music, man. I need some high.
You can. It doesn't mean it's yours. It's
all right. Right.
You know,
you're right. I don't need it to be mine in order to fulfill what I needed in that instance I gave you. Right.
Right. The only aspect of I in these equations may be personal preference. You know, I have a preference for this. I have a preference for that. I like this flavor, and so on and so forth. Your experience, if there have to be, the real true I is you as an individual. That's what you truly have, is your experience as an individual. The rest of it is everybody else's experience as an individual, and then there's the water, the land, the air.
That's your right.
I mean, can you imagine privatizing the air and saying you can't have this oxygen over here? I'm selling. You have to buy it from me.
That would be easy because the society I live in makes that leap damn near logical.
But the same principle has
10
been
years
used.
from now, there will be an air tax. Some places there probably are now.
Right, and that's where it's heading. So, but that's the same logic on all of the current structure of everything that your societies are operating under as we speak, and it's ludicrous. It's absolutely ludicrous. All you have to do is look at the results and see how ludicrous it is if you're objective.
All right, Von Eric, I had this idea that I was going to do all these things. I came up with the police, the hospitals, and all of that shit. I really tried hard to build a society. What I didn't account for was all these, every motherfuckers was still talking about I. All these people that came out here still, wanted a better car and a better house. Your society sucks. Von Eric.
My society is my society.
Yeah, we put you as the leader. You had us out here getting cars and stuff.
And I implemented that. Hold up now. You trying to say I implemented that?
I could have sworn you said as president you was gonna make sure everybody was able to get to work in a timely fashion and we would have very big expressways.
Oh no, I never. No,
that's not something was on your agenda. No,
dude.
Damn it! I only got 4 cigars.
I'm taking on responsibility policies and that matter that will get out of hand. And then if that's the case, I will be implementing a dictator system. I'm making sure people get that. That.
He said you can't force my hand, and I would become a dictator.
A responsibility that I wouldn't need, and if I do that, then it's going to be more problem than it is.
All right, this is a trick question, but who gets more money in your society? The guy who fixes the road or the plumber, Von Erich?
Oh, I wouldn't implement a monetary system.
Brilliant answer. You didn't get him on that one, Joe. I saw that coming. I still got to get that survey says Family Feud buzzer.
Very good.
Based on that answer, I'm interested in being a part of Von Erich's group. Right, that is intriguing to me. Just right there. If it doesn't have that, I'm interested in taking that's the stage setter for me to even take a look.
Listen, Von Erich, I'm going with Guru. I admire that guy. He's giving you another chance at this leadership shit. Could you tell me what are we gonna do for roads, man? We didn't even have fucking money in our system anymore. We just you tell me. I got some ideas, but what are we gonna do about that road, bro?
Oh, that I will have to get together with the people that I'm leading. All of us come together and implement a road system that will be beneficial to the whole entire group.
All right.
My main thing is if I'm a leader, my main focus is not to be a leader.
I'm even more interested in being a part of Von Erich's group.
Von Erich, I just got a call from one of the guys working on the road. He's been working all day. He's fucking hungry. He's asking, where the fuck is this meal going to come from? He should have been tending the garden.
You said what?
He called the guy who's been working on the road under your new system, your new program. He got back to the crib and he's mad. He's telling me, well, I gotta fuck this road, man. I gotta eat, man. I'm hungry. What am I supposed to do?
Well, we're gonna have food there because everybody's putting together to grow that food. He should have food where he's at.
That's what I'm asking.
He should have food and have all of that because he is his. Like I said, my main thing is not to be a leader, even though I am a leader. It's not to be a leader. Less on me and more so on the people to lead themselves, as you said before, leaders within yourself. That will be my main focus. Wait a minute, homeboy. Where your wife at? You are a leader within yourself.
At this point, I'm ready to take a look at the papers for the contract. I want to read them up and down and look to see where's the fine print. And, I'm at that point. I'm engaged. I'm interested.
Wait, hold on here. Instead of using leader, why not use guide?
That's what a leader would be.
Yeah, that would be a leader.
That's a
I know, but I mean, it's a lesser name than leader. You say guide. You're guiding the person.
Leader on purpose. I propose that because I'm trying to put him on a pedestal and to give him authoritarian mindset, bro.
I agree.
Well, I'm glad you're here, Van Erich.
It's definitely a better semantic or a better elaboration. Guide leader does sound a little too authoritarian still.
Yes.
I totally agree.
Yes.
Von Erich, rights. You may actually be 1 month closer to grade 3 on that one.
Wow.
Hey,
keep talking. Keep talking.
Disregard anything Rights has said. You are definitely our leader. So because I'm coming to you right now. These guys on motorcycles are fucking tearing up the roads that I've been out there building all day. What do we do?
What guys on motorcycles?
Some fucking commune across the way. I got me and my crew out there fixing the road. We put the concrete shit down. They just skidding out on their bikes. They think it's fucking hilarious.
Well, they're not a part of our group. So
no, man, they didn't agree to that shit at all.
Okay, well then I'm not their leader at all then. If they're not part of
I'm almost ready to sign the papers.
You are not their leader. You are not their leader. An outside force has come into
If you're
our.
that dumb, I don't want nothing to do with you either. Von Erich is my brother at this point. We're on the same page.
Well, maybe I missed. Did he solve the problem, Von Erich? An outside group of guys from a commune miles away, as was fucking with me and the crew today while we were laying concrete. What do we do?
Bring the whole group, all our leaders within ourselves to come together.
They kick some ass.
That's right. We got to do it.
Hey, Joe.
Motor City, I think it's 10, isn't it? I think he's asking, do you want to come up? Is that why you're asking that? We can drop a link. Let me do that.
Self-awareness is followed by self-improvement.
Sorry about that, Motor City. I was laughing my rear off. Wasn't paying attention.
There it is. If that's what you were asking about, there's the link. I think we can have 10, if I remember, and anybody else who might be in chat that wants to come up and participate.
Ron, don't forget about our topless policy. We've all done it today. You got to do it.
Right? we know nobody can afford being pure. It would be too expensive anyway. So you can pay the price tag by showing us your titties.
Yes.
We prefer the
I
left
didn't
one.
see anybody else's boobs on panel today. Liars.
What happened?
Are we gaslighting?
Not that I'm asking. Just saying.
So
Yes, you should.
Back to the question. The next one. What's the next one, Joe? So yeah, he's saying, they ain't my people. Those people. That's what he's saying, right? They ain't my people.
Right.
If you want to come and drive over my crops, you ain't my people. What the fuck are you doing? I'm not going to drive over your crops. Why do you want to drive over mine?
I totally understand, and I'm sorry that we put you in this position, but since you are our leader, we got another fucking issue. Some of the boys are not pulling their weight. We got a couple of these guys that stay at the house drunk and they swear to God that they're helping out over at the fucking pig farm, but they were at home drinking and they won't stop. What do we do?
What you said? They home drinking and they
Yes, they agreed to the rules and the contract and all of that shit. They're roadsmen. You asked them the first day they came in, what do? They prepare roads. They've been killing it, and now suddenly they coming up with excuses. They're out whoring around, fucking some of the other employees and shit. What do we do?
Whoops.
Oh, first of all, we that's the thing as far as you saying we building a road within ourselves.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't implement.
He's getting at people aren't pulling their weight. They're fucking the dog. How do you respond to that?
They mess with that. First, what did we implement as far as coming together? As far as coming together, and we all agree, because it's not me implementing anything. My first thing is not to put me, even though I'm a leader, is to take my leadership and put it within the people. So that means I'm not dictating this; it's the people along with me that is dictating.
All right, so
that means
hold on, everybody. Let's see who this gentleman is. Hello there, sir. How you doing today?
I don't know that guy.
What's up,
no idea who that is.
What's up?
Well, you know who he is?
No, I know who he is.
I don't even know which way to point.
Right.
Me and Joe know each other really good.
Okay. I didn't know that. My apologies. Okay. Well, we don't want to know you then. Welcome aboard, sir.
Hey, Joe's felt the same way about me a few times, so it's understandable.
Well, we have Von Erich here. We have Lady J. We have Nude Guru. We have
I know Nude.
We have cool Joe, and you have Rights for Vets.
Right. Guru is
I
our
thank
leader.
you for letting me up. I thank you for letting me up. And,
you can pay Guru.
I was just
Yeah, Guru's our leader. We had to vote, and Guru put us to a vote. Guru's our leader. He decided to let you up.
Yeah.
Well, that's one
I
thing
th-
I was kind of observing. Now, you guys had 6 up here, and
Yeah.
you're trying to come to a consensus about certain things, and you have 6 representatives. Let's say 2 different parties or 3 different parties. So, there's 3 different parties or 2 different parties, but there's 3 representatives for each party, which you guys had 6 up here.
Okay.
And two are for the west or east coast, 2 are for the central, 2 are for the west. Now you have to represent your constituents, so each one of you have your own constituents, which you're never going to come to a same conclusion. All of you are 6 different parties or six
Right.
different groups of people.
Right.
So now you're going to have to come to a meeting or a group to bring your ideas together, and nobody's going to agree on the ideas all together.
Either
That's
Guru
just
or
almost a given.
either one of you guys, does that come into play? And certainly in your shit, Von Eric, we were getting together to build a road. I might have helped you get there a little bit, but we were getting together to build a road. Can we even get there? Are there enough people who even gonna agree on what size we want the road? My people over here, the pig farmers, think the road should be smaller because the cars could kill my pig. The guy over there, he thinks it'd be big enough because he has to drive a truck to get what he do. Can we all agree
Right.
on any fucking thing?
Right. Great questions.
Well, the thing
And
is for everybody to come together and give their own ideas.
Right. And
do we even need a road? And how many is everybody? And is the room that I'm not part of everybody if I don't like it?
So that's why I said the 1/3 is not going to agree upon anything, and it doesn't say which third.
Right. That's why this hive mind idea is not in a collective sense the way it is now, is where the rudimentary problem is. It works better on a smaller scale, where it's not hive. It's like this right now. The dynamic is not large enough where people start tripping over each other and butting heads. That's why I say that human beings are not fit to function like bees, the way that bees do. That's their nature. Humans don't have that same dynamic with the way that we should function.
Guru, every time I've tried to think this through, that's where I always end up. It seems like it would work on a local level, but I never saw a way to get it where it would work on a larger level.
Local also means fluid, where it's wherever you happen to be. So again, this other dynamic here, where it's like you build shelter and that's your habitat for life. That's also constricting fluidity and growth and progress for people. Not the right way to coexist. When I go to the beach, I just pick a beach to go to. There happens to be people there. We're coexisting.
There's when you go home,
when I go home, I go wherever after I leave the beach to somewhere else. And when I come back the next day, it might be a different group of people. I make a sandcastle. I didn't have to ask everybody's position on that. I made a sandcastle. Then when I went home, the water came and it destroyed the sandcastle. Well, 3 of us want to make a bigger sandcastle tomorrow. We're going to do it because we enjoy that, and so on and so forth. When you're allowed to have that fluidity there, the dynamic just works as it does in nature. The problem starts when we start to get inferior to how nature works and think, shit, that wave's going to come and drown me, and how do we solve all these types of things? You solve it with education and wisdom. You don't solve it with constriction and rulership. That's where people are going wrong.
Right, especially when you have just what you say, one ruler, but everybody has a degree have to come together, because even though, like you said, nature, people have different interpretation on how they look at nature too, though.
And nature is the fundamental dictator and you can't get away from it. We're all slaves to nature, and you can either embrace that and love it and enjoy it and be in that fluidity with it, or be scared shitless about it and think that, oh my God, everything is out to get me, and I got to try and protect myself so that I don't die and all this kind of stuff. That's the other kind of dichotomy that's going on with people.
You're not out on a limb, Guru, because all the Eastern philosophies tell you if you don't get in tune with what's nature, a host of other things. You're going to be shitty here, and if you believe in that afterlife, you'll never achieve where you want to be. A million things. All of them start with you getting in balance with nature.
Yeah, there's definitely other cultures, if you want to call that. I hate that word too. But you know, there's people who are closer because they've lived longer as a society or group and have tried different things. You know, America's young, America's naive. The new kid on the block that's stupid hasn't tried all these things and is so arrogant and thinks we're the best fucking country. We're the best. We know better for everybody. That's just that young punk over there talking to, you know, 7-year-old grandma or grandpa. And what are you going to teach me, son? I don't think so. And then, oh, I can't get my way with grandma, so I'm going to blow up her purse and take all of her money, you know, and see where that goes.
Everybody must learn how to run until they fall on their face, and then they must learn how to run properly.
Right. And to what you were saying earlier, Joe, if you're listening, what do I do when somebody is fucking the dog and drinking wine and blah, blah, blah? My question is, who's making their wine?
Damn, my question is, who was effing the dog?
Yeah, who in my group?
I wonder where my dog came in.
Usually the person who's drinking the wine.
Yeah, that's my question. Is yeah, who's making their wine?
I did what with the dog?
What's the difference between a dog fucker?
With that,
well, hopefully he was drinking the wine first.
I don't want that wine.
Yeah, he's smart. He just gave the wine to the dog, made his life easier.
I'll teach somebody how to tie their shoelaces, but tomorrow they have to do it. I'm not coming back and doing it every day. And if you don't want to tie your own shoelaces and you trip and fall, you made that decision for yourself.
The wine that I am selling people says that I got the best wine, so you should come get my wine every fucking day. Don't go to anyone else.
Yeah, out of balance in terms of cooperative function. So if you're too far in self-reliance and in harmony means balance, and if you go too far on the equation on one side, somebody's going to be a bitch and somebody's going to be an oppressor again.
Yeah, you're definitely doomed to fail. I guess it goes back to that need shit you're talking about. When you feel the need to start, you know, whatever, make the best wine or get the most people drinking your wine. When you start feeling a need, you probably fallen already. And then wine in this position, I mean your advice or counsel or whatever the fuck.
Right. Now, here's an interesting objective way to function to look at. I was with a certain group in California for a while, and it was about almost 30 people, and money wasn't involved in the equation at all. It was totally just voluntarious and
a lot of sex,
a lot, yeah. It was compassion-based contribution, right? Yeah, it's totally like that.
I'm just thinking about a bunch of I'm stupid. A bunch of motherfuckers in leaves fucking each other, building shit. All right, go ahead.
That's where the dog came from.
That's where the dog fucking come in. Joe brought it in. I can't help but think that any 30 people that think this free are running around barefoot with hair down to their ankles.
Now, these people had a great, healthy, minimalist mindset. They weren't greedy-minded to begin with. So that was a huge part of the success that they were having.
I've been Googling that minimalist lifestyle shit. It's brilliant.
And it left a lot of room for people to have a lot of time to volunteer contribution for the benefit of other people.
Good point.
Secondary to that,
one might be necessary. It may even be necessary. That
right.
minimalist mindset may be necessary.
Secondary to that, it left a lot of energy and breathing room for people to take an interest on things that could be taught so that they can learn the skills of other people who are making those contributions so that they could take part and volunteer their contribution efforts as well. That just happened automatically. Nobody brought that up to anybody. It just was the way the dynamic played out and tends to play out by default, which seems to be what our nature is fundamentally all about. We like to cooperate with each other fundamentally. We don't actually like discord fundamentally. Discord happens when we're insecure, and then we have to do all these positions of ego based, I'm tougher than you type of stuff. And that's what we've been indoctrinated to do.
Guru, is there room for someone who just, in y'all 30 people who just simply cannot carry their weight? There's not room for one person who wants to sit on the internet all day, is it?
There is, yeah, there would be room for that as well. Yeah, because there's so much abundance. There's so much abundance that there's like scarcity is just not an issue in there.
If you're on top of your shit, yes, you would definitely have free time. Yes, because you've been doing it for a while. I'm not pitching everybody out cutting logs down. That's nonsense. If you're established, I gotta think different.
Motor City, Manic brought up something very interesting when he said,
"Manic, you're manic, right?"
Yeah, he brought up something.
It's actually Maniac, but
Maniac.
That's all right.
Maniac. He brought up something interesting when he said, "Divide the country with people from the East Coast and Central America, and then West." Yeah. How will we prevent of what he was saying as the community grows? That's what he's talking about.
He wouldn't prevent it would be Guru's answer. I just know Guru's answer.
Because that's interesting what he said, because it seems like it will eventually get to that, what he said, because he's right. People in the West thinks different than the people in the East, and Central America do things different than people down South. So when it gets to that, into that broad scale, how do we prevent, as far as what we trying to get away from
following you?
Being implemented of what we want. Go ahead.
Great question.
I can elaborate kind of where I was getting with that. Now that there's 7 people on the panel, before there was 6. So you guys were like a divide. There's 2 parties. You had 3 people, East, Central, and West for each party. Each party, top and bottom, had different. You have your own constituents. Now, constituents come to Joe and talk to him about their ideas. Now, Joe comes up on the panel and talks to you guys, which you are the leaders of your districts, which you have your own ideas, which your constituents brought forth to you. So now you put your ideas with Joe's. Some you'll agree on, some you won't. Now you have everybody put together. So now you have to come to a 2/3 vote, because that means
no. You just made a leap away from something, right? You don't have to vote. So far, you've come up with a bunch of ideas, and whoever likes that idea can participate in it. If they don't, they don't have to. When you start saying they got to vote, now shit's about to change.
For change, you need a 2/3, because if you only go 50-50, then you're always going to have one side that doesn't agree with the other.
Why do you need either? A bunch of people came into a room and said, I want to gardening. I like this. I want to do that. And you did what you all wanted to do.
But see, if we come up with 2/3, then that means my side is listening to your side, and we convinced your side to give us another vote, because we are taking in consideration your ideas.
He's talking about
that puts forth change.
Let me bring what he's saying. Is democracy in any form a necessary function for humans, and is it healthy?
When you say democracy, what do you mean? Yeah, when you say democracy, what's your interpretation of that?
Democracy,
you guys, in any, it would be vote based. Yes, it would definitely be vote based, but there's different forms of democracy. So I'm being open with that and letting you guys again decide what that means and if it's healthy or not for people?
It's tough because if once you reach a schism, people walk away from the meeting. And
Apparently, I don't know what a schism is. What's a schism?
a schism means a house divided. They do not want to
Okay.
consider any source of your ideas, and you don't want to consider any source of my ideas. So we
Okay.
won't talk to each other. And that's what our country's come to, where we just call each other names and say they do wrong, they do wrong, they do wrong, they do wrong. Each side's yelling at each other, and nobody wants to talk about the real issue. Democracy is almost necessary to have a functioning society, unless you have self-ruleness, which would be a dictatorship or authoritarianism, or a parliamentary system where you're being ruled and oppressed. So
You said self-governing?
Yeah, how is that
self-governing?
self-rule?
Yeah, you said self-governing is considered a dictator system too?
No. Self-governing would be of the people, but if one self-government is just kind of like Putin,
okay,
everything he says on a spur of the moment, that's what we're going to do.
Okay.
Parliamentary is royalty, family, or one organization ruling over everybody.
I think earlier, Ron, we decided that all of these systems were exactly the same, whether it be American, so and so, Putin, it's all the same.
No.
All right.
It's definitely not. That's
All
what
right.
there's
But doesn't how do we differ from, let's say, Putin, or pick somewhere else besides North Korea? Apparently, how do we differ from them over in Russia?
Yeah, and I said it was a difference.
there is a difference. There is a difference.
Okay, good. Yeah, go ahead. I thought you even said there's a difference, but they're the same. I'm about to argue that it's the same.
I said the core. I said the core of it, when the core of it is the same, but it's difference outside of that core.
Right. I'm about to argue. I need him to know that the core is the same. I think he don't believe we share a core so far.
Well, it depends on what you're talking about. A core, authoritarian or a communist state. There's only one core.
Right.
That's the top.
That's what I was thinking.
We're going with Russia. We're going with Russia. How is Russia different? Putin's is at the top. Biden's at the top of us. How are we different from Russia?
We are a democratic republic where now there's 8 people up here. Now we have two divisions against each other, but are trying to progress with each other. So we have to come to a consensus or a 2/3 vote where we move forward with a motion, bill, law, policy for change, for improvement. Now, if we cannot come to that,
from what Russia does? How is that different from what Russia does?
Putin asks who he thinks is right. He gets their ideas and he goes with it, or he goes with his own.
America? Are you talking about America or Russia now?
Well, you just said Russia. I said Putin.
I did, but it sounded like you're describing America to me. Guy thinks.
Well, I am describing America by the 2/3 vote and everything. Right. That's a democratic republic.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying Russia technically has a vote as well. Our people, the same thing. They go by who they think is right. Trump put anyone who disagreed with Trump, and I don't mean to take this political, he kicked out, surrounded himself with people who agreed with him, and went on about his business, which is the same thing you're accusing Putin of.
Russia never had a democracy means vote.
Yeah.
Russia has never had a vote up until 1990s.
Yes, and then they had votes, and technically they have votes now. Putin just seems to blow everybody out the water somehow.
Their vote's superficial. It's fake.
So is America like ours? Are we talking about America again?
No, America has become that, but they set up systems that block that authoritarian ways.
And,
Now
and
it becomes dysfunctional when people won't deal with each other. That's where you get a schism.
And,
There's
and whenever it's you're only voting for who's going to be your ruler, when would it ever not be superficial?
And there's never been a free and fair election since probably
Jesse, what's good, man?
What's up, Jesse? Welcome. I want to stay on that point though.
Wait. I'm gonna leave and go warm up the plate. I've been at dinner ready.
Okay.
Perfect timing. Be back.
All right, Joe.
Go ahead.
So let's welcome Jesse. Always a pleasure to have you with us. I'm going to stay case on that point. Is it ever not a superficial form of, or again back to that healthy form of democracy? If all you're doing is voting on, and it's hidden under this thing called representation, right? Ruler. You're just voting for who's going to rule over you. You're not voting for issues and what you really want and agreeing, okay, this regulation is something you don't even get a say in that, right? You get represented, and then it leads towards fascism, especially when you put the economy into the equation. It just becomes a money game. That's all it is, right? Totally. And the monetary system itself is superficial. So yeah, that's my question. Is it ever not superficial when all you're doing is just delegating your responsibility away to somebody else in favor that they can have all the say to write all the rules and whatnot?
I think it is superficial, and it always has been since this Constitution and all this Bill of Rights and all this stuff was written. That was a facade to show that everybody seems to have the right to have their say in the matter. But I have my say to you, let's say, and you can go to your other leaders as the 3-6 on the panel, and I give you my ideas, and you go, wow, you pick out, I said 10 things, and you pick out 3 things that you really liked. And you're going to put forth those ideas towards everybody else that's the leadership, which I'm not. I'm just your advisor. So you're getting my ideas.
But truly,
so
it's rulership.
Yes. So you're giving this representation.
Yeah, because there's no actual leadership or guidership, because there's not even an intake of information from the people that you're supposedly guiding or leading over. It's just direct. We're making the decisions. We're deciding this is how we're going to regulate, and you guys got to follow that. And if you don't, well, you can vote for another ruler next time, but you got to still be obedient to it. Otherwise, we're going to throw you in a cage or do all these kinds of things to you. If that isn't a form of dictatorship and communism at its finest, in its rudimentary form, I don't know what it is.
But that's the core.
It's a form of.
That's the core. Yeah, that's the core. But there's still differences within after you get out from that core. Because
there is.
United States is divided into the executive is divided into branches, but the other ones is not divided into branches as the United States is. You can override the president. You can't do that in a dictatorship.
Thank you. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what we have a dysfunctional democracy that has a superficial leadership where we actually feel that we're being represented.
Exactly.
But we're really not.
I pose that it's actually functional to the core, to the design as it was intended to begin with. This is where people don't realize is that they think it was supposed to be a different way. Well, the reason why they think that is because they see that it's actually not in their best interest. But instead of actually looking to secede from that, they want to think, well, we just got to force our way through the red tape and try and change the system. And that's part of the bait trap to keep people distracted from actually where taking back your real power would be taking back responsibility for yourself instead of delegating that away to some other entity that you think is supposed to spoon feed you, like your parent.
There's also the illusion of choice, right? And there isn't any free and fair elections. They own both sides of the fence if democracy really, if it was really counted your vote, they wouldn't allow it. And it's just the
You can-
illusion of noise. People think that they're free. People think that they're choosing one side or the other, but they own both sides. So it's just an illusion.
That's back to the flavors of Kool-Aid we're talking about again. You can be domesticated or slightly less domesticated. Take your pick.
Yeah, exactly.
But you know what?
You want
you right, and people do. That's why a lot of people that come over with, like what's name said earlier,
And then they're proud. And they're
You should
proud.
be
Well,
complaining.
I'm so proud because I over here it's less domesticated than over there.
Right.
That's something
People
to be
do.
proud of, right?
Yeah. Well, people do think that way because when they come over, they be like, well, people in the States, they complain too much. They complain about this. They complain, but you know where I came from? We couldn't do this. We couldn't do that. They get over here. They like whatever that illusion that you speaking of, they think that's benefiting to them.
Now, Joe
well,
is
see, that's
here.
part of the.
Go ahead, Mortar. Go ahead.
Good. Well, I was going to say that's the part of the core of that's part of our core of our society where we have the right to complain and protest.
Right.
Because that is the fuel for change. Because if we don't stand up and show civil disobedience when we feel we're being not listened to, that's the only way we're going to get change sometimes. Because they're not listening.
That too is a bait scam.
Yeah,
a distraction. Because you can't get real change solving corruption through corruption. If you got to identify where the root of the corruption, and the root of the corruption,
you have to stand up against it.
You have to secede yourself from it. Otherwise, you are still part of it, right? If you think that you're going to get remedy through the system itself is designed not to be a source of remedy.
There's two different things, though, right? There's two different things. One of y'all said you have to leave away from it, and one of y'all said you got to fight it.
Yeah, and it's been designed to bait people to be distracted in being their own remedy by saying, "No, come here, fight me, or change me," and it's a never-ending pursuit of the dog chasing its tail by design.
Well, now, see, I agree with you to a half extent because you have to go away from the system and not participate in it anymore to make change. That is kind of true. But if I must participate so I can thrive and proceed with my own life, instead of going into poverty or not having, I have to somewhat participate in the system. But for me to get change, I must stand up against what they're doing and tell them I'm not going to put up with this for too much longer.
Now, who's
that's what
specifically?
I even can see what he's saying. Motor is saying even that for me to see what the system is doing to me, I must get to a certain level and participate within that system. Just sometimes for some people, for their eyes to be open.
Well, there's also a work your way out time period. You know, it's not like you can just, and I reckon nobody ever do this, just go out in the woods by yourself with no experience and try and live along the trees. So you're going to have to work your way out. And while you're doing that, the problem here is the dependency aspect. And the system is designed to keep you from thinking about and learning how to be not dependent on it anymore. And the idea to try and change, and the idea to try and change the system to the opposite only means you just doing the same thing. So why not cut to the chase and just start learning how to be self-reliant and cooperative with other people who can see that as well, be the change that you want to see, and lead that as an example for others. Those who still don't see that or can't or don't want to, they still got to work their way out. They're still going to be in that system to their own demise. That's their choice. Nothing you can do until they have eyes a bit more open.
Yeah, that's true. I can see that.
I can agree with that. But we cannot change driving on the other side of the road overnight because you're going to have problems.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, yeah, fair enough. Of course you can. But again, it's about removing excuses for oneself and learning what you need to learn and wasting no time, right? To do that and not waiting for other people or the masses. That's another thing people get caught up on is,
Guru killing it.
But
We need
Guru, when you said moving excuses, how give us some examples of what should we do when you say removing some excuses? Should we remove them 1 by 1, 2 by 2, 3 by? Give us something that we can look at and hold on to when you say removing
That's
excuses.
a great question. Well, that's a fluid thing, and everybody's got a different pace that they can grow at and how they learn. Ultimately, it starts again with the self. And looking at what is
excuses mean blaming someone else? Isn't that
that's
what
part of it?
is?
That's part of it. It's removing the things that are in your own way from taking responsibility, which 99% of it is your own thoughts and beliefs, right? So you gotta, or you think I can't do something because I don't know how. Well, learn how then. Take the responsibility. I don't know how to grow food, so I can't grow fruit for myself. Well, we got this wonderful tool now called the internet. There's all kinds of information out there. There's books still, and seek out people as well. Talk to this new guru guy. He might have a couple of suggestions for you.
I don't trust him. He's a dictator.
Yeah. Authoritarian. He doesn't know anything of what he's talking about either. Don't even think about coming out to this nature, folks. And seriously, it's crazy. You don't want it.
Me,
as
right?
hell.
Right.
There's no McDonald's out here. There's no Starbucks. Leave this crazy law of the jungle land to far rightist wingnuts like myself.
You can never survive.
Huh? Did Jesse want to say something?
Sounds like a nature Nazi to me.
Yeah, I love that. I love that.
Yeah.
I'm going to intellectual property that today. Thank you, Jesse.
Nature Nazi.
Someone nailed the dog.
You might have to put that in a quote of the day. Quote of the day.
Careful.
Someone nailed the dog with wine.
The government that we have set up, that it becomes like you were saying, how everybody falls into a form or a fold, and they can't get out of it. I mean, we were just discussing the other day on the porch the last time it was warm, me and my neighbors and that. It's like not one house on this fucking block, which is almost a mile long, has a garden. There might be 1, 2 houses. There used to be 6, 7 gardens per 20 houses. And there's like 20 houses on each block, and there's 10, 12 blocks on each mile. So, and now there's maybe 3 gardens on the whole mile. And nobody knows how to take care of themselves anymore.
That's the whole thing, right? People have atrophied and lost their way, and that's when you become dependent on somebody else, and that's never a healthy position.
But I would like to know, Moda, do you live in a suburb or do you live in a hood?
No, I live in Detroit. I live in Detroit on West Side.
Okay, but is that the suburb or the hood?
No, I live in the city. 313.
Okay, you live in the city. Okay.
Yep.
So you said
not in the inner city, but I live on the outskirts.
I got you.
The suburbs are only 3 blocks away. I live in Detroit.
Okay, that's how it is.
I'll be damned.
But
I still live in Detroit.
The people that you live, because
6 Mile and Telegraph.
You said they don't grow. Is it because of what? It's because they don't want to, they don't know how, or do you have so much things that are around you that they don't need to, and they become addicted to their surroundings?
It is us. It is our fault. We do not take accountability for our own. We do not do that. We do not grow for ourselves. Our parents never taught us how to garden. It's kind of like the son learns how to fix the car because he sat there and watched dad do it, and dad showed him how to do it. Now, we do not do that anymore. Especially when you're in a metropolis, we have grocery stores a mile away. Why would I grow fucking corn? I can go get it for 39 cents a kernel.
Ron, my nephews called me to ask how to change flat tires and shit, and they're like 30 something, man. Who does that?
And it's just like here. It's just like here in the inner city here. We had they call them rehabs. They have all the stuff that grows on the they grows on the out in the suburbs, right? But yet they have a horse and they hook up to this a trailer, and they have all these fruit, and they go through the neighborhood, watermelons, blah blah, and they call out different fruits, and people come out and buy, but they not growing their own. Someone else is growing, and then matter of fact, they were just talking about it. What happened to the people, because some of the people wasn't taking care of the horses, and it got really crazy. But they was like, well, we need to go back to some of the things like that. But then people was like, well, why would you need to do that? Why don't you grow in your own backyard or in your place? But people don't want to do that.
That starts with you and I. If we teach our kids how to do that, we have to get out there in the fucking yard and rototill the yard up, and read and fucking know how do I grow this? I know how to grow corn. I know how to grow tomatoes, but there's certain things that you need to know how to grow because they're different. So, you have to learn how to do it. So once you learn, you have to pass down your knowledge to your children. And if you don't pass it down, they'll never do it.
I think
they
up to the point.
Don't exclude Guru's YouTube. Don't forget, there's YouTube. Everybody has a way to do it now.
I think they're going to destroy or try to anybody that start growing, because look at Elon Musk's brother. He grows all that in trailers by a computer.
That's what guns are for.
He's not doing that for nothing. He's doing that because he's getting ready. He's getting ready to monopolize something. He's not growing these things by a computer just to be growing it in trailers. So that lets you know right there what he is doing. People are not being self-reliant on themselves.
Absolutely. And just a little seed of wisdom. There is always a place to grow food. Never forget that. There is always,
unless we turn it all into concrete.
Yeah, that's true.
I think before we came close to even doing that, the species would have extincted, from doing that.
Yes, it would.
That's the attrition of nature taking its course, right? And so just realize that, that's why I'm saying it's on a passive self-destruction, this whole beehive city thing. Don't be on the wrong side of attrition.
One thing they have started after Detroit crumbled and fell apart, people all left. We used to have 2 million people here, and now there's like 600,000. But since all the houses were tore down and nature started coming back, they start putting up gardens in every neighborhood. And I can go in the summer, it's only 1.5 miles away, and there's a garden. And I can go there and get basically almost free food.
Right.
I heard articles that the guy who owns the Cleveland Cavaliers controls Detroit.
Look at all the lawns people have even in the cities.
No.
Lawns are such a waste of space. Look at all the real estate on lawns that are just sitting there. People just mow the grass and they just want to have grass. For what? You can have all kinds of food and medicinal things growing on lawns everywhere. You'd never have to go to the grocery store. There would be no need for one.
But you see, you can't have farm animals and everything in the city. Most like Detroit.
Told you. I was just telling
you. But that's not always true, because like in my city, you can have up to 2 chickens. Actually, you can have chickens. You can't have roosters.
You don't actually need farm animals though to grow fruits and veggies. Now that poses
no, you don't. But you do need meat for nutrition and eggs and that.
Oh, that's where we get in a different discussion there, bringing that up. If that was the case, I would have been dead about 24 years ago.
Well, the point is what he said. You can't. That's the thing. You can't. Of course, anything, because you can come up, because that's been done since beginning. You can come up with different ways. We know that different ways. Even though someone said you can't, you could come up with different ways. That we know for sure. But the point is them saying that you can't.
Right, and you could, there would just be resistance.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's
And
going
you
to be
need to overcome
consequences.
that.
It's going to be. It would be consequences too.
Right. So my position on that is, number one, make sure you're standing in honor. So if you have any contractual obligations that you're operating under, I reckon that aren't healthy, secede yourself from that. It's not in your best interest. That's number one. Number two, if you're in an environment where the people around there don't want to have that type of an atmosphere, why stay? There's plenty of other, especially in North America, plenty of other options and places to be fluent with, and it's only up to you to not have the fear, have the courage, choose courage, and roam the vast lands before you, and find people to ally with and function with.
Unfortunately, with the society that we've become dependent on a government, so many people have become either impoverished or living off a couple paychecks ahead
So
of time.
be the first.
So it's hard to say for anybody, hey, Guru, just get up and come to Detroit. We have plenty here.
Right.
You're gonna go, fuck that. I'm comfortable here.
Right. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but the
Because
question
we
is
say
where.
the same thing about people down south that live in certain neighborhoods. People like, yo, won't you just get up and get out of there and come up north and do? No, it's
Wait. I didn't say again on a spur of the moment, but to make that
No,
as a
but it's
reason
hard
to
for
not
change.
do it.
It's hard for the point. Yeah, it's hard for change. That's why they
At
call down
first-
south. It's called the trap.
At first, it's hard to do anything when you're not used to it, when you're out of practice, when so. But the question becomes: is it just when it's hard at first? Is that going to be the reason to not do it, or is that going to be the reason to do it all the more?
Depends on the person. That's subjective.
Depends on the person,
Yeah.
and that's what it comes down to.
Yes.
It's all about the individual, and that's why I said earlier it has to start with the individual. And at that point, if you made up your mind, I'm going to do this. I'm tired of this bullshit. I'm tired of being railroaded. I'm tired of being dictated to. That's not for me. That's not my life. I'm going to seek a better way. Let's have a discussion. There's options. There is option. It takes work to learn what you didn't know how to do. It takes an open mind. It takes ideas to overcome challenges. And the challenges, is it perfect? Well, it depends what you mean by that. There's no idea of what people say utopia or whatever. I mean, my life feels like it, but that's doesn't mean there's no challenges. But if you have the right mindset, you see challenges as opportunities to learn and grow, and then you embrace that. You look forward to that. It's all about mindset. The whole thing is mindset for the key.
Well, self-preservation and perseverance.
Right.
I mean, that's the biggest thing.
Yeah.
Because any change is going to have some difficulties.
Yeah.
And any change is going to start with self to make the determination to deal with those difficulties. Right?
Yeah, but we got to make sure that who we are, that some people we have to have patience, because when you Mona was saying, when you used to, and you're in a certain system, it is hard to get out of.
Yes,
it is,
and also the learning curve. I mean, you got 12 different students. You need 12 different courses. Not everybody accelerates from kindergarten to grade 12 truly at their own pace, right? So there's that aspect too. And that's why it's also so important to have that room for fluidity there, where people can go at their own pace and set back and heal themselves and work through the challenges at a pace that's comfortable. You can't force somebody to be in university when they just entered grade 3. That's not going to work too well. So yes, you have
and
to.
Everybody.
Go ahead.
And everybody learns differently. All I was going to say is everybody learns differently and in a different pace.
Right.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
Absolutely.
And that's where having the breathing room too, to bring different ideas for the different ways that people learn.
Mm-hmm.
There needs to, it's a required thing to have that breathing room so that people can do that. You know,
I hear what you're
That is-
saying, Guru. You're saying that Mexicans are slow and they don't learn as quick as the rest of us. So we gotta. Is that what he was saying? I just,
Damn, Joe.
that's not what he was saying.
I'm just wondering when the last time you went to Mexico was.
Right, yo, is he making a racist statement again?
Oh,
Again.
wow.
He said again.
Yo,
I'll bet you the
We're
majority of
all,
them have a garden.
We're all nominating Joe for racial remedy, as our leader
yes,
of racial
nigga,
remedy
bitch,
today.
we not even know. Cool. What type of anarchist is he?
Listen, at some point our community is gonna need a racist. I'm putting my bid in now. I'll be the leader when we have to dispute
Oh my
that.
goodness, yeah, what an actor!
Oh fuck.
Joe went straight to Mexico.
You haven't met some of my Mexican friends, Joe. Let me introduce you.
I get well, it's been a while. I used to get accused of for friends in Chicago hanging out with more Mexicans than black people because all the cop watchers were fucking Hispanic, bro.
Oh, for real?
Yes, auditing Chicago Hispanic, Freeman Liberty was Hispanic, and I'm sure I'm missing whoever else came in and out that was Hispanic. And I used to hang out with them cats.
Island Audits, Hispanic, I think.
Silent auditor. I never went out with him. I tried to. Silence Boy, I think. Maybe we're talking about two different things. I'm thinking about Silence Boy. He's a troublemaker.
That's right.
And you broke up. I didn't hear you, Jesse.
Long Island Audit, I think he's Hispanic too.
Oh, yeah. Long Island's pretty cold. We was looking at him today. Me and my boyfriend. I mean, girlfriend. What? Wait, what? Freudian slip. I didn't mean it.
Hold up. Let's go back. Rewind.
I knew he was woke.
I knew it.
At least he's not talking about his dog.
Right. Yeah, that's true about that.
Yeah, it's an improvement for Joe, right? It's an improvement.
That's true about that.
Yeah, I guess I'll see
I
you
was going
guys.
to say,
Go ahead,
Good.
Jess.
I guess I'll see you guys later then, if that's the Joe thing.
I didn't say so. Everybody else anyway, Jesse.
can't be associated. I'm out.
Yeah, I'm staying a Von Air, and I'm part of your cult, Von Air. I'm staying on your turf.
Right? Yeah.
That's what's up. We're going to do this.
Further to what Mona was saying earlier, really, it all comes down to education. Knowledge is power. The more you know how to do and take responsibility for yourself, the less of a bitch you are to other people when you can't. It really comes down to that.
That's why we call that's why we call our elders the wise ones, because they always pass on their knowledge to the younger generations. And that's what I meant by the father needs to pass on his knowledge to the son, because the son won't know that knowledge and he'll grow up ignorant.
And we have
how
to be
do we-
careful
how do
in
we-
life.
Yeah,
Go
how
ahead.
do we identify the person who we get in our education from? Because it could come, the system that we are talking about, that person.
Very good question.
So what person, or how do we identify the right educator when it comes to receiving?
I have an answer, but maybe I'll yield myself. Why don't you guys take a stab at it first? Great
Critical
question.
race theory. We start with critical race theory.
Racism and everything. This motherfucker is just leading us. Holy shit!
He's really trying to divide the room.
He's got this gaslighting thing down. Holy fuck!
Just change your name to just change your name. Take Joe Cool off.
Hey, Joe.
I never felt so whitewashed until tonight. Holy shit!
I was just gonna say that, Motor City. He is cooking off some shit.
How is he
You went into critical race theory.
Critical race theory. Are we good? Is there a documentary on who speaks on unsolved mysteries to the critical race theory?
You started the conversation off the critical race.
You know, Guru, that is a very difficult question, but I can give you a little bit from my perspective. I never had a father. My father left when I was 4 or 5 years old. Mm-hmm. So I never had somebody that was there to teach me how to change the tire, how to change the oil. I had my uncles, which they were never really around. I had my brother. He was just, never around. You had to go by. I had guys that were across the street. They were more like big brothers, part of a church. But one of them was really interested in showing me how to do things. So he kind of showed me certain things. But there's, like you say, who do you follow? I got into school, and I had my own teachers. And there would always be that one that would, come to a common, he would, acknowledge you and tell you things that you're like, wow, I didn't look at it that way. He's right. Or maybe I should try it that way. It goes all down to self-judgment, and that's pretty hard for a child to do when they have no knowledge.
Right.
So that's a difficult question. It's a very difficult question.
Interesting when the naive at that stage is in play, and it's still yet, according to nature, the individual's responsibility. It doesn't give you a free pass just because you're naive or young or didn't learn on the ballot yet.
No, I had to do it myself.
Right.
It was difficult.
I'll still yield my go-to, but you're getting in the direction too of where I'll be going with my answer. Anybody else want to stab at that?
Well, I don't know if this is going to help you out any, not Mr. Guru, but am I a follower or leader when I had my first day of sex? No one showed me how to. No one showed me.
It depends how many Playboys did you look at before you started?
Right.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, no one showed me. I mean, was I a follower or a leader or
No, it's a great point.
She didn't show you. She didn't show you.
She didn't show you.
Did she know? She know.
He was stingy.
And that's why he's had so many divorces. He keeps sticking it in the ear and wondering what's going on.
If she didn't know, whoa. We need to
I just thought, was I a leader or a follower,
I don't blame you for fucking the dog so much, right?
Whoa.
Okay, well, just something to think about. Go on. I'll keep quiet.
Excellent point. Leading even closer to where my answer will be.
What about Jesse? What do you think?
What about me? About what?
What do you think?
We have a
question.
Roundtable question.
What was the question?
What, as far as identifying educator to educate, how would you able to identify that educator? And is he the right educator or the wrong educator? And how would you be able to identify that? And when you hear it, what do you do to put in place to receive the information after you've been educated?
I'm not really sure I follow the question. What the last guy was saying, like my dad, I had a dad that was in the house, good provider, but he never wanted kids, so he didn't really teach me much. And so I was kind of his gopher. He never showed me, never talked to me about anything. I would just go get his tools, go get this. So he never had any hands-on experience. And then I was kicked out when I was 15. And during school, I didn't really pay attention. I was intelligent enough to study cram for exams and, do okay. but I didn't get indoctrinated by the public school system. And then I didn't really get religious indoctrination because my parents, I was born Catholic and I, got baptized, but I never did First Communion, never went to Bible studies, never went to church much, once in a while on Christmas. So I didn't get any of that kind of indoctrination either.
How did that make you? How did that make you feel when you was receiving those doctrines or educated inside? What was your feelings about? Your feelings?
Well, I just turned I don't know, it wasn't anything I was interested in. So I was more wanting to be a class clown, and just kind of like get to know the other people and make them laugh. I wasn't really interested in the indoctrination. I didn't know it was indoctrination at the time, but I wasn't interested in the BS that they were teaching, either in church or in school.
So
when you asked the question of Von Erich, I want to make sure I understand the question you asked him. How do you discern a good educator and how do you put it into play?
Right.
And so I don't know if you're talking about you're one person. Do you find a good source, or generally speaking for the community, how do you find a good educator for the community, or is it just for me?
For the both.
I think it's lead by example is, when you can actually show people, but hands-on is the best way, I think, for people to be taught. Yeah, and Tina's here. She wants to answer too.
I think a good educator is someone who facilitates what lights someone up. So if somebody shows something, a really particular interest that they've always been into, even at birth, you can see some kids are drawn to certain things. If you lay out a buffet and facilitate those things that light them up, I think that's the best kind of teacher.
Yeah.
Now we're back to Guru's natural shit. If they're in tune with that shit naturally.
Yeah, you made all great, excellent points, and I think all of them are part and parcel of a holistic view. The word discernment is what it comes down to. How you need to become good at discerning, and for that, we have all been given divine gifts: intuition, instinct, and internal moral compass, and also the ability to objectively view through practice and experience to see results and what works and what doesn't work. So again, it comes down to balance, having the ability to take a look at things objectively and being able to try things out. Trying things out shows performance, and then you go by result. But having that instinctual understanding from the start, you're going to know if something doesn't feel right. Oh, that guru, he's trying to gaslight me. Is that coming from your head or is that coming from your instinct? Learn to discern the difference between the two and get good at that. That's your area. It's like a brain in the center there. And if you focus on that, it never steers you in the wrong direction.
I would say there's even more, because I'm a fan of God and Jesus and all of that stuff. And Jesus talked about how you don't have to go anywhere to fucking find me and you. Everybody will know the difference between good and bad and all of that shit. So besides discernment, I've learned down here and, been getting burned and learned not to get burned again and that type of shit. I also always felt like, I've got a divine intelligence that also is aiding him and assisting. And that's the thing that points mostly, and I want good for other people. I want to be mercy, and all of those parts of my discernment come from what I call God or the Holy Spirit or something.
Sure, the whole realm there was where other things exist too: compassion, empathy, all these things. It's a divine compass guide that we've all been given.
Yeah.
And so it comes down to the individual again, whether or not they're focused on that and using that, or up in their ego, which is the opposite side of the equation, and being distracted from that. And when you understand that, you can look at other people and it becomes very clear which side they're on at any given moment, where their focus is.
You just said ego, and it made me think of identity. In this case that you're using its ego is wrapped up in their identity. Therefore, their discernment would be clouded.
Right. 100%.
Yeah. I think Jesse, you wanted to say something?
I was just going to say with what Joe said, everybody has that, but some people embody it more and some people acknowledge it more, but everybody's got that divine guidance.
Of course. Yeah.
Just some
I'm just calling it by its name that I call it. Yeah.
That's
that divine stuff and that spark in you.
Did Gene want to answer the question? You want to answer the question, Gene? No, she might be gone.
Jay like to troll us and be like, "Go ahead, Jay." Then she get quiet, just to make us laugh.
She might be asleep though.
The one thing I was going to say is, you basically don't need a teacher because I think species. I say species because we're talking about humans, but we grow up and we learn by observation of our parents and the people around us. We learn what they do. What's that?
Learn to self.
No, I get it. So I was gonna say that is our teacher, but now your definition, I get it. Your teacher is not. You don't need someone to actually tell you a thing. You can learn by observation, I think.
Life is our teacher. Experience is our teacher. But the question is, do we have a good foundational way of operating so that we're not repeating mistakes, we're learning from our mistakes, we're not getting caught up in things that are distracting us from actually learning and making improvements?
I would say that the system is totally against that shit. It encourages mistakes by the shit it puts in front of us and the decisions it encourages us to make. I would say it does not encourage freedom, nature, whatever the fuck we've been explaining.
But Moda, can you expand on that when you say you don't need a teacher? When does that occur?
Well, there becomes a time when you do need a teacher, but children learn by watching their parents. Like I didn't know. What's
Go ahead, Jesse. Did you say something, Jesse?
I just was saying monkey see, monkey do. That's really, we embody that.
Okay.
Ain't that what they say? That's the best teacher is watching, as opposed to the word. The best teacher is
patience. Patience.
But when you do observation and observe, do you need a teacher to interpret what you're observing?
It would help, but it couldn't be necessary.
Yes. Now,
are a good thing. Go ahead.
By me observing Joe cleaning the house and just sitting there, and I've never cleaned a house, but I could sit there and watch him, and I could learn the basics. Just okay, he needs a vacuum for this, he needs a rag for that, he needs certain things for things. I can learn all that on my own. But now that's where the teacher comes involved. Once I have this sparked interest in to do them things, now I must have to go to Joe and say, Joe, well, how do I turn the vacuum on?
Yes, and why do you use this rag as opposed to using a paper towel and blah, blah?
Exactly. And that's where kind of schooling.
Informing each other can help to fast track the process, whereas on your own, you might be spending 7 years to figure out where the on button.
Yes. Yes.
Well, you
Exactly.
You need a rag, but you probably need to teach you which rag. You need a rag. Which rag?
So that's part of the discernment too, right? If I'm going to look for somebody to educate me, I'm probably going to go to the person that I see has the most experience in an area, but has the least amount of ego and knows how to impart the wisdom without commanding me to practice just to meet his approval or whatever. Who understands that it's about giving me the wisdom so I can learn at my own pace.
Guru,
and I'm
I gotta
also
say
not going to disinclude other people who might have other experiences as well. Just because I say this one teacher is going to teach me doesn't mean there isn't 10 others that have some other wisdom that I can encompass on my palette too.
Right. I gotta say a name, Guru. When you said I'm paraphrasing, but you said your teacher cannot have ego. I boiled it down to that. I gotta say the name because I'm always on the fence about Paul. And one thing I know is his ego is fucking massive. I'm sure I can still teach. I can learn by examination and observing him and all of that shit. But as far as him imparting his shit on me, it's very important that I at least remember that the ego is going to cloud what's coming.
This is going to be a challenge for people who haven't gotten to a certain point with themselves yet to be able to discern and get past that part, because Paul has wisdom and ego in the mix there. So for somebody like myself, it's easy to just, oh, there's the ego part, whatever, tune it out.
Right.
It's not important. But
Right.
then there's the wisdom, and it's like, man, that is gold right there, right?
Right. I think I could do both, but apparently I have shortcomings of my own because I have no tolerance for the ego. I feel like I'm wading through muck. Oh my God, get through to the good stuff. It's like torture to me. You know, I get drips and drops. It'll be, you know, what you need to do in order to life. Take responsibility for your own so-and-so. This is when I came up with the idea. People have always told me that I got to listen to this shit for 5 minutes before he get back to where I want to be. That,
But how would we tell? How would we, if you with your children, and we talking about educators? How do we apply that to the political system? Because they consider educators. So if you with your child, how you going to tell your child which one to say?
No. A politician is never an educator. No.
Can I answer?
No.
I know you said voted that they not, but they are considered. They are considered.
That's where you went wrong. That's where you went wrong when you thought they were a fucking teacher.
Get back into Von Erich land. Von Erich,
in a hypothetical.
Do not do as I say. Do as I do.
Right.
But
okay,
still,
part of that. Part of that.
That's what I'm saying, Mona. If you going, is that what you're going to tell your child or your children, or you educate your children? Because just like what I just said, are you going to say that? And how would you tell children? Wait a minute, these are educators. So what are you going to tell them?
Now, my child, I would I would teach him the basic knowledge that I have. He will pick it up gradually, and I understand that. I have the patience and understanding to know that he's going to be around me 24/7 or whatever it may be for 18 years. I cannot force it down his throat because then it will take away this spark of interest. I must give him little bits and pieces at a time, or let him watch me first, because he'll go, "Why are you doing that?"
Yes,
there's the spark of interest.
Hey, Ron,
no, I got him.
You make me think that you contribute to your kids' growth and development there, because the way you present a thing to develop that spark of interest, because there's a way, if you do woodworking, to make that kid's introduction smooth and interesting, as opposed to grumpy or whatever. Right. So you gotta get to guide that kid. Hopefully you show him a bunch of different shit, dance, art, entertainment, or whatever, and you present it to the kid in a way that he'd be interested in that shit, and he's making his own choices.
Can I
go ahead.
Can I take a stab there, Guru Vani?
Well, good. I want to clarify that shit. Let's say I'm an iron worker and I'm miserable, and I'm an iron worker and I'm happy. The miserable guy, his kid's not going to want to be an iron worker. The guy who's happy is going to present it in a different way. Now his kid making an interest.
That's one thing you must always uphold when you have, and I don't have children, but you have to live your life for your child. If I ever had a child, my life, and it's wrong for me to say it this way because people won't understand the way I'm saying it. My life, my enjoyment, my excitement, all the things that I have that I want, that I necessarily don't need, needs to go away. Because my life now is lived for my child.
Hey, check this out, Ron.
My child will live through me.
Because I'm saying, if I tell my child, like all the stuff that we've been talking about here on the panel, and we bring up different issues and different ways how we see the system, interpret the system. My child might say, "Well, Dad, you speaking that it's an illusion going on, and we not this and we not that. Look what Bill Gates is doing. Look what the guy that owns AIG. look at the guy that Donald Trump, man. Look at all these. So how do we explain those things to the children when they see certain things within the system that people is prospering?
I don't understand. How do you explain it to Guru? Explain it to you. You know, what do you mean? You explain it.
But Guru and the people on this panel has a mature enough mind because they've been through a lot. A child has not. They've been through we've been through the ups and downs. We see the ins and outs. It's like talking to someone who's used to the system. You still have to to a certain way to a child.
Isn't that natural?
That's my question. Which way that I can explain, because I have a 9-year-old son. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, well, if I have an age,
I don't want to, like Mota's saying, put that ideology that I see, and plus when I'm picking up with everybody on the panel, and force that and put it to
You can't force. You should never force anything on anybody. For one thing.
However,
not even your child.
9 years old, you better be telling him about liberty and freedom and all of those things, and telling him someone's telling you the opposite.
I would like to know that how.
I don't understand. What do you mean?
Yeah, go ahead, Jesse. Go ahead, Jesse. Jesse might go. Go ahead, Jesse.
Good to explain it for those people in the world. It's a lot of, more than
Learn
what.
your student is how.
So it's really important to choose your friends wisely, because the world works and those people in those positions, it's more of who you know, and that's how they get into those positions, right? And knowing that if, they choose their friends wisely is an important lesson to learn.
Yeah, he's asking, how do I partake that to students?
To the kids.
So
make those choices.
Know your student is the first part, and know yourself is the second, and practice. It's a practice thing. Try different verbiages out and see what works, and get them to be inquisitive, get them to give you feedback to confirm if they're getting the wisdom that you're trying to impart. Also know where they're at in capacity to understand. You have to bring it down to their
I thought he was talking
level.
about a kid like that, where you had to make it a game for him or something. Once he's 9 years old, you can damn near speak to him like you speak to me.
I see with Jesse how Jesse broke it down as far as the friend and pick. I see that. I can understand, but it's you still has to what he said. I can see that, and what Guru was leading to, with everybody, especially what Mota was saying, all of that y'all was saying. I can see that. I just want to know as far as the wording. Yes, I'm an adult. I may see wording in a way that a child may not pick it up. So how do I phrase my words and articulate and use certain words to articulate to a child?
You would start with the basic concept of a thing. Even a 9-year-old understands freedom, and you would start to be basically the same shit the Guru was saying. You would go ahead.
It depends on the child. You got 10 different children, you might need 10 different approaches. So how do you learn those approaches? You have to try things out, get them to confirm. Just like same thing with adults. It's really no different, right? You have to learn how they learn and work with them and get them to convey back to you and express to you to show you that they gathered the understanding and learned what it is that you're teaching.
It's like 10-year-olds and 12-year-olds out here. When the cops pulling them up, giving the cops shit, talking about you don't know the law, I don't have to ID. You'd be surprised what these young motherfuckers are capable of, man.
Oh, they know, yeah.
You said you want to say something, Jesse? You want to say something?
So this is Angeline. I was going to say, when it comes to natural stuff, I would just teach them, look at how much Mother Nature loves us, and look what it provides for us, and look how we have everything we need, and just really harp on the positive things. And
very good, Angela. Very good.
Another important thing to do for all of us is inspire the inquisitive nature in children and other people as well.
And they'll lead
Very
us.
important.
Yeah, they'll lead us. Just inspire that curiosity, and they'll show you where to go.
And get them to be.
when things come up out of alignment, it's really easy to point out then. Like you can be like, you see, these people are afraid and they're being convinced to use unnatural things when the earth is so much, and just
Another good point.
to get things that are already alignment with their deeper knowing already, right?
Right. You can point out how the government is beating people up. It's because they are not peaceful. They are doing harm. You can point out the alignment. Yeah.
Make sure there's room for them to feel comfortable as well with encouragement to be able to take action with that inspiration, where they can question, where they can be inquisitive. Where they can try things out, have room to try and grow, make mistakes as well. There's a balance of parenting, right? Where
that means that you want to be liberal when they do a thing. You're going to let them take some falls and shit. If your goal is to let them learn, you need to be a little more loose. Strict, I don't think helps their curiosity. If you find your kid out there joyriding or doing dumb shit, shouldn't be the end of the world. He was experimenting boundaries and shit.
Yeah, but you must step in and tell them this is the wrong thing to do. If you choose to do it,
very good.
That's up to you.
Very good, right? Then that way, if he's something bad, he'll see the consequences. You can be like, you see what I mean? Your boy Johnny, he now has to pay $1,500 because he slammed into so and so when y'all was out there joyriding.
Take them to show in person or use online as well examples of people, the results of paths that they went down, drugs and stuff.
Very good.
You know, that's very helpful.
Yes. Yes. You throw the internet in there. Yes. Your shit's endless. Now I can find a video for any age group. I can find a video to help get my point across.
Right.
One last thing.
Understand that. Did Jesse want to say something?
I was just going to say what Joe said about talking to him like you'd be talking to us. So there are some studies that when, you have a baby and people baby talk with the
right.
Yeah. Constant intelligent, as if you're talking to them like normally, because then they start to learn and pick up on that. And people think that children aren't as intelligent. They need to speak down to their language, opposed to speaking to them like you'd be speaking to anyone else, and you'd be surprised how well they'll pick up on that.
There's another study, Jesse, that supports that.
That's sometimes, like I have a 9-year-old son.
Wait. Let me tell a story that backs up Jesse. I mean, a study backs up what Jesse is saying. They did another study. Girl, I forgot the story. I don't forgot. It'll come to me as soon as my man Stephon Harry starts talking.
That's what you get for interrupting, Joe.
Yeah. What was your study, Jesse? What
but
I don't want to give this.
There are different ages of the stage of learning that a child goes through as well. So be wary to that as well.
The intelligent mother and father. They wanted to know whether it was genetic. So they did a study and they found out a bigger portion was the way they taught their kids. In particular, people like, I'm about to say me, but regular motherfuckers, that kid come to something, they say it's hot, get away. They ask you a question. This is, you don't understand, you're a kid. This is taxes. You're not interested. And people who have intelligent kids, they don't talk to their kids like that. They try to explain it to them at every age in some type of way. They say that was the difference.
Okay. The last point I wanted to make for this discernment thing, it goes hand in hand with what we were talking about earlier, being able to see the difference between a leader and a ruler in the same dynamic. Learn to know, discern, and understand the difference between teacher / educator versus indoctrinator / domesticator. And that's part of self-growth. So really what you're asking is, how do I learn more about myself? Become a good teacher. You're really learning and improving yourself, what it comes down to. And if you can discern the difference between those two, you'll also be able to impart that discernment into other people, especially people that have entrusted what they learn from you, right?
Yeah. Once you sharpen yourself, once you sharpen yourself, you teaching that kid will be 10 times easier once you learn these things for yourself.
Remember, we all come from that indoctrinated background, and it's our responsibility to get that bullshit out of our heads and see what's left. And
that's right.
Otherwise, we're just blind leading the blind, passing the same thing down to our next of kin and our family and friends and so on and so forth. That's not going to help anybody.
Using the word indoctrination is another corrupt form of saying that I don't agree. Schooling was invented basically for this opening your child's mind to learning how to deal with society.
No,
and learn how to deal with. Yeah, well, yeah, it is a form of learning.
That's not how it originated, though, right?
Society, we only live with our family as a child. We only know our family unit. Then we learn our friends. Then we learn our friends' parents. Then we have to go to school. So now we're meeting new friends that we've never knew. They're not friends yet, but they're just friendly acquaintances, we'll say.
Right.
And we're being put into society and learning how the machine moves. Now we are learning different subjects in this school, which is teaching us new things, how to develop the mind or our skills.
Schooling you.
Or whatever.
It's not teaching you. It's schooling you. It's training.
Yeah.
It's a synonym for train. It's training you how to function in like a cog in a cogwheel in that environment. Very different.
There is good in it and there's bad in it. You have to look at it that way. You can't just say it's not good. It's not good. If you start doing that, then your kids won't be able to assemble.
I agree, Ron. Maybe you need to know the inception of it as well. There were no schools until people couldn't find enough workers and soldiers.
People were farther apart.
It was Sunday school. They did Sunday school just to learn reading, math, and arithmetic. So once
school as we know it was started to
and then they started to need something to do with the school. So then they trained them to be workers, not to be creative people. It was only Sunday school that it was. That's where Sunday school came from. But they started and they wanted to have worker bees instead of creative bees. And so that's where the whole indoctrination came into it.
And they say it was very successful with getting them to fight the wars, to take low-weighing jobs. They say that was the intention of it, and it was very effective. So bringing it back to today, what you said, you're right. You still can't say all good or bad. You can say it is definitely bad, and it's just because of the fruit of its start. And there's definitely good in it.
Unhealthy.
Yeah.
But you're
in the form
right.
that it's in, but it also taught me math. It gave me that shit that Ron's talking about, the social interactions I needed, blah, blah, blah.
Okay, now, so yes, I mean, you could say that about anything, that there's good and bad in anything. That being said, and they had to intertwine and mingle things, because if it was all just straightforward slavery-minded indoctrination with no,
of course, wouldn't have been
at all, it would be too obvious. People wouldn't fall for that shit. So they had to mix it in there, right? There had been something that people were drawn to.
We pledge allegiance to the flag. That was on purpose. It was crucial that they built that tribal mindset we talked about earlier.
Yeah, that was a form of indoctrination too.
Yes,
right.
Of course.
Anything that happened to be somewhat beneficial was not necessary to learn through that system anyway. All of that stuff.
Of course not. In fact, that would
we could teach each other that stuff.
Yes.
Anything beneficial to really learn the system, and so that you could work the system to help you. That was not the object of schooling either. They always taught you to get a job. They never taught you to have confidence and get a career or get employees. No,
business,
just get a job.
Or get the fuck away from the system because it's retarded.
Of course, any professor that did that would have been kicked out immediately, and you certainly would not have had a chance to learn that before college because they got it locked up to 12th grade here.
Mm-hmm.
So are we saying not to be educated?
No.
Discernment.
Discern,
Okay.
understand the
Yes.
difference between educated and domesticated or indoctrinated.
Okay,
Learn
so
the
if you
difference
said
between the two.
discernment, are we saying because Mona said good or bad, and I see what Jesse was talking about as far as how it was started and how it was implemented. So how do we separate that then? Especially when it comes, because I homeschool my son. So how do we separate that what y'all are talking about as far as the
Great
education
question.
system?
I reckon that use the same questions that we've used in roundtable discussion here today. Primarily, the two questions that I put forth for observation were: is it healthy and is it necessary? Great foundation for objective view.
I'm gonna keep saying it. You talk to him exactly like gurus were talking to us today. I think your answer is there. Whoever you keep saying, but how do we talk to? It's gonna come down to the shit we're doing right now. You think that they're a kid, you gotta tailor it some weird way or something. Adjustments will be minimal. We ain't said nothing heavy here tonight.
No, Joko, I think you're not hearing what I'm saying, brother.
That must not be. I'm not.
Let me take this one. So there's actually a difference between homeschooling and unschooling. So
Okay.
homeschooling is just you schooling them in the same curriculum at home. Unschooling is letting them take their creative passions and then go with that and not teaching them the curriculum that's taught in the other schools, because whether you're in the school or whether it's at home, if it's the same curriculum, it's the same curriculum of indoctrination.
Okay, let's go right there. That's a good point. Okay, you said on school. Okay, then you said
unschooling.
Follow their creation pattern, right? Did you say that? Follow their creation.
Yeah, as far as their creative path. So you just feed them. If they're interested in computers, you feed them all the computer stuff. If he's interested in math, feed him all the math stuff. If he's interested in in sports, feed him the sports stuff. Art, you feed him the art stuff. Whatever his passion. What kind of stuff would you like to learn today?
Naked women, porn, right?
Feed them till they're drunk. Feed them till they're drunk with it.
I see your point. I see your point.
Their creative passion, and they'll excel in those directions because you just want to feed them, give them the choice on what he wants to learn. If it's a he, give him the choice, and then just feed him those things, and then watch him excel because now he's the one who's directing his learning, opposed to him having to do certain things that maybe he doesn't even want to do.
I got you.
That sounds so ideal.
As I followed that right there, how do I separate the indoctrinated?
It sounds so ideal to me, but it's the opposite of what we're doing now, of what our society does now. It's ideal. It sounds logical as fuck, but it is the exact opposite of what's happening now. You have to learn Iowa test. You have to learn the so and so. You have to learn to pass this test.
Is it healthy? Is it necessary? Use that as a basis starting point. And you got to be real objective when it comes to that.
Homeschooling is a necessity because homeschooling, your learning starts at home.
Right.
Now, I'm big on
there's no school.
I would be more inclined with what Jesse was saying, and I wouldn't actually call it unschooling. I would just call it teaching and educating your children.
Well, that's where I was saying about the father-son teaching thing. We are always homeschooled. I was being homeschooled since the day I started fucking going goo goo gaga.
What you're really doing is guiding. You're really just guiding, right? With
guiding
what Jesse
or
was
teaching.
saying. Yeah, they show the passion by the interest, by what they choose. I want this block over here. They focus on that, and you observe that, and you see what they're leaning towards. And
But
then you help to guide and open up doors and windows for them to discover and explore further with that.
Yes, and Jesse's right. You can teach your children mathematics, English, and all these other things. Which is fine and dandy in my book. I'm all for homeschooling. But now, since that I have to go and build alternators and starters for 30 years every day of my life, I don't have the time to teach my child algebra, let's say. So I have to have him go to school to learn that stuff. I can't teach him woodworking or metalworking or mechanics, mechanics
That's
school or any
because
of that stuff because
that's
I'm doing
because
my
you're in
own
an
thing.
yeah, and also you're in an environment that requires you to delegate your energy away from where it actually ought to best be, which is with
Yes.
them, right? So that's part of what reconciling with the self growth requires as well. We're doing this at our own demise. We shouldn't be participating in these corporate worlds because look what it's doing to us, right?
And
So we gotta
yeah.
also lead by example. If we can't have a better way to function, so that we have the time to educate our system, well, how are we supposed to teach our children to do that if we're not even doing that ourselves?
Well, there becomes a time when you have to worry about self-awareness and independent thinking. You can take on, like, I could learn things from you, Nude, that I really didn't ever think of it. I never thought of looking at that wall from the other side. So you told me how to do that, and now I'm like, okay, well, now I'm learning from different ways from you because you have a different aspect of the situation or what we're doing. So I can incorporate some things that improve my independent thinking and the way I independently do it. So, and you just have to learn how to do that. And that's what makes you self-improvement.
Absolutely. And that's the key. And the more we focus on that, the more we get towards removing the barriers, because now we got incentive. We don't want the barriers in the way anymore. So we got to choose different paths. So that's why I say is it healthy as the fundamental discernment line is the best wisdom of guidance, because now we can look at it objectively and say, that's not healthy for me. I need to choose this way. That's better, more healthy for me this way. And ultimately you're going to come to a point where you're in self-reliance mode and teaching that to other people and seceding from the indoctrination and educating yourself and your children as well, going down that path and enjoying the process, whereas the curriculum of schooling is all about hindering that and constricting that.
I like that. I like that wording, not homeschooling, but on schooling. I like that. You said about that. I can see the difference on that. So, and that's what I usually do, huh?
I left you a link on the private chat. I would advise you to watch it. It's about homeschooling. Wait, you see this? You're not gonna like it.
And
I just showed it to my daughter.
And that unschooling thing isn't my word. So Angeline's 3 kids have been homeschooled and unschooled for their entire lives. So she's got a 19-year-old, a 17-year-old, and a 13-year-old. And they've never seen inside of a school. So she's done this all her life. I've just learned about this stuff from her. And that's what they call it, is unschooling, because they have homeschooling is just kind of still the same curriculum base. So they call it unschooling them from the school, because a lot of people that go into the homeschooling have been in schooling, and so they want to unschool them, unprogram them. And I think that's where that term comes from. Her 13-year-old just wanted to go to school for the first time just here this starting in September, and she was there for about 2 months, and there was like a school shooting and all kinds of weird shit. So she's only been there for 2 months, and she's no longer going there anymore.
Wow, I like that terminology. That's in the way you explained it. I like that. That's a good way.
I want to say one thing also further to what Motor was saying, and as far as when I'm time constricted because I have to go to work and provide and all these things. So that's definitely a dynamic that's a challenge in the corporate world. So further to what I was saying a bit ago, where it's about learning to work your way out of that so that you can have more time. But what do you do when you're not there yet? Well, there is other options than just sending your children back to state to get indoctrinated. You can find other teachers. You can find people in your community. You can also wait until a situation that is presents itself. You can make a situation that presents itself. You can take it as something that you take an interested in yourself as well to learn, if it's something you have a passion for. So there's all kinds of other possibilities that most people in the indoctrinated world don't even think to look at, because it's just so easy and kind of required as a rule to just send your kids off to state. And if they don't, they give you all these fear-based things. If your kid's not in school, you could go to jail and all this kind of bullshit, you know?
You know, the one thing I look at schooling as a bad thing is that they want to make it a 20-year thing. And I don't have the time
from
to learn
5
that.
years old, right?
Yeah. I don't have the time to learn all that when you want me to be paying taxes and work the rest of my fucking life so I can have 5 years off or 10.
Right.
Or
Right.
if I'm lucky, 20 to 30.
Right.
So the way I look at schooling, because I've never had the parents to homeschool, you know, but schooling was a springboard into life or the rest of my life. Now
That was the selling point.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
what it's
that's
supposed
the
to be, right?
reason.
That's the sales pitch.
Yeah, that was the consensus reason to do this, to have schooling, so we could teach our kids a plentiful things, different amount of things, and maybe they will spark their interest to find one of those or two or three of those that they really, really like, and they can put forth that knowledge to whatever they find another interest in, be it a mechanic. You need to know measurements, you know, sockets and sizes and all this. So you have to know math, basically. So schooling is a necessity. Plus, it also gathers the children together so they learn how to work together as a society or as a government.
Yeah, and all
Because
of this is. Yeah,
it's
so
part
if
of
you
the
look-
indoctrination. It's part of the indoctrination.
It is. It's all. It all is. All of it is part. Everything you just said there was like the theory behind it. There's a bit of sensibility, but in reality, I mean,
there's
what it
half
actually
need
is.
and half necessity.
The actual
Necessary
thing.
evil.
The actual thing, it doesn't do what Jesse was saying earlier. It doesn't let people actually be on their own path of growth, of discovery, and choose what they're passionate about. That's the first
And
thing.
that's why I said 20 years is too long. Go ahead.
Well, not only 20 years is too long, but if it's not at their own pace, then it's not healthy for the individual either, right? It's not healthy to start a child at any age, but never mind 5 years old. All of a sudden, you got to come out of the cushy basket of the nest and wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning, and bam! Don't talk to strangers, but all of a sudden now you're in this field of like thousands or hundreds of strangers that you got to trust and rely on for the next 20 years, and go to a corporate clock and an alarm clock. It's all just training people to be an obedient worker slave. That's all it is.
I think part of elementary school is unnecessary because you first must know your child and know what they like to put them in a school that they know what they want to learn. Because it's just like you said, you can't teach a fish how to climb a tree. So that's going to be total useless subject to teach a fish how to climb a tree, because it's not going to happen. So children do learn on different levels. But once I know that my child's interested in playing basketball, interested in chopping up wood, interested in building stuff, once I learn that, that's where the teachers, or they take away the teaching from the parent. Because once I know my child, I could tell you, Guru, you're the principal of a school or a teacher. My child likes these subjects. He's very interested in these subjects. Now, I would like my child to learn these subjects because there's these other things that he also likes, that those subjects he must know before he gets to that echelon of his life.
Right.
So that's where I agree with Jesse. You must have homeschooling, but because you need to know your child, what they're thinking of, what they're learning, and how to teach them yourself.
Yes,
how
and
to
also
improve their life.
Just like it's unwise and very Russian roulette to be trusting other people, especially corporate industry, with what you
Very
ingest
much.
every day. It's the same thing with trusting that same mind to educate your children. That is not a place where you're.
That's where it
is
becomes
very
unhealthy.
unhealthy and very irresponsible. Right? Very irresponsible.
Very true. Very
You
true.
don't have to teach your kids that much because that's what their job is to learn. You just have to facilitate, give them things to learn and let them, excel and learn those things on their own. And if they do have any questions, then they just ask you, hey, I can't, comprehend this. And then that's where you just give them more resources, learn that themselves, because if they're learning on their own, that's when they're really going to get it, opposed to someone trying to teach somebody something. They're either going to get it or not get it, but if they're going to do it on their own, then they're more likely to stick in for them for lifetime.
Yeah, I like that because that also allow them to open their brain, their mind, and to identify all the things that we're talking about. They'll be able to do that because they self-teaching.
Practice thinking for themselves and critical thinking right from an early age. Absolutely. I learned Lego that way. I didn't know how to read. All I had was pictures and all these little blocks, and nobody taught me anything. I just sat there for hours and built these little houses and stuff like that.
Wow. See, I like that. I like that. So, because basically you're training your child to grow and become as we are today. But he's going to pick it up early because you teach him how to expand his brain, and his thoughts. And I think I like that.
He had Lego when I had Playboy. I understand that.
I'm gonna have to implement all of that y'all saying today. I got my notes right here.
Angelina just came in here and she said, "You're teaching them how to learn, not what to learn. They're going to find out they're going to know what they want to learn. You're just teaching them how to learn and giving them the possibility of what they want to learn. And then once they do learn it, the amount of pride they're going to have because they learned it on their own. Wow, Dad, I learned this stuff, opposed to, hey, you need to learn this stuff today. They're not going to feel that sense of accomplishment as they would if they were doing it on their own.
1 billion%.
Like that. Yeah, I like
absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, I like that.
Yep.
I definitely like that.
And then the inspiration, right? Because they get motivated from that drive of success and look what I can do and what else can I do, and then it compounds on itself.
Hey,
go ahead.
Yeah, and the number one way for a person to learn, like proven scientifically, is for them to teach someone. So when you homeschool and you get your older kids to teach your younger kids, you're solidifying that learning in them more than just teaching them. But instead, they don't teach you how to learn; they just teach you what to learn, and how to learn is the most important skill.
Oh, I like
and that's
that.
basic. You learn the basics, and by then you go independently and do it your own way.
I see that. I like that.
That's really what you're doing. Is you're teaching them how to be independent and self-reliant, so that they can stand on their own 2 feet and not have to be a bitch to something.
Yeah. So you don't have to do it for them all the time.
That's right. And they become, this is another part that people don't learn in the indoctrination world, unless if you're kind of on the upper sides of business ownership and whatnot, or understanding business. You got to know the difference between an asset and a liability, and then you have to discern: are you an asset or a liability?
There's also you need to learn how to find the need in something or the necessity in something. Because is it necessary to have it, or do you need to have it? And that's another thing you must teach your children. This is something you have to learn because you're going to need it all your life. Is it necessary? That's for you to determine.
And with what Angelina said, what came to me is that when you know, your child is learning something, afterwards, you can always say, well, teach me what you learned, and get them to teach you. And then that's actually more solidifying, you know, for what they learned in them, because now they're able to teach it to somebody.
Wow. I see that. Yeah,
Yes.
that's big.
And they can teach the way of how to learn, because that's how they learn, and that becomes very productive, right? They can
Wow.
propagate that.
Wow. Yeah, I like that. That's much. Y'all killing. I like. I like that, man. Yeah, that's deep, man. I like that. I really like that. I'm gonna start that tomorrow. I'm gonna start implementing, get things together. I like that. I like that. That's
And
much
this is
better.
what helps us grow as a society, when we can come together with patience. And we're not all geniuses up here, but we all have learned things in our life. We've failed at many things. So if we can have just the patience in each other, I don't care if this guy likes guns and this guy likes bow and arrows. It doesn't matter to me. We just if we can be patient with each other and work together, we will progress and move forward in a good way.
Right.
That's right.
Right.
For those who are interested, they will. And that's what it's all
Yes.
about. And
Yeah.
I think what he means there, rights for vets, is eventually we will make it to the last page of that Playboy. So keep at it.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Well, hey guys, I greatly thank you for having me up here. Rights
Hey,
and
thanks for
Guru
being
and
with us.
everybody.
Mhm.
No problem. No
I
charge.
did pop in the chat the other day, and I said I'd like to join you guys on the channel sometime, or a panel. I do my own lives too. Joe's only been over there once or twice, I think, but I've talked to him on other panels.
What's your channel? Or put it in the
That's it
private
right
chat
there.
so we can.
Put it on the messenger.
I was in a messenger, Motor City Maniac.
Or backstage.
You want me to put it in?
Yeah,
backstage?
you can put it in backstage.
Okay, I'll have to drop off, or I have to go to
gotcha.
another tab.
I'll put it in for you, but Wright's another good company. As you could see, you can wrench him, no problem. I'll vouch for that. And I'll put his link for everybody in the main chat and in private. Right
What I
now as we speak.
What I just thought about, you know how they say it takes a village to raise a child. This is of the village, right? It's the new age, I guess, of the village, because we're always trying to help everybody to be successful, so we can all be successful. Because you help one, you help us all. You harm one, you harm us all.
Exactly. Oh, I like that. That is true. Oh man, that is much.
If people realize that inadvertently we are all connected, and never mind the moral compass aspect of it, there's that too. When you piss on somebody, you piss on your own backyard. Right? If we understood that a little bit better, I think we'd be a little bit more careful about how we conduct ourselves with each other. Even though that's kind of a selfish overview, it still helps to be a little less selfish with, because it's not just for
It's
me.
very
I mean,
true.
it's also the compassion, and but that's all part of our nature, and it all just works hand in hand. I love helping people and sharing people and learning from everybody at the same time.
Well, Nude, you did post my link, but I just posted it, but I don't have the wrench. But all right, I appreciate you guys. I'll be around sometime. I'll come up again.
All right,
Thanks
for being with us. Appreciate your contributions. It was great.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Did you get his credit card right?
Yeah, because I thought you charged. He ain't even charged.
Have a good one, Motor. Motor, if you're still there, I've seen you do some lives. I'm gonna look out for it a little more and see the dynamic, and maybe I'll look to participate on yours as well.
Yeah, I just joined this channel, signed up, subscribe. Check him out.
Yeah, I know he does lives. I just don't remember off the top of my head dynamic is most of the time. Click on the live button and see. He's got a live scheduled for 12 day. Is the
Yeah, I
first
thought
later
I seen
today.
that today too. Yeah, he must didn't go on
Upcoming
today.
today.
Yeah, it was like
Interesting.
8 o'clock.
Maybe
Yeah, one today at 8. It says.
looks like he's got
8:18
a
p.m.
multitude of different people. Okay. All right. I'll definitely take a closer watch of that. Thanks, guys. You're welcome, and thank you too. Appreciate you.
Oh yeah.
A lot of great discussions today. A lot of learning going on. A lot of objective views. Opening my mind. It's great to see you guys. Also, not only just taking to the wisdom, but actually putting it immediately into practice, like that dynamic with the whole interchanging fluid leadership thing. And you guys took to that right away, understanding it and adopted it into the immediate function. That's amazing to see to me.
Yeah, too. I like that too. I learned a lot, especially with the schooling and stuff like that. Man, there was some good wisdom, mindful things to that was brung to us today, brung to me, because I'm gonna start implementing it tomorrow.
Keep us posted on. Yeah, keep us posted if you will, if you're comfortable with that, on the progress, and if you have challenges and successes or whatnot. We can always be a think tank together and also learn from what you try out. Well,
oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna do that. That's one thing I like doing, is learning from others as I learn, because it helps me. So yeah, I definitely want to ask some questions and things like that, because I want to make sure my son, he's my only son. I had him late in my life, so I'm trying to make sure what I've learned, and then what I've learned from others, and then as I keep learning, I want to make sure that his mind expands and not be controlled. And like what Jesse was saying, as far as showing him and get him to learn and basically teach himself, so it won't be putting it in him. It's him gaining it and open up his mind. I really like that, to open up his mind and have him teach me as he's learning. I think that's a wonderful thing.
Hey, Vaughn, do me a favor. Make sure you watch that video, please.
I will.
It's important.
And you can start off by saying, like, today we're going to do self-directed learning. So you're going to guide yourself on what you're going to learn today. And then at the end of the day, I'd like you to teach me what you learned.
Okay.
Yeah, there's that reflection part that I was suggesting too. Exactly, Jesse. Get them to give you that feedback and show you that they've absorbed the information and are getting it. Very, very important. See where they're at with, we absorb only so much on the first pass. So sometimes it takes multitude pass, or we got some of it right, but half of it off in a kind of sideways direction or whatever. And so getting that reflectionary feedback from them enables you to see where they're at.
Okay.
That's probably the idea of why in the curriculum school system they do tests, and it's not so. I don't want to encourage to do tests, but to encourage getting them to show you in whatever way that they're capable and like to do, that they understand what it is.
Yeah, I like that.
And just remember, there might be some days when you ask, well, what did you learn today? Well, I didn't really learn much today, Dad. Well, was there anything that you were interested, or is there anything that I could help you to, find some stuff for you to learn? Like, what are you interested in? What did you want to learn today? How could I help you learn what you want today, and get him to tell you how you can help him?
Okay.
Also, another dynamic, like we have this idea because we were taught in the school system that every single day is a like programmed robots, military style. We have to go 9 to 5 and like do as we're told in those time constraints, and that's our learning periods. That's not natural and fluid either. Not every day is a day for that dynamic. Some days are a day of resting. Some day are a day of reflecting. Some day are days of getting away from it so we can heal, you know. So that's part of each student being on their own path at their own pace.
Now, when he comes back and tells me what he learns and the way he explained it, do I interject, and how do I interject? Just, you know, should I just sit back and just listen? When should I interject? You know, because I'm used to. Remember, I might be still that indoctrinated, still be in me. So I may say something. I'm like, oh man, I shouldn't even said that, because some of that indoctrinated is still in me by me being in this system.
Right.
So how when is time to interject? And or just hope, just when it's a good time to interject in that?
Great question, and I think this points back to the things we were talking about earlier, that this really is about self-learning at the same time. And so part of that is you're going to have to experiment and see what's working, because it's going to be up to them and their dynamic, and that's also going to change fluidly as well over time. And yeah, it's balance. Balance is the key. So I think you were on the right path initially. Let them just lay out whatever it is and sit back and listen, but also be attentive and see if they're going off in tangent land or whatever. Make sure that they stay on point until you reach that conclusion. And now when you're looking for that feedback, the question becomes is, are you measuring it up to something of an indoctrinated position? And that's where the self work comes in. You have to be objective on yourself to begin with what you're even guiding as to start with, right?
And my advice would be, once at the end of the day, what did you learn today? Let him finish, and then ask questions. Did you think that you learned enough today? Is there more that you could have done? You know, ask the questions, get, him to, respond to, questions that you'd be interested in, instead of trying to say, oh, I didn't think that was enough. Get him to tell you, did you think that was enough? Is there anything that could challenge you more? Ask him good questions to get his mind thinking.
Or was it too much? Is it overwhelming?
Yeah.
Get a feel for where they're at with that, and also how much of an interest do they really have, and so on and so forth. And by doing this, you're practicing how to inspire to be inspired. And that's what you want to do. You want to inspire them to be inspired, and have that breathing room to converse and express and feel comfortable and enjoy that process, because they're in their stage of life where that's everything, right? That's all of the stuff that they need foundationally. This is the prime time for that, and that's what they're going to be naturally motivated to do in one sense or another.
Okay. I got that, both of that. That's good advice. I got that.
What about you, right? So what did you learn today so far?
I didn't get a chance to talk.
All right. Yeah.
I just kept going.
Shut up again for a second. I wasn't finished.
All of this respect. What the? You wait till you get on my panel. I'll show you.
Oh my God.
Well, give me the link one day, and I might do that.
Yeah.
As before I forget, and then I'll totally yield to you. What Jesse was just saying there about asking, what did you learn today? Ask that to yourself as well. What did I learn today, and how can I improve in what I'm trying to accomplish? And then be an example of that for him and others. Well, that's the last thing I want to say there.
Okay. Okay.
One of the
Back
best
to you, panel Nazi. Oh, Jesse wants to. Okay, shut up again, right? Go ahead, Jesse.
I was just going to say one of the best self-directed learning is they're learning responsibility, taking responsibility for their own learning. And once you have that responsibility, then you can feel proud that you're actually taking control of the reins, opposed to, someone pulling the reins for them.
Okay.
All right. The panel Nazi host wants to speak, so we all have to bow down and listen. Go ahead.
Dictator. Here comes the dictator.
The dictator. Yes.
Okay. Follow me. I'm your Lord. You're my shepherd. Come with me.
Name should be Dictator Rights for Vets.
Rights for dictators.
Right. Rights for dictators.
School helped me out.
Mm-hmm.
It was a building block, but it didn't help me out in life. I had to learn the hard way, and believe me, I learned the hard way. Seriously. I mean, if I had to do it all over again, I would do it Guru's way. Go to school. Don't go to college. College is worthless as far as I'm concerned. It always has. I went to college for trade school to learn heating and cooling, and I begged for a job when I came out. I went for 2 years of college, 2 years of trade school, and no one wanted to hire me. I had to lie.
What?
Yeah, I had to lie because I didn't have the practical experience.
Oh, you didn't have hands. Oh, you didn't. Okay.
Right. I only had little hands on, right? Which pissed me off. No one wanted to hire. I spent all this money for nothing, and it pissed me right off.
Wow.
But true to their word, though, when I first got in there, I was a screw up for 5 years.
Oh,
And
yeah?
I learned. Oh, yeah. No one wanted me. I don't want that fat man with a mustache. He burned my floor in the kitchen, or something. Yeah. But I learned. For everything I did, I wrote it down so I wouldn't forget. And I became one of the best. Not the best, one of the best. And then people used to say, I want the fat man with a mustache. I want him over.
Oh, wow. That's what happened to me when I was doing cable. When I had my business, they said, oh, you ain't going to last long. And I end up having my own contracting business.
That's where you do it, It's just, but for that, if I was smart enough, since I taught the Guru, I would be going back into the woods again. Because my grandfather used to do gardens and had plant trees and
walking nude, because his name is Nude Guru. So you say you be going back in the woods walking nude.
That's right, walking nude. That's right. I'm going to be with my leaf, walking around
with that Playboy man. Might as well be nude.
Yeah, with the Playboy thing. Oh my God!
He wouldn't be walking around with a leaf. He'd be walking around Sasquatch style.
What?
I got caught with my daughter. Oh damn!
She been quiet for hold on, but now she woke up. She been quiet the entire time.
It sounds like you have enough fur to cover up anyway if you're Sasquatch. So
Sasquatch.
This was a trap. That's what she called me one time. They couldn't find me. They told the counter, when you talk, on PA, says, we can't find my dad. Well, what's his name? Says, just call him Sasquatch. And they did.
Oh, wow.
PA, right in front of Sasquatch. Please come to the front desk. Sasquatch. Didn't you?
That is so disrespectful.
Yeah. Sasquatch. Yeah. I knew exactly what they're talking about. Me.
Sasquatch. That's what they call it, a $6 million man. Sasquatch.
Yeah.
That should be my show right there.
Well, they were hesitating about it. They were unsure.
What's
Like,
that?
are you sure? I'm like, oh yeah, it's his biker name.
They didn't
What's
hear
the
you.
second thing? What's the second YouTube channel? Oh, this is okay. I got it.
I said the lady was hesitant about calling your name Sasquatch over the PA.
What?
Yeah, she was hesitant. She was like, "Are you sure?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, it's his biker name."
Yo, and they did it?
They did it for real. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, oh, yeah, I heard it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Sasquatch, please come to the office. Sasquatch.
Mm-hmm.
That is nuts. That
Well,
is some disrespect.
my dad had a place up north, and we went up there, and we had no food, so we went to the bar. It says, "Have a pizza, all you can eat."
My God, people never let the story down. Ever.
Well, not after what you did to me, no. So we ate one pizza, and my daughter says, "Hey, Dad," says, "let's get another pizza, take a bite of it, and then we'll just take it home." I said, "Man, I can't eat anymore." I said, "Man, I ate 4 big pizzas." "Oh, come on, you can do it. I know how you are." I said, "Well," she says, "we got no food." I says, "Okay." So we ordered the pizza, and I ate the whole piece, and I'm sick of the dog. So my daughter says, "We'd like to take this home." She says, "Oh no, you can't take that home. Not the second one. The first one you can, but not the second one." Man, I'll tell you, I just about puked all the way home. I was so full. Ah, God. She's laughing her ass off. I'm
All the way home, I heard never again.
Oh,
Never again. Don't ever ask me to do that again.
She is a menace to society.
Oh my God, dude.
Yo.
Just remember, as we're talking about kids observing their parents, I didn't bring this up. I didn't learn this on my own.
Oh my goodness. And this was right? Oh my God. He birthed a menace to society, which he was. Oh my goodness. That is something else.
It's awesome.
Yeah. I wouldn't change it for the world, my daughter. I'll tell you, I love her so much. Don't tell her that, though.
No, I won't. I won't.
I'll pay
Well, how
you
much-
20 bucks later for saying that.
I don't keep secrets for free.
Never mind. She's going to pay me for that one. Thank you.
Yeah, that's how I feel about my son, man. Oh, man.
Well, it's true what they say. When you have a son, they go to the wife. But when you have a daughter, they go to your dad,
Yeah.
Truth.
Oh, for the love of God. Oh, please. While we have freakout session.
Are you a single dad?
Yep. Single dad. Yep. He's with me full time.
Good for you, man.
Yeah. Full time.
And remember, a lot of this, the unschooling or schooling, learning about nature, learning about spirituality, meditation, learning about animals. There's all kinds of different things that they can be doing to learn, again, self-directed. What are you interested in learning about today? There's a whole list of things you pick, and then I'll help facilitate the best I can.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. I like that. Yeah. I like that.
It doesn't just have to be like, core subjects, again, schooling subjects, right? There's an infinite amount of things. What do you want to learn today? And that's the best, because now he's actually picking what he wants to learn, and you're helping facilitate that. And then that bond is going to be so amazing, because it's not, again, forced learning. It's he's directing it, and that'll just open your guys' bond so much.
Yeah, I liked it because he likes playing ball, soccer. He likes the drums. He likes to cook. So I can, I like that. Yeah. So some days it can be that. Yeah,
That's what life's all about, Bud. And Jesse is your children. That's what it's all about.
Yeah. Yeah, he likes that. He likes the Roblox game. Matter of fact, he wants to start his own YouTube channel too. And I was like, oh man, what? So
really? Wow.
Yeah, he wants to start his own YouTube channel. He has my brother brought him one of those drones with the cameras and everything like that. So he's supposed to sit down and try to learn that and to fly, but he want to use it to do his channel, start his channel.
Oh, I'd love to have a drone. Ooh, I could use that around here.
So there's rules and regulations to drones. So get them to learn what some of the regulations are, making sure they're not peeping in other people's windows. Like there's all kinds of stuff inside the cities. So there's a lot of learning to do on that side, learning about the YouTube channels, the, you know, the ins and outs, what you say, what you don't say. So there's a lot of learning there to do as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. I can't peek through windows with my drone. I don't want it then.
Well, that's the reason to get it and do it anyways.
That's the reason why you have a stack full of Playboys and a whole bunch of batteries.
That's right. You know, rules and legalities are meant to be broken. It's more fun that way.
Sorry,
That's
I'm
been
just
my motto
today.
since I was 5 years old. I got kicked out of school. Great, didn't want to be there anyways. Got kicked out of church. Fuck that shit. You know.
Yo, I'm talking to menace to society during this.
Shit, every time I turn around, either my wife or I were in the damn principal's office. It was either my son or my daughter. You know?
What?
Yeah.
What? Oh man.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I've got stories.
Oh my goodness. I would let it head out.
It wasn't their fault. It wasn't their fault. Believe me, it wasn't. You know, but
We'll
you know,
just
because they
say-
had that tolerance. You know.
I was provoked a few different times, and then eventually just took matters into hands. And when I did, well, business got done, and the principal didn't like it. So
Oh wow. Oh wow.
hopefully,
That's a
You guys
lot
ask.
of trust people give with their kids over to a bunch of strangers that have been especially indoctrinated by state and have a state curriculum to follow and mandate, especially after we know what goes on there from 20 years of being ass handed to us ourselves, you know, and then we just so freely
Drew,
that, yo,
believe me, I know what you're saying, and believe me, they were well protected. When I come home, I was so mad. I took her to karate for 5 years, and the things turned around. Trust me, they didn't even touch our kids. My
no,
daughter
but
did a roundhouse on the guy's face and knocked him
not
right
even
on
just
his
that.
ass.
I guess maybe it's a little bit more easier for me because, you know, what I went through in school is extreme compared to what most people would go to. I was, you know, physically abused for many years by my peers. And so for me, it's just like, why would anybody want to put their children in an environment, not just physically, but bullied and verbally as well? And then I saw it happen to so many others as well. And then the teachers being part of it and stuff, and then just assessing what the curriculum itself does. And, you know, I just look back at it, and that's the last place I would ever think to send anybody, let alone my next of kin, you know, for anything, never mind education. To me, that's like a toxic wasteland that should be avoided at all costs.
No, you're right. If we would have had homeschool, I would have done that. Seriously, but we didn't have it. We didn't have it, and I couldn't afford everything else. I took him to karate. You know.
Well, you didn't know that. You didn't think about doing that yourself at the time.
No. Well, I handled myself in school. Trust me. You know.
Right. And that's what
But
most
this-
people aren't thinking of. But maybe if it was bad enough, like it was for me in school, then it would have been just like the idea of sending anybody there. No way. I'm not doing that. And also just from a sense of responsible parenting itself. I know that the society, quote unquote, hate using that word, indoctrinates people into thinking that you're a bad parent if you don't send your children to be educated, you know. But nobody takes a second look at whether or not the responsibility for education, first and foremost, should be just like it is in the wild, on the parents themselves. Why wouldn't it be?
Yeah. Go ahead, Justin.
I was just gonna say I got bullied as well when I was a kid. You know, so I had to deal with that a lot. But they've made it so that way, you know, if things are so expensive, you need both parents working, that it's not really that easy of an option for people to homeschool their kids and stuff. So they've purposely done that, and that's why a lot of people haven't, you know, homeschooled or unschooled, is because of the financial responsibilities and who's going to look after the kid if both parents are working.
Jesse's right about that. Jesse's 100% right. But during my time, I know you guys are younger than I am, but when we got in a fight, it was done. Either you stayed away from the guy, or you became friends, or you go, not now.
Yeah, it's not like that. Yeah, I was the same way in school. I wasn't like physically, abused, but emotionally. And I had dyslexia, and then it was hard for me to excel in a large classroom. And by me going through that and been through a lot in the school system, even in the inner city, suburbs, and like I said, I was in the rural area too. So it was like, man, I didn't want my son, to go through those actions. So I had to, focus and teach myself and set up things so I was able to, and I'm in a position that I'm able to stay home with him and homeschool him and things like that.
It's important, believe me. And Jesse's right about that, though. They deliberately make two parents work, and then they say, "Well, it's your fault because you didn't want your children." Well, you're working your ass off. You're trying to make a living. They're taking money off you every time you turn around. Nickel diming, well, dollar diming you to death now. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard.
It's a gaslight. It's a gaslight because ultimately the responsibility is on you. But the reason why you struggle with that responsibility is because you're living in an irresponsible life to begin with. You've delegated your lifestyle to a dependency-based lifestyle to statism, and that ultimately led to the demise of you being able to have the breathing room to do the things that you should have done to take responsibility for your children. So the root of that is ultimately to secede from that so that you know how to function without it once again and be able to have the breathing room to do that. And that starts with individuals being able to discern that for themselves and then take the action accordingly.
Yeah, I like that.
Hello, Rates.
What's up, Chad?
Hello, nude guy. How are you?
What's up, Chad? Chad the man.
Eric. Nice to meet you.
Chad, we got somebody up here. Jesse, do you know Chad?
I don't know if I know Jesse or not, but hello, Jesse.
Hi, Jesse.
We're taking a rights for credit cards pledge today, Chad. Do you got any contribution you'd like to throw in the bucket?
Sorry, I don't use plastic.
Well, I keep trying to use rights as credit card over and over again, but I'm getting a little to the point where I think I can't use plastic either.
I'm just going to say I'm not even in a monetary system. Remember, I don't participate in a monetary system, so
I can't move with dude.
I myself, as I said in chat, my mother was a trained teacher, so the first 5 years of my life, she wasn't teaching, so she was working from home, running the family, helping run the family business and raising two children, and pretty much, well, actually, first year of 5 years of my life before I went to public schools, but my mother always instilled into me, focus on what you learn when you're there. Learn everything they teach you, but focus on what you want to learn, and remember, there's you always, the world is yours to learn in. Is one thing my mother instilled in me as a teacher. She was probably if I was to say I pinpoint any teacher that stands out in my mind was my mother. She never physically taught me in public school, but she went back and taught public school years later when my parents got divorced, and she was one of those old school teachers that actually taught kids, not and I've had conversations about the agenda and stuff, like the way things are now. She says I wouldn't be teaching that in my classroom.
I hate to tell you this, but you know who's really hurting us really bad is the unions. Not too certain it's bad. Now, I went to a mall. I had to do air conditioning, and I pulled up, and there's two other guys there, and they says, "What are you doing here?" And I says, "Well, who are you two?" "Well, we're fixing on a unit." And I said, "Well, what unit are you fixing on?" So they said, "I said, well, it's the unit I'm going to be working on." "Oh, you're working on a unit?" I says, "Yeah." "Are you union?" I said, "What are you talking about? Union?" He says, "Are you union? Because if you're not, you go up there, we're going to slash your tires."
Golly.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So I says, "Oh, wait a minute. I do have a card." And I did. I went to trade school. I told you that 2 years. It was 369 is what it was. UAW. And I had to pay extra money so I wouldn't have to pay a lot of money in class. So I showed him the card. And as soon as I showed him the card, he goes, "Oh, you're union. Good. Okay. No problem with your tires."
Wow.
Yeah. I see you. And then what they did is you could go to any heating cooling place, anybody like you, to get Freon, whatever. They stopped that here in Michigan. They says, if you do that to a person that doesn't know heating and cooling, we're done with you. We're not going to deal with you people anymore. And he stopped everybody from getting Freon unless you're a contractor. So they got a monopoly.
You shouldn't
going
be
on.
sniffing that stuff anyways.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Now you tell me. Yeah.
Yeah, you shouldn't have been doing that.
I play with ammonia and all that stuff.
Yeah, well, right. Yeah, come on. You had to learn. You had to learn some things on your own, right?
He sure did learn that one straight on his own. He embodied that one.
He jumped in with both feet.
A lot of support.
He learned to sniff while turning the Playboy page. He was onto something there.
Yeah.
Snap.
Well, I play with ammonia and hydrous ammonia, pure ammonia. Well, that stuff is deadly as shit.
And I'll say this to quote one of the famous lines that's used by Morgan. And that's the moment he realized that he got in trouble.
Yeah.
Hold on, Eric. I'm gonna.
Someone on the mic.
Well, Eric, if you can hear, I hope I had to mute you. There's something wrong with your mic. It was making a huge, loud, scratchy sound for everybody. So you're on mute. See if you can address that, and feel free to come off of mute when you think that it's resolved. It was crazy loud.
Yeah,
there.
it was crazy.
Sounded like a deer.
I couldn't even hear myself.
Yeah, Jesse,
like I
once
said-
you get to know me, I'm a character, so
Oh yeah,
just bear with me. You'll get to know me.
He's a bad baby.
I'll never forget
You
that.
came and saw one of our interviews. I think that was today. What did you think?
I enjoyed it. I had to take off fast though. I'm always on the go doing something here, but it was good. I'm going to come back. Trust me. I don't, I wouldn't want to go up to your panel because I'm not that good yet, but one of these days I'd like to go up to your panel when I know.
I
what
don't
I'm
have
talking
actual panels. I just interview people one-on-one.
Well, I see that. Yeah. One-on-one like that. That one guy was good. David.
That was yesterday's, I think.
Wow. That was good. That guy knew his shit. Wow. I was really impressed with him.
What kind of interviews do you do there, Jesse? You don't mind me asking?
I interview people. It's a one-on-one interview. Our show is called The Missing Link, and it's The Missing Link live on YouTube. And we're looking to find any missing links about the world or the person that they want to share. We started about 2.5, almost 3 years ago when all this craziness started, and we wanted to give people a voice that were being censored, especially doctors. So we've interviewed over 60 doctors. We've interviewed people like David Icke and Del Bigtree and, lots of very well-known people, but also people that have had like sex with aliens and, all kinds of people, anybody that has a story to tell. So I think it's a really pivotal time in history. So we're kind of recording it for, future generations to see what it was like, from 2020 on this crazy time that we've all had to experience.
Nice.
Can you put your link up there? Jesse? So Chad can get it?
I'm on my cell phone, so I can't get
Oh,
into the
okay. All
can't get
right.
into the thing without leaving. I think.
I'll get you, link. Put
Hold
it
Thank
in
you,
the
Guru. I appreciate it. Go to his link there, Chad. You'll like it. You really will. Very interesting.
Definitely sounds very, very interesting.
It is. Jesse's got it together.
So next week we're taking a break. Me and Angelina are going to Jamaica.
Yeah,
For
you gotta be excited about that, I would think.
Yeah, super excited. So we have a friend that has a 45-acre sheep farm on the ocean, and we get to stay at his place in like a 10 bedroom house or 10-room house or something. You know, and we get to stay there for free. And he said that the lady will come cook for us and clean for like $10 a day. So it's not costing us very much to have a nice time in the Caribbean.
Hey, Jesse, I'll do it for $5.
Yeah, but you got to get yourself there.
Oh,
To be fair, I've never known him. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, how you gonna get there, right?
Well, thanks, Chad. Thanks.
You can just send the $5 to me. Start working off this debt that we got going on.
You know, Jesse, I made a penny off my my StreamYard.
You know, I'm glad you're taking his legal affairs on now, right there, Nude. Because believe me, he was skimming me off like crazy. I kept getting rubber checks from him.
Jeez. Well, dude takes all my money. I had a penny, and it's gone now.
Well, I tried to take all your money. I still don't have a penny to show for it, but I'm working on it.
I want to go to Puerto Rico.
We'd really be interested in interviewing you there, Nude Guru, if that was of interest to you.
It is of interest. We'll chat about that. Timing being the key for that. Maybe not in the soon future, but in the not so distant future, I think would be a good idea.
We're fully booked for December. We're fully booked for January, and we're about half of February is booked right now. So we're usually like 2.5, 3 months in advance. So fully booked. Yeah, so I think we've got about 60 or 70 people pre-booked to be on the show right now.
Cool.
Wow.
Well, maybe that would be more in line with.
So sometime in July.
Yeah, I think that would.
That way he can be sitting outside and enjoying the beautiful weather.
I think somewhere in the early second quarter of next year might be a really good prime time for me as well. So let's keep that in mind and keep in touch to plan maybe.
Yeah, I'll put my email into the private chat and then just email me, and then we can just set a time, whichever time and day. We do our interviews Monday to Friday, 5 days a week. Sometimes we add one on a weekend if we have to fit people in and stuff, but it's usually Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, one interview a day. We started off with just one interview on a Thursday. Then we added a second interview. Then we added a third interview. And I was doing 3 interviews a day, so like 6-7 hours a day of interviews. Then we added a Wednesday, then a second one on Wednesday, then added a Tuesday. Then I was like, you know what? It's better if we just do one per day. And then, you know, because for me, for sitting, especially I had really bad hips, you know, doing all this before I had my hip surgery, you know, so it's quite a bit for sitting like that for long periods. And then, so we like it just one a day, and then gives us, and most of the time it's usually at like noon Eastern, which is 10 a.m. my time. So after noon, I'm done, and then have the rest of the day to do whatever I need to do, especially if I have to, you know, do some painting or renovating or whatever to make some of that slave coin.
Hey, Jesse?
Yeah.
When he's on there, New Guru, I want to be your panel man for that.
Well, we don't really do panels. We're just kind of one-on-one interviews.
No, I mean, controls, drop his volume, shut him off, kick him off.
You want to sabotage his interview, is what you're saying.
Oh, did I
That'll
do
be
that?
very expensive, by the way. It might be
Oh.
possible, but yeah, it's going to cost a lot. That was very brave
you're
to
dreaming again,
profess
right?
that. Yeah, that was a very brave profession to ask that right while I have the controls on this one.
I did mean a boss.
Isn't that something you were supposed to like private message me that?
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. Shit. Thanks, just
right? Just make
Huh?
sure send it to him in an email.
To what?
Send that. That's something you should have sent to Jesse in an email, not in the private
I know.
chat.
That's
This
what he
guru
said. I
can still
forgot
see
about
private
that.
chat.
Oh, dude, I'll send it to you. Send it to Jesse, will you?
Yes, I'll use PC and BCC, so we're all hooked up, and I'll be sure to keep my email on mute so I don't hear what you said.
Oh shoot!
Why don't I just let you go on, and I'll just let you guys have at it. I'll come back in a couple hours. After.
Hey, you won't have a show left. Let me tell you. You wonder what the hell happened. Yeah,
He'll see his subscriber count go down to 0.
you'll see a monitor on my head. Oh, no, Guru would do good for you.
Dan
He
getting
would.
awful quiet over there in the corner.
Who, Von Eric?
No, Dan.
Oh, did I get it? Oh, he probably went to sleep.
Dan's paving the roads.
Oh, okay. And right there she is. She's off mute to say hi.
Hi. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, good, good.
Up here causing
What-
trouble like always, eh?
Who me? No, I would never.
I'd beg to differ there, Bad Baby. Number 2. Or were you Bad Baby 3?
I don't know.
I forget
I don't
myself.
know.
You were
We
Bad
did
Baby
something.
1. I know that. You were Bad Baby 1. I remember that right.
I think I was 3.
So Jesse knows what's going on here. We had a friend, she died. Good person. And we get a little eulogy every year. But anyway, we were trying to trick her. And what we did is we got ourselves some logos. We dressed ourselves as bad babies, and we're up there waiting for her to come on up. So we're waiting and waiting and waiting. And as we're doing it, we're acting like little babies, I shit my pants. Oh, I got to, give me a bottle. I'm hungry, Where's my mama? Meeting, Michelle Bruce, the lady that we're waiting for her to come on up. She never showed up. She's watching us. She wouldn't come up. She fooled me. So we got a reputation as bad babies.
So she fooled you, trying to fool her.
Yeah.
Yeah. She was in the chat. So she was watching. I was in the chat, and I chimed in a couple of comments. And then literally as they ended, she called me because she had my phone number, right? And I'm in Canada, by the way. So she called me and she goes, I so wanted to say something in the chat, but I didn't want to blow my cover that I was watching and laughing myself silly at them.
I mean, we had to ask her, act like baby. Yeah. Unreal.
It's quite loud in the
It went south really bad, really fast.
Yeah. But it was funny.
Yeah, for you guys. Yeah, we're.
Hey, you're never gonna live it down there, man, baby. Come on.
No.
Wow. You knew whose idea was that? That was Lady Jane right there. That was her idea.
I know it was Lady Jane's idea.
Yeah.
She's openly admitted to it quite a few times.
Yep.
Oh, guess what, nude?
Lay it on me.
Or nude. Oh, Lady Jane wants to go and help me out next summer, looking around for some property.
Mm.
Hmm.
Well, we still have to make good on our idea of also showcasing how to start doing that from an online place.
Yeah, well, I did do that. What the hell was that? SSL, whatever it is. They wanted me to sign up my Gmail on that thing.
Yeah, that's okay. Was that they wanted you to sign up for that to access what?
Yeah,
More
to open up
information?
Yeah, they wouldn't even let me in there without giving my email.
I'm not sure which site that was because I never signed up to any of those, and I was at
SLMS or SLM or something like that. MSL.
maybe if you can find the link still and show it to me. I'm not sure if you have it still.
No, I don't. I don't have it. I just did it one time, and it says you got to put your email. I went, whoa, whoa, whoa. You know, it had all kinds of properties, but I had to get into it. I had to give my email for it to open up.
Oh, by the way, Jesse, I subscribe to you there, and I will check you out.
Sweet, thank
Charge
you. So YouTube's
me,
already
Jesse.
messing with my numbers right now. So I've like the last few days, I've lost 2 subscribers per day. And I have no idea why. I think it's YouTube messing with me. And then also today, 1 subscriber went down, but then when I had my interview, it went up by like 5 or 6. So for some reason, last days they've been dropping subscribers.
I was all excited because I've been sharing my link to a few places, and I was up to like 350 at one point, and now I'm back down to like 203. It's like, what the? And like,
YouTube messes with people. I'm pretty sure that goes.
Oh yeah, no, they do. They do. I know that for a fact.
Well, don't feel bad. I was on zero.
I may be a small channel, but I get a lot of things blocked.
Well,
and
I'm
they
on
mess
zero
with me a
right now.
lot.
Subscribers. Now I'm down to -1.
Well, if you guys put everybody's links on, I'll subscribe to everybody's channel. I subscribe to everybody's channel, so I'll subscribe to all you guys. For sure, I will.
Oh,
I'm
that's
sure.
okay.
I'm sure Nude's got mine.
Okay, I see how this is going.
I'll get knocked out. I'm serious. I can't jump and go get it because I'll literally get bounced off of StreamYard. I have to keep one panel up, like 2 panels up, and that's it. All I'm allowed to have on my computer. I start playing with panels, I get knocked out. I figured that out. It's been weird. StreamYard don't like me anymore.
All of that. The short version was, would you mind putting my channel for me?
Wait, okay. Thank you, boss.
Sure, my pleasure. No worries. Give me a second. I'll get everybody's.
I still honor you. I still honor you every stream I go live. I still honor you. I still use your opening. And in actuality, the one you made me, I still use that opening when I go.
Oh, that
live.
thing. Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, I got the guy I work with in the media group that I'm affiliated with. He used a clip of it from for when I'm on his show. So with him, so
Well,
which
if you
isn't
can't
that
pass,
often. But
if you can, Chad, pass the word along for Jesse there too. See if they can get more
yeah,
subscribers
no,
for
I
Jesse.
will definitely. I definitely will. I'm gonna watch some of his shows. I know a couple of the YouTubers you've had on there. When I was looking at the thing, I noticed a couple that I knew. So, Caucasian Sasquatch being one of them.
Yeah, nice. That was a recent one. So we've had 622 interviews, I think, so far, and we've had 4 YouTube channels deleted. So we took like an 8-month break off of YouTube. I was like, fuck YouTube. I just couldn't handle all the censorship, and mostly got strikes because of interviewing actual real doctors talking about their emergency room experiences, and yet it's medical misinformation from real doctors. It was crazy. But because we started hanging out on the panels with some people, we started to build up our YouTube channel again. But on our interviews, there's links to our other channels. So if you wanted to check out
Yeah.
any of like
Well, I
on
mean,
Rumble,
the guy I work with, I'm going to show some of it to him, and he may be interested in reaching out to you to restream it on one of our channels. So
oh, perfect.
I
Yeah,
work
that'd be great.
I work with a small independent media company, so I'm an affiliate with them. So I'm independent myself, and I work with an independent company, and we're all independents that work with the company. So it's kind of cool.
Sweet. Well, we're just trying to reach as many people as possible. So you definitely have our agreement to restream anything that you want, because we just want to reach as many people as we can with this. So
okay,
I believe in your channel, Jesse. I do. I believe in your channel. Trust me.
thanks, man.
No,
We're
thank
doing
you.
our best. There's our small little
And
part to make this world a better place.
And as much as I joke with the bad baby above me here, I take his I will always take his word when he directs me to a channel, because most channels he directs me to that he says are good channels are truly good channels, and I will always support any channel he's recommended to me.
You mean like Pornhub?
Mr. Nudie up here too. Yeah, Pornhub's pretty decent. I gotta admit.
Oh, shoot.
And it's free, I think, isn't it? It's right in everyone's budget around here.
It's at least worth a good laugh.
Don't feel bad. When I first got to know Nude, I said, well, I'm going to check his channel out. Everything was nude on there, Nude pictures.
He was searching for me. Anybody knows if you try and search for me on search in YouTube, if you make it to where I actually am, you did well. Yeah. You got to get past a lot of distraction before you get to my channel.
I gave up.
I was very fortunate though, because the thing was, you got when I first met you, it was over on Canadian Rights Media's channel, and I mean, I just thought you were one of at first, one of these whacked out right wingers, okay? But as I got to know you, I realized that you're an awesome guy. You've been a great mentor in a lot of ways. So I know I'm still a work in progress, but you have given me a lot of good advice over the years that I've known you. But I actually when you first got your wrench, when I first got my wrench in Canadian Rights Media, that's how I got you.
That's so long ago now, it's kind of a blur, but I do remember being there a little bit. And then probably the first we ever really conversed would have been on Epics.
Yeah. Well, that's when we first started talking to each other, was on Epics.
Mm-hmm.
Still
does he even do anything? Does he? I don't think I'm sub to him anymore. I don't know.
He's got a new channel. He's starting up doing here. He's on his 5th channel now. He's possibility going to start doing a few more start doing a couple lives again. And yeah, so but he has been. I've seen him around in a few other chat rooms. I actually saw him the other night over at Hippies in the chat.
Oh yeah.
Still haven't met the guy face to face though, even though I'm living in the same city as he is.
Mm-hmm.
Keeps telling me we're gonna get together and go do a cop watch. I'm like, dude, I said I do cop watches every day. I don't see you.
So Joe Cool might be swinging by your neck of the wings there.
Oh really?
No, not yours. Big Thumbs. Big Thumbs. Mr. Big Thumbs, what do you think of that?
Hey, that sounds cool. I'll pay the street for him.
I didn't know if you were going to scold me or pay me for trying to set that up or not. Took a chance.
Well, we'll have to meet someplace, you know.
Oh yeah, in a dark alley somewhere.
Dark alley somewhere.
We're gonna trade Playboys.
Yeah. No, I'll stay in Chicago. You stay here in Detroit.
Hey, right. Hey, right. Here, right. Have
Huh?
a Here, have one of my cigarettes.
Yeah. Well, this is regular. This is a regular cigarette. What's wrong with you, Race? Yeah. Sorry, Joe.
No, I was being Joe. Hey, right. Have one of my cigarettes.
Chad, we're as well.
What's that?
What's that, Jess?
We're in Canada as well.
Oh,
Are you really?
Yeah, we're in Alberta, Canada.
Oh,
Yeah, you're outnumbered here today, right?
Damn.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. True. Well, technically.
Even Dan is building the Canadian roads.
I'll tell you though, ever since I've been to Canada, I've never been a bad person. I know they're out there, but I've never been a bad person. Just friendly as hell. A lot of people, you know.
Well, just to give you a little background on me, Jesse, I'm originally Nova Scotian. Lived in Nova Scotia almost all my life, and I'm currently living in Ottawa, Ontario.
Okay, cool. And
I was
there's
one
good
of
and bad
them,
people in-
and I was one of them freedom, and I'm one of them freedom fighters, by the way, as people would still tell me. I came up during the convoy at the first time I was here, so.
I think Jesse's breaking up.
And right, I was just gonna say, like you said, all the Canadians, are nice. Not Ed. Like there's good and bad people in everything: race, color, religion, country. Just because a lot of Canadians are nice doesn't mean there isn't douchebags here as well.
Yeah, let me show you my parents.
Yeah. No, I definitely agree with you on that one, Jesse. That we have our fair share. We have more than our fair share of douchebags.
Well, I wouldn't doubt that, but I'm just saying the people I met, though, very nice, very respectful.
Well, okay, but like for example, like myself, even as being an independent media guy, I have to go out with the gentleman that runs the organization. I go out with him and do a lot of his filming for him because it's hard for one person to do the camera work and to do the interviews, right? That they're trying to do. So I usually end up going helping doing camera work. And I mean, I gotta go up there. I gotta go up on Parliament Hill sometimes with and do interviews with politicians. And like some of them are the biggest douchebags you ever meet in your life. Like,
you can't say nothing to them either. You gotta just keep rolling.
I gotta keep my mouth shut.
Yeah.
Yes, I can't say a word. Like, I mean, unless I'm prompting him, the guy that's doing the interview, on something, because sometimes he'll get off off topic, and I gotta direct him back on topic, and he tells me to do that. It's the only time I'm allowed to speak is getting him back on topic, or maybe reclarifying a question that he wanted to ask that he started to ask, but then he got off topic. So it's kind of that's about all I'm allowed to say, right? It's like, yeah. And then there's times I just want to.
Well, I agree with Nude.
That's why I'm glad we have not yet had an interview with Justin Trudeau, because I'm sorry, I would not be able to keep my mouth shut.
Find out his camera
I
runs
would
on
have
his
a
head.
billion questions for that man.
And he would answer none of them.
Exactly.
I've interviewed Trudeau's half brother, so that was a fascinating interview.
That definitely
If he was being honest, every question you gave him, the answer would be, "It's above my pay grade." That would be as honest as he could say.
Well, Trudeau's half brother is totally like on the freedom movement. He was against Trudeau.
Yep.
He was like, it was a very fascinating interview because he doesn't like his brother, and I asked him some pretty good questions, and it was actually quite an interesting interview.
Wow, I wish I could have seen that one.
Yeah, there's no love between those two men at all. They are not loving brothers.
You know, they had a interview. Well, not an interview. God, I hate this brain of mine. I can't. Hold on, guys. Please hold on. Debate. There, that's the word. Debate. Sorry about that, guys. Between DeSantis and Newsom, governor of California and the governor of Florida. So I says, you know what? I want to see what this is all about. I turned it on for 5 minutes and shut it off. It was a shit show. Talking over one another, you know, blah blah. No documentation, you know, when they're talking. I couldn't handle it. I just shut it off. It was bullshit. I don't know how you.
Newsom is a demon. Yeah, Newsom is a demon, and
Yeah.
DeSantis is a Jesuit Zionist kind of. So they're both kind of running in the same circles, even though they present against each other.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree with you 100%. It was a shit show. Drew is right. He says just get away from the TV set and watch what happens. You know, he's right. I come back. I can see it now. They were the shit.
It's like soap operas, right? It's just a shit show, and it keeps you entertained and distracted and engaged in nothingness.
Same as wrestling.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Male soap opera.
Yep. It's more accurately put as wrestling show.
Yeah, totally. They present against each other, but yet they'll go in their little secret societies in their underwear parties or whatever the heck that they do, and they're best buds. And
that's it. And they don't even make any of the real decisions. They're just getting directives. They're spokespeople, Muppets.
Puppets for sure.
Yep. Just doing what they're told to say and getting paid accordingly. And they were groomed and indoctrinated themselves to be in those positions from birth. It's a bloodline.
I was gonna say that earlier when you're talking about leaders and rulers and what would we consider our government? I consider them puppets.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, what does that make the civilianry?
Under a spell.
To say the least, right?
Definitely under a spell.
Nice.
And not the spell you kind of like either.
Makes us the Kool-Aid drinkers, right?
Right.
Vaccinated?
Obsessively drinking it and obsessing over it day after day, and obsessing over the falsehoods about it. Well, and then coming back for more.
And fighting.
And never learning or taking a second look to see if it's all a fraud, because we keep seeing the same reboot. I mean, how many times can you watch any TV show for the 80 millionth time and not see the light, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
And actually fighting people on whose master is better.
Right. Exactly.
Yep. Well, I just can't believe how many times I've watched that TV and just believed in it, you know? I'm just shaking my head thinking, wow, what a stupid ass I was.
Well, yeah, but you gotta. I mean,
Don't make excuses for them.
No, I'm not making excuses for him. Okay, hold on.
Somebody feel sorry for me, please.
Okay, hold on. Okay, from the guy who used to work at mainstream media, at one point in time, they used to have some credibility. Okay, and I say at one point in time they used to have some credibility, but
no, they didn't.
It was not that great to start with.
Credibility is different from integrity. They've never had integrity.
Oh no, they've never had that at all.
The only credibility they had was the belief in them, and they still have tons of that.
But I will say this: there have been some that have had integrity.
No,
there's been some, and most of them have left mainstream media.
No, that's all part of the wrestling shit show.
Okay.
It might look like that, but yeah, that's called controlled opposition. Nobody is in those positions saying anything that they're not told to say. You don't get to be in those positions. Even when they go live, they don't really go live. There's always a big delay, so that if there's something goes sideways or somebody goes off script or whatever, they just cancel it out. It doesn't get publicized. And it's a tight-knit network. It's Hollywood is a very small community.
Oh, I know.
That virtually runs the world through social media, MSM.
Especially since the 60s or 70s, since Operation Mockingbird Media. But we also had the one guy that's talking about the history of politics, and Louis Brandow is supposedly one of the leaders of this media. And there was a lot more options and people trying to do good journalism, but most of it has all been controlled since who knows how long, the beginning of time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is he breaking up a little bit, or is that just me?
He is breaking up.
A little bit, yeah. More so when he's just coming in. It sounds like he's got a like me actually, a what do you call it, a noise gate on or something. When he's talking, it seems to be okay, but when he's coming in, Jesse, I don't know if you're aware, but today you come into speaking a little bit, besides shopping.
Think I can help him out with a StreamYard or no?
I think it's like I keep muting, and so when I unmute myself, maybe it's just catching up at the beginning because I keep muting in and out, and just when I talk, I'm unmuting myself.
That could be.
Okay.
Yeah. And that time was clear. There was no chop there.
The reason I was asking Nudie, because one time I told Nudie he was having a hard time. It was me with my headphones.
What do you mean the one time?
Well, yeah. Well, jeez. I didn't mean it, boss.
The plane.
I could tell you stories about Rights when he first started, though. Oh my God, his first live that he did. Oh, he kept knocking us down, kicking us out of the stream.
Then when he figured out how not to do that, he kept knocking himself down, and he still does that from time to time. But at least it doesn't take him half an hour to get back up anymore. He's got the refresh button down pat.
You should see what happened about two.
Now StreamYard don't like me. But to me all the time, I'll get knocked out and get back in, and
You should see what happened 2 streams ago. I kicked everybody out.
I was watching that one.
He stopped the stream in the middle of the juiciest conversation.
Oh, I was on my phone. Didn't know I touched the cancel button. I went, oh shit.
I think you're gonna put the Lucy thing up, the Charlie Brown and Lucy thing up instead. You ended the stream.
Only me.
Yeah, that's what he was trying to do. I was
I'll tell you, Jesse.
He's trying to put something up, and the whole stream went.
Well, if Jesse wants a good entertainment, just come to my show and just watch.
Yeah.
We take shit show to a whole new level around. Shit show by default doesn't matter what you do.
Well, I was just thinking that maybe you should rename it to the shit show.
No, somebody else. No, because somebody else has that name.
Really? Shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then they'll be over here fighting with you, and you don't want any part of them.
We'll just call it welcome to the shit show.
Welcome to
Raise a little hell.
Yeah. Well, we are definitely, from what that means, far from that. But, that's actually part of the dynamic. Who cares if it's not perfect, We don't want to be like mainstream, pretend perfection, corporate structure type bullshit, superficial crap, We let it all out. Mistakes and all. We don't hide anything. And especially the learning process, all of it. you know, mistakes and all.
Yeah. And it's the way to be.
Authenticity is, yeah, being authentic is,
Well, it's
I
like
think
with
very
me,
valuable.
whenever I put any footage up on my thing, unless I'm purposely editing it for a story that I'm doing, like a focal point. Like, for example, I'm in the process of actually taking a break from it this weekend, but I'm in the process of actually editing a story that I've been working on for a while on the homeless in Ottawa. And I've got to go out and do a couple more interviews and stuff, but it's pretty much almost all done. But in that, other than that, most of the footage that if I put something up on my channel, it's usually raw. Because, you know, I felt that it had to go up raw. So, and I mean, even my live stream from the convoy that I did was me just standing there holding a tablet, filming it. So, I mean, everything I do, most stuff I try to put up is raw, you know, like uncut.
That's why we like our interviews like that, just live interviews. We've come across a few people that were leery at first because they've actually done interviews with people where they chopped it up and made them look bad and not actually said a few things. And I said, no, we're live, right? We don't chop anything. It is what it is. However it comes out, it comes out.
Yeah.
And they reassured that they interviewed with me because of
Yeah,
that.
I used to do a show with a fella from St. John, New Brunswick, Shane Canadian, and the two of us, we did a show called The Sidekicks, and we did interviews with other YouTubers and that sort of thing. Mostly the 1A community in the States, what we were starting with, and we branched out a little bit to politicians and a few other things, and none of our stuff was ever edited. We just the same thing as you do, Jesse, straight interview.
He was on the other day, Chad. Did you see that?
Yeah, I know, I saw it.
Yeah, he came here as well.
Yeah, no, I saw him here in the chat. I haven't had a chance to reach out to him. I've been busy with his project, with some projects. So.
Well, he's doing definitely more sound, which was good to see. In a more stable place.
Yeah.
And
I think he's back in St. John.
He is, yeah. He's been working on his health and only getting things improved and whatnot. So yeah. Gonna be talking to him soon, I'm pretty sure. About progressing that, because he does like the idea about being out in the West, and even though he didn't have a great experience when he was here, I think he's able to look past that, and he didn't really see the real potential here. But in order to access the real potential here, you have to you can't count on the system or anything like that. Here, that's looking for a hand up here is it's like bashing your head against the wall, you know.
Well, it's
So
like that. It's like that anywhere in the system. I mean, I can say that from being in the system here in Ontario. It's
yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
But here is really crazy. It's really crazy.
Oh yeah,
here. Like,
I have a friend of mine that was out in BC. She's actually in Alberta now, but she was in BC. She's trying to head back to Ontario, but she was saying that it was horrible in BC. Horrible.
yeah,
And
they're
she's
really
from BC.
they really pin everything in opposition to itself. So go here to get this, but to get this, you had to have gone here, and you can't get that there because you weren't here for long enough and shit, you know.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, we'll see where that goes. I have some ideas for him since he's taken a direction in a different way and is open to living the way that he is right now. Now that I know that, there's a lot more options and doors from my experience out here that I can show him that he doesn't realize at the moment. But I'm going to show him all that and then see what we can do about giving him some assistance to get into solid ground over here, because this is really only the real place in Canada if you want to live a more self-reliant lifestyle. You can do it in other places in Canada, but you're going to have the more hardships of winter to face, and so you're probably going to end up at least having a snowbirding lifestyle to some degree, anyways.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I don't doubt it. I mean, I honestly see myself heading west at some point too. So
now you should go to Detroit.
Well, I got to get my passport first in order to get there, and then I actually am going to be taking a trip to Detroit at some point in time. So
I heard Wrights has a house for sale coming up.
Oh, does he?
It's air conditioning too. Naturally.
Thanks for the
That's all
chat, guys. I'm gonna get going. Good meeting you, Chad. Good seeing you guys again.
Good
Okay,
night,
Jess.
Jesse.
Good to meet
Thank
you,
you.
Jesse.
Thanks for being up.
Oh,
Always a
was
pleasure,
that
man.
Jess? Is he still
Yeah.
there? Was that your better half?
Yeah, that's Angeline.
Tell her I said hi. It was nice talking to her.
She's just she can hear you.
Oh, okay.
And I bid you a farewell as well, Angeline. Thanks for being with us.
Bye-bye.
Appreciate both of you.
Thank you both.
Okay, bye, guys.
Be good. I give them credit, both of them. They got a hell of a show. They do. It's good. I like it.
Yeah, he's got a great show. Definitely worth a check out there, Chad.
Yeah,
Very
sounds like
informative. Yeah, he's got a lot of interesting, unique guests. Yeah, did you ever listen to the Art Bell show?
Yeah.
Okay, so in a certain sense, it reminds me of that. In terms of formation and
Okay.
something as well. Yeah, and something you did a bit of that as well, and something that I'll be doing in the same formation when I get going on my own channel at some point. Really like that style. Kind of take
Yeah.
after Art Bell.
Well, I'm kind of sort of in the process of also rating out a scripted style show. I have to present it that way to the channel that I was talking with my friend, the guy I work with, channel that he has, because they want me to put my show up there. They don't want he like sometimes he's watched my lives a couple times, and like some of the stuff I do, yeah, okay, it gets ridiculous because as we all know, we just with panels, you just kind of get on a topic and off, and away you go on another topic and that sort of thing. But anyway, he wants me to do a scripted interview show because I'm like, yeah, no problem. So, but I'm also adding some flair into it too, of course. I don't want it to be just playing an interview. I want some little extra kind of I guess entertainment, sort of more my style, I'm a bit of a little bit of an entertainer and a character. I guess I always have been. So, and Nude goes quiet and Wrights is snoring.
No, I'm up. I'm up. I just thought of something, and I was looking back at my first video, and I went, "Wow, what a difference compared to where I'm at now."
Yeah,
No, I'm up.
you're only knocking yourself down now.
Yeah, it's the least I can do for myself.
Yeah.
I don't know where Nude went to.
I don't know. Like, it's not normal to see Nude with a mute on.
He might be sleeping. He usually does that sometimes.
I was taking a power nap.
Yeah, he does that sometimes. All of a sudden he'll disappear, like I do. I
Yeah,
gave.
you guys go a long time sometimes.
Oh yeah, well, but it goes so long. I gave Nudie power of attorney. Well, he basically just do everything I do. So in case I fall asleep, he can turn me off or whatever.
Yeah.
Because he's
That's
got
the
stamina.
way,
That guy does.
that's the way Ronnie and I have it with her StreamYard. I'm the same. I have the same control she does. So if she has to, if she nods off and stops, or I nod off, we can just
Quit talking about me. Did you guys get the message?
Where are we talking about you? Sounds like you sound like helium.
I was so excited about my matcha. I kicked my headset right out of the socket there.
Yeah, now,
So-
now it sounds like I had a mouthful of helium.
It does. It does.
Oh no, seriously? I don't sound
Yeah,
normal?
yeah.
No, you
No,
don't sound normal.
Okay, hold on. Let me refresh.
Well, I don't
I'll
know.
be right back.
I don't know. Dan and I still asked the question.
I don't know
what
if I
is-
should
what
trust
is-
you. Are
what
you guys
is Newbie's
gaslighting
normal
me?
voice? No, we're
No,
not.
no.
No.
The truth. Yeah.
Okay, I'll refresh. Hold on. Be right back.
Yeah, he did. He sounded like he was in a balloon, sucking
Yeah.
helium.
But the thing is, Dan and I always ask the question: what voice is really Newbie's voice? Because we know he uses the voice thing sometimes to tune his voice in better, right? Is that his real voice, or is he just some 13-year-old kid?
Well, like me, that one day you knew it was me, and I thought I had my voice changed. You're, I know it's you, right? And I said, no, it ain't. You know, figuring I had my voice changed because I used a voice, changed. And then when I went and checked back to find out when you're talking to me, I says, hell, it's my voice. Do you remember that when you were on DJ?
Yeah, I remember
Yeah.
it. Yeah, you were
Yeah,
you were pretending to be somebody else.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We were.
Yeah, but
I
the
was
thing is, though,
listening
too.
to you- I was listening to you, Dan, and I called you up and said, "You had a voice changer?" Yeah. I said, "I can still hear you." He thought he was being incognito.
Yeah, I did.
But the
I
thing
really
is, though,
did.
too. The thing is, though, too. You also certain ways you say certain things too.
Testing.
You're back.
Okay.
You're back.
All right.
Hey, you're just like Alvin anymore.
Okay. Good. Let me I was at a loss there because my hands were full and I'm shit. I can't even type to you guys, but I typed a message. So now I got to go back and get my matcha, and I'll be on I'll be on mute for 3 minutes because I'm
Don't knock your headset out this time, okay?
yeah. I'm gonna leave it down. So I promise I can't hear you guys, and I'm gonna take a Tim 100 at the same time. I'll be back in about 3 minutes.
Oh boy, we got 3 minutes. We can talk bad about him.
Or I heard that.
Oh shit. Damn.
Okay, go
I
right
can't
to your
wait.
first.
No, that's all right. He's probably listening. I ain't saying nothing.
Just remember, before I go, I charge by the insult. Okay, I'll be back.
Okay, dude. Thanks. He's helped me out quite a bit, dude. Has you would not
Yeah, he
believe
has.
what he's done for me.
Yeah, he has.
Wow. He
Yeah.
put a lot of
Oh,
effort
he
on me.
has. Yeah, he has. You're like, I mean, your show, your lives now are a lot more interesting.
Mm. It's not
I mean,
because
not
of me. It's
saying
because
that-
of dude.
Well, no, because he's added that flair in for you that you needed. He's kind of. I say it this way: every good person that's comedical in nature, like you and I are, you
Mhm.
need a good straight man to balance you out.
Okay.
Nude is the perfect straight man for you.
Mhm.
No.
It didn't plan that way. I just wanted his message to get out there.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it was. I never even thought about it that way. But yeah, I just wanted him to, because he had a lot of things to say. I said, well, damn, tell people out there. I says, I'll get my StreamYard. You do what you got to do. And
Yeah.
he has. He's been doing it.
Oh yeah, I know. I mean, like I've known Nude for a lot of years, so I mean, going on what 3 or 4 years now. I know Nude.
3 years. Yeah, 3 years now. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, yeah, we all met right on the same time frame. Like literally, was not far off from each other.
Mm.
So.
Yeah. Well, you know me. I like good people. I do. I like good people.
And the Super Grover beside me here. I met him through actually the same time I met Nude on Epic's channel.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. So I've known these two for that long. So.
Well, I want this to
Yeah,
grow.
he definitely by the way, I don't know how bad I don't know how good his internet is. I haven't heard him in a while because most times I see him up there, he's muted. So I just say, okay, he's just up here to stay on StreamYard and listen. I figure, but
Oh no, he did some talking today. He was hilarious. Dan was.
oh yeah,
Oh my god.
Dan is hilarious. Dan is hilarious. But he, I was gonna say he, I can't remember what I was gonna say about him, but anyway, it was something nice. Don't worry, Dan. I wouldn't say anything bad about you. Partially because I'm in the same province as him now, so he'd find a way to come beat the tar out of me because I said something bad about him. I wouldn't want that man mad at me.
What he's Google's. I want to show you guys. I want to show you guys something. I want to show my daughter as well. Oh, somebody's here. Oh, Prairie. Good. I'm glad you. No, Prairie's in Canada, if I'm right.
Yes, Prairie's in Canada.
Okay, I want to show you something here. Bear with me, but I gotta go get it. Once we screw it up.
Actually, Prairie, I first met you on Canadian Rights Media. In the chat. That's where I first met you.
I think I talked to her one time. She came on live. I think. I can't remember.
I met her live. I met her live on Epics, like face to face on StreamYard. I won't say a face to face meeting. I haven't met her face to face meeting yet, but I've met her on like we've seen each other's faces, on cam. So on Epics.
Obvious. Son of a gun. Hold on. I got to do something again. Mother.
Yeah, we're all going to spreading the love still around different places.
Well, I just want good people and what the hell did I do wrong now? Bear with me for a minute. My computer acts up and I can't hear nothing.
Yeah, I have the same problem, but mine's internet connection wise. Where I'm at right now, I'm staying at a friend's place for a couple days, watching their dog while they're away, and I have really, really good internet here, so I'm probably gonna be all right. But when I'm at home, most times, like that's part of the reason why I don't go up a lot on lives, because I don't know how it's gonna be. I don't know how long I'm gonna be able to stay up, because I'll get dropped real quick depending on how many people. It's a shared internet, right? With
you guys need to work on your results better. I'm sorry, I'm going to broke here. I need to make some money. Come on.
Hold on here. I want to show this is going to happen.
I'm still waiting for my last paycheck.
Yeah, don't. If it's from rights, don't hold your breath.
No, it's from you.
The bananas. The bananas. Yeah, we shipped them out. FedEx. You didn't get it?
What address did you send them to?
The one you gave.
Oh God, I don't live there anymore.
Well, that might be why you didn't get the bananas.
This is what.
Let's teach you to keep your address current with our government.
This is going to happen to you guys. Well, not new. This is going to happen to you too. Eventually, it's coming your way. So this is happening in New York right now, but it's spreading. You guys ready?
No.
Can you take it?
Can I handle the truth?
Haven't I had enough abuse for one lifetime?
To attaining the ultimate pandemic.
Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Yes.
You're good.
What the? Okay.
Power, being able to designate certain classes of individuals as a health threat, forcibly relocating those individuals to specially designated housing facilities and keeping them there for as long as the government wants. And also, they'd have the power to control what these people can and cannot do. However, if these new government powers sound like the very definition of a quarantine camp, well, according to this AP fact check right here, you would be wrong. Although their reasoning is perhaps even more ridiculous than you can probably imagine. And so let's go through it all together. To start with, back in December of 2021, at the height of the COVID pandemic, you had a bill that was working its way through the New York State legislature. This bill would allow the government to take people that they deem to be threats to the general public health and put those people into essentially indefinite detention. This bill, just for your reference, was called Assembly Bill 416. And when I personally read this bill back in December, it was frankly the most aggressive piece of legislation I've come across in the past decade. Let's go through the bill together and you can tell me what you think of it. You can leave your thoughts down in the comments section below. Here's how the bill reads. Quote, upon determining by clear and convincing evidence that the health of others is or may be endangered by a case, contact, or carrier, or suspected case, contact, or carrier of a contagious disease that, in the opinion of the governor, after consultation with the health commissioner, may pose an imminent and significant threat to the public health, resulting in severe morbidity or high mortality. Now, just to pause here for a super quick moment, what this bill is laying out here is that based on the opinion of the governor, if you as an individual, or if you as a member of a class of individuals, if the governor determines that you are contagious for some disease, or if someone you have contact with is contagious for some disease, at least based on the suspicion of the governor, you're all now subject to what comes next. Quote, the governor or his or her delegate, including but not limited to the commissioner or the heads of local health departments, may order the removal and or detention of such a person or group of such persons by issuing a single order identifying such persons either by name or by a reasonably specific description of the individuals or group being detained. Now, to pause here again for another quick moment, let's recap. Based on the opinion of the governor, what they can do, he or she, whoever the governor might be at the time, they can say, hey, John Doe over there, or let's say a group of people, let's say unvaccinated individuals as a whole, they can be isolated and detained and then sent off. And this is where it says they can be sent off to. Quote, such person or group of persons shall be detained in a medical facility or other appropriate facility or premises designated by the governor or his or her delegate in complying with subdivision 5 of this section. And so essentially, what this here is saying is that if in the opinion of the governor or of some political appointee of the governor, if you are someone who poses a health threat to the community or to the state, they can lock you away. And what's interesting here is that the provisions in this bill were so purposefully vague that they could mean many different things based on interpretations. They said that the person can be put away in a medical facility or other appropriate facility or premise. Now, what does that exactly mean? It's not clear, and it gives tremendous latitude to both the governor as well as to the New York Department of Health. In fact, when I first read this bill, it gave me very Executive Order 9066 vibes. If you know, Executive Order 9066 was what President Roosevelt used to set up internment camps for the Japanese during World War II. But in that executive order, if you actually read it, it says something along the lines of, if you are a person who is deemed to be a threat to national security, you're going to be moved to an inland relocation center. And so you see how the language there was opaque as well. It's very vague. It doesn't say exactly what it is. It doesn't necessarily outline exactly who it is. And it definitely doesn't say anything about internment camps. They're called relocation centers. And so likewise, with this bill out in New York, that's the same kind of language that they were using. And it's exactly this opaque language, which would allow the governor to, just as an example, designate unvaccinated individuals as a group, place those people into one of these medical facilities, and then this is what the bill goes on to say could be done to these people once they are actually in these medical facilities. Quote, the government would be able to require an individual who has been exposed to or infected by a contagious disease to complete an appropriate prescribed course of treatment, preventative medication, or vaccination, including directly observed therapy to treat the disease and follow infection control provisions for the disease. The provisions of this section shall not be construed to permit or require the forcible administration of any medication without a prior court order. Meaning that if you ever find yourself in this situation, you better hope that the judge overseeing the court is on your side. Now, there is something worth noting here, which is that if you read the actual text of Assembly Bill 416, it does go on to say that no one shall be held for more than a period of 60 days. But there's also a caveat which says that it allows the court to issue an order to waive the maximum detention time. And so after the initial 60 days, the court is allowed an additional 90 days to consider the detention of that individual, which is a cycle that, at least in theory, can go on indefinitely at the sole discretion of the Department of Health. Furthermore, according to the actual text of the bill, it doesn't make any mention of COVID. And so in theory, it can apply to any contagious diseases altogether, such as HIV, AIDS, hepatitis, or whatever else might come next. However, as wild as this story already is, it actually gets wilder. Because you see, the way that this all played out is that this particular bill received such heavy blowback it wasn't even able to find a co-sponsor, and therefore it was removed from the legislative calendar, meaning that the bill essentially died on arrival. But that was absolutely not the end of the story, because Governor Kathy Hochul, she essentially went around the state legislature and she implemented this new law in the form of a state regulation. That's because, like many other states across America, the state of New York has a fairly large book compiling the rules and regulations of the state. It's called the NYCRR, the New York Codes, Rules, and Regulations. And essentially, it's a large compilation that's maintained by the executive branch of government, the State Department specifically, and it contains within it all the different codes, rules, and regulations which are enforced within the state. It's a large compilation covering everything from banking to transportation to social services, and also, relevant to our discussion today, to health. And back in April of last year, in April of 2022, which for reference was just 4 months after Assembly Bill 416 died, the New York Department of State, under the leadership of Governor Kathy Hochul, they made a significant change to New York regulations. Specifically, they added another section called Section 2.13, Isolation and Quarantine Procedures. And the powers that this new regulation gave to the governor, as well as to her political appointees, well, it mirrors exactly what was in that earlier bill that died on arrival. For instance, under the subsection titled Duty to Issue Isolation and Quarantine Orders, here's what it says, quote, whenever appropriate to control the spread of a highly contagious communicable disease, the State Commissioner of Health may issue and or may direct the local health authority to issue isolation and or quarantine orders consistent with due process of law to all such persons as the State Commissioner of Health shall determine appropriate. New rule then goes on to explain how these quarantined individuals, once they're removed from their homes, can be placed into, quote, temporary housing locations that the public health authority issuing the order determines appropriate. And then afterwards, there are several more subsections outlining the specifics of how these quarantined individuals can be treated once they are placed into these temporary housing locations, including things like this, quote, if the location of isolation or quarantine is a detached structure, then the person may go outside while remaining on the premise, but shall not leave the premise or come within 6 feet of any person who does not reside at the premise or such other distance as may be appropriate for the specific disease. And so just to summarize, after Assembly Bill 416 was dead on arrival, there was no way it was going through the state legislature, these new regulations were placed onto the books by the executive branch, giving the unelected bureaucrats over in the Department of Health the power to pick and choose who they want to detain if they believe there's even a possibility that this particular individual or group of individuals has a communicable disease. They also, by the way, don't have to prove that they're actually sick. Furthermore, once this person is determined to be a threat, they can be detained either in their home or they can be taken from their home and placed into a facility. And the length of the stay in the facility, well, that's purely at the government's discretion. If all this sounds familiar to you, well, that might be because you've been following the developments over in communist China over the last several years. Regardless, once this regulation was put into place, a lawsuit was filed against it, arguing that it was, for one, a violation of people's constitutional rights, as well as, secondly, a power grab on the part of the executive branch, since essentially they created a new law out of thin air, something that only the legislative branch could do. For reference, in that lawsuit, you had multiple different plaintiffs, including State Senator George Borrello, as well as New York Assemblyman Chris Tague and Mike Lawler. Mike Lawler, by the way, he went on to become a congressman, but at the time that this lawsuit was filed, which was last year, he was, in fact, a state assemblyman. And this case, it bounced around the legal system for a while until in July of last year, in July of 2022, a New York State Supreme Court judge, he went ahead and he ruled against Governor Hochul. And while the judge struck down this forced quarantine regulation on the grounds that it violated the separation of powers, he also wrote this in his official decision, quote, involuntary detention is a severe deprivation of individual liberty, far more egregious than other health safety measures, such as requiring mask wearing at certain venues. Involuntary quarantine may have far-reaching consequences, such as loss of income or employment and isolation from family. However, the New York government did not take this loss lying down. That's because after this ruling at the trial court level, Governor Kathy Hochul, as well as Attorney General Letitia James, they went ahead and they appealed the decision. Wouldn't you know it? About a year and a half after the initial ruling, the appeals court went ahead and they ruled in favor of Governor Kathy Hochul. And their reasoning was not what you'd expect. Instead of going through the actual merits of the case, the panel of 5 judges, they decided that the plaintiffs in the case actually lacked standing to bring the case forward at all, meaning that these judges determined that a state senator, as well as 2 members of the state assembly, they somehow did not have standing to bring forth a lawsuit against the governor when she essentially usurps legislative authority from the state assembly. Although it does raise the question, if the state representatives themselves don't have standing to sue in this particular situation, who would? Regardless, the lawyer who's pushing this case forward, Ms. Bobby Ann Cox, was, as you could imagine, not too pleased with this ruling. Here's how she described the situation over during an interview on NTD News.
So now this appellate court, which, of course, the governor and the attorney general appealed to this court, they tried to overturn our decision. And yeah, the court came down and said, well, you know what? We're not even going to talk about the merits here, whether or not this regulation was unconstitutional or not. We're just going to say, hey, you know what? We don't think you had the right to bring the lawsuit in the first place last year.
And what's your assessment of that decision? What's your assessment of the reasoning here?
Yeah, it's pretty surprising, I have to say. The trial court judge last year didn't even discuss standing. It was an argument that was brought up by the attorney general last year at the trial court, but it's so obvious that we have standing that the trial court judge didn't even discuss it in his decision. So it was very surprising, and I don't agree. My plaintiffs and I do not agree with this ruling. We do not believe that sitting New York State legislators and the people of New York State, in a citizens group, don't have standing. It doesn't make sense. So we definitely disagree with this ruling. The other problem is that this is really bad case law. An appellate court is saying that these legislators don't have the right to bring a lawsuit against the executive branch of government when they feel that the executive branch of government has usurped their power, has taken their power to make law. It's very clear, 3 branches of government, each branch has its own job, its own authority. And here, it was clear that the executive branch overstepped and reached into the legislative branch's powers. You have to be able to challenge that in court.
Now, moving forward, Ms. Bobby Ann Cox, as well as the plaintiffs, they can still appeal this ruling to the Albany-based New York State Court of Appeals. However, until that court decides whether or not they're even going to take up the appeal, the reality is that here in the state of New York, Governor Kathy Hochul can go ahead and she can reinstate Section 2.13, putting the nearly 20 million people who live in the state of New York at risk of getting quarantined if the state determines it necessary. However, if all this sounds to you like the government is giving itself the authority to set up quarantine camps, well, you should absolutely stop worrying, because the Associated Press put out a fact check saying that this is not the case. In this quote-unquote fact check of theirs, their argument is since New York officials repeatedly denied having any intention of building quarantine camps, then obviously it's false. Here's in fact what that Associated Press fact check says. Quote, nothing in the rule mentions camps, nor suggests that the state has plans to erect them. And that is technically true. Nowhere in Section 2.13 does it mention the word camps. Instead, it mentions temporary housing locations that you won't be able to leave without the government's permission. If you see any resemblance to that and the word camps, that's really just on you. Jokes aside, though, it's exactly this type of quote-unquote fact check which completely shatters people's trust in the media. The Associated Press, they go to the officials within the New York government and they ask them, hey, are you planning to set up quarantine camps? They say, no, we're not. And that's it. Fact check false. Despite the obvious fact that even if they're not planning to do so now, this rule, once it's actually enacted, will give them the legal authority to do so in the future. And that's really the crux of the issue here, because COVID has obviously passed. But let's say a year from now, 2 years from now, or 10 years from now, when the next COVID-like pandemic comes around, whoever's living in the state of New York will suddenly discover that, hey, the government here has a lot more power than I initially thought, all because of some obscure section in an obscure rule book that the New York State courts allowed to stand.
So what does it sound like to you guys?
Ketchup and potato chips.
Believe it or not, my daughter and I like those. That's the truth. We do.
To me, it sounds like a camp.
Yep.
Sorry, not sorry.
Concentration camp.
If it's exactly, concentration camp. If it sounds like I say this way, it sounds like a duck. It looks like a duck. Probably a duck.
Yeah, for sure. While I was watching that, I was also contemplating another deeper level. I had epiphany as well.
Uh-oh.
Let me ask you guys a question. What do you think of the idea of having the state as your parents?
You want me to answer it or Chad?
Round
Hell
table.
no.
The
Hell no.
saga continues.
Hell no.
I can't handle them now.
Okay. If that's the case, two things on that front. The first is, if you don't want the state to be your parents and have custody of you, then isn't sending your children to the state for custody of your children, what you're doing is you're letting the state be their parent when they go to school, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So why would we do that if we wouldn't want the state to be our parent? That's the first thing. And then the second thing is, if we are advocating that the state is on any level true authority over us, aren't we actually advocating that the state is indeed our parent?
Well, the first one that you talked about, and I agree with you. You know, how would you go around that so they wouldn't arrest you? You'll take your kids away from you because they didn't go to school, because they have a law against that now. Homeschool, but you'd have to be certified, wouldn't you?
Certified by who? The state?
Yeah, and that's how they are with the teachers. You got to be
So
certified.
in other words, they're your parent again.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, how would you go around it though?
Well, how did you leave your parents? How did you go around your parents?
I just left. I had to.
There you go. It's that simple.
But then again, my parents didn't stop me either. You know what I mean? We're
Good
the government
point.
will.
Good point. Now, what would you have done if they did?
No, I would have fought like hell. Tell them, hey, you know, I got to grow up sometime.
Right.
I got to learn.
And that's what people aren't doing. Instead, what people are doing is saying, yes, mommy, yes, daddy, more mommy, more daddy, spoon feed me harder. I want more. Beg for more. Give me more. So what does the state do? Well, great. I'm your parents. So yeah, I'll give you more, but here's what you got to do to get it. Got to do your chores. Got to follow my rules. You're in my house.
Mm-hmm. Exactly what you have to do.
No, it makes sense, but still, how would you go around it though? I mean,
You don't go around
hide.
it.
You
You
hide.
leave. You leave. And if they want to come and force you to go back in the nest, tell them no. And if they still want to force you, kill them. That's all you can do. What right does anybody have to force anybody else to be in their house?
Well, I agree with you. I do. Yeah.
And that's what you see. And this sounds extreme, and it is. And the reason why it needs to be done like this at this point is because for so long people haven't done that. They haven't put their foot down and said, no, I'm not your bitch. And so now it's at the point where the child of the roost has run so rampant that they've had free reign to do so without any discretion whatsoever. No parental control. They've become the parents. And so if you want to take that back in your life, you're going to have to be willing to go the distance to defend yourself against the distance they're willing to go to keep you in their house. That's what it comes down to. And that's going to be scary for some people to think about, because again, all the training and the indoctrination that has been set out for people to not even get to that point, even never mind actually contemplating it. But this is just no holds barred the truth. And it all boils down to fear. Fear and courage. The true answer to your question, Rights, is by mustering up the courage, like an adult. Say, fuck you. You're not my parent. Go take your house, shove it up your ass. I'm doing my own thing. I don't need your permission. I don't need your consent. I don't need your opinion. I don't give a shit about all that bullshit. And I don't care about what you think about it either. Leave me alone. And if you don't, it's you who's going to be in trouble. No warnings after that. That's it. Now, of course, when it's just you as a solo person, you can get so far with that, and you can get pretty far when you just show them, because they're not used to people having courage. And of course, that helps to train yourself and educate yourself and learn what to say. But when you go even further than that, and you start learning, oh, wait a second, we can also, two can play at this game, we can ally together, and we got a lot more numbers on our side, right? Mm-hmm. We got a huge pool of people to draw from, and we only need a very small percentage of that pool compared to the very tiny percentage of people that they've militarized and trained. It's nothing. It's nothing. They got peanuts in place because they haven't had to have anything more than peanuts. They've got millions of complacent, compliant sheep that they don't really have to go very far to rule amongst, because they've been conditioned to be afraid of being too disobedient for the most part. So it's been easy for them, right? Most of what they have in place is twofold. One is they're very well at being organized. So be better at being organized. That's what the civilian class is terrible at, being organized. Mm-hmm. Right? That's number one. Number two, beat them in numbers. They don't have much resources. Can you imagine? To actually really truly rule over every single person, you would need to match at least 2 or 3 to 1 every single person. How are they going to get the true resources for that when?
Good night, guys.
See you later, Lady Jane.
Later, Lady Jane.
Good night.
Good night, Lady Jane.
Thanks for being with us again.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Do appreciate it. I'll get you tomorrow.
All right. Love you.
All right. Love you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, so can you imagine what it actually would truly take resource-wise to really be up against the firewall of the civilianry class, not just in America, but worldwide? Where are you going to get the resources from that, for that?
You're not.
If the resources come from the same pool of civilianary.
Yeah.
Not happening. So it's so easy. The math doesn't add up in their favor. We've won by default if it's a game like that.
If people will stick up together, I mean, there's a lot of people that just, oh, I ain't doing that.
That's the key. That's the key. So you don't need a lot of people. You just need a few. Or in the event that somebody wants to come and try and force their will and bully. You just need a few. You don't need very many. But you need a few that are dependable and accountable and fearless. You need that if you want to go the distance. And that doesn't happen overnight. It takes time. But I can assure you.
It does take a long time.
It doesn't take a long time. Doesn't take a long time, but it does take some time because you have to get interconnected and know how each other's works. But I've been gathering those allies for well over a decade and a half now, and I got my own military. Let's put it that way. And we've got our own jails if we really need to. And the funny thing is, even though we're prepared to go to the distance like that, not once still have I ever been called on or had to call on that help. Isn't that interesting? And that's why I say most of it it presents itself is really all bark and no bite. Most of it. But again, it's not that it would never happen. I mean, we've seen examples of it. Approach is part of it, right? Like I'm testy and confrontational when up against tyrants, but I'm also methodical and as I am here, psychological, and I understand the dynamic of who I'm dealing with and so on and so forth. And fortunately, I've never come up against a tyrant that was so tyrannical that it's just zero honor whatsoever. And it's just basically, it's not even a battle of wits. It's just muscle arm and just, I'm here and I've got a gun and I'm just going to hold that to you do what I say as a little bitch and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I have yet to actually be just up against that mind where there really isn't any room for conversation.
You need to come to Ottawa and try to confront Justin Trudeau, dude.
That would be pointless. That's pointless. Why would I want to do that? Why would I want to do that? What would that actually do?
His head would explode.
Justin Trudeau poses as no significance in my life whatsoever.
No, I'm just saying his head would explode from your logic.
He wouldn't have the capacity to understand my logic.
That's why his head would explode.
But going there wouldn't be anything fruitful, and also that would be me being a tyrant. What I'm talking about isn't a response to aggressive violence when it presents itself to you, when you're just going about your business and living your life accordingly as you see fit. And that's what it's all about. I'll never be the first one to instigate violence. Never. Never, ever, ever. No need to. I don't even have that seed in my mind. On the flip side, if it's in my view, just as quick, I'm ready to react, no holds barred, to whatever distance is necessary. And then go and have dinner and life goes on. Live in the present.
It depends. I think for you, though, in all honesty, and this is my opinion from knowing you as long as I have. I think there would be certain circumstances where you'd retaliate violently, but it would be very few and far between.
No, I think you can't. No, I would never retaliate. No. I would respond in self-defense to violence, and that's it. That's all.
Yeah.
And to whatever degree necessary, not retaliate, but just put an end to the threat of violence. However far I had to go to do so, I would do without questioning or thinking twice about. I'll just do it, and then it's over, and then I go for dinner. Yeah, I'm self-programmed to do that. I'm ready to do that if I need to. That being said, I never think about it. It'll be automatic, only if and when it presents itself to me. So that's another part about that. You have to know how to regulate yourself and make sure you're not trigger happy because you're scared or in your ego and shit like that. You know, you don't want to make a mistake when it's going the distance like that, because every consequence is big in this arena, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, if there's a chance to mitigate violence in any way, shape, or form before putting it out of commission, go for that first. But if you've identified that there is no chance for that at all, and basically a bear is attacking you and you can't sit there and reason with the bear, hello, Mr. Bear, can you just chill for a second? Let's have a conversation. That ain't happening, right?
Well, yeah.
If that's the situation, you got to respond accordingly and do what you got to do. That's the situation. I'm ready to do what I got to do, whether if it's just me or call upon some allies. And same thing with my friends as well. I'm ready to do that. We've been trained ourselves to do that over a number of years. Learn how to do variety of self-defense with weapons, without weapons, different scenarios, and so on and so forth. This is all part of the self-education training that you do for yourself, for self-reliance. None of this is government. This is try and present that idea to government. That's going to scare the shit out of them, right? That's the last thing they want us talking about and teaching each other how to do. So guess what is the first thing we should be talking about and teaching each other how to do? What would that be?
Self-defense.
Self-defense, self-reliance, self-everything. Fuck the government. They're not, you know, they're not here for us. They never were. I'm not interested in having parents of any kind. I don't need any parents. I know how to feed myself. Go get food, grow food, blah, blah, blah. Well, what else is there? There's nothing left. I just enjoy it and share it with other people.
Yeah, government does meddle in your life.
Mm-hmm.
No doubt about it. You know, in the 1950s, it wasn't as bad as it is now. It just turned right around 180 degrees. I mean,
Well,
it just turned to
in
shit.
in 20 to 50 years, you'll say the same thing as right now.
Yeah. I know.
Because it was
Me.
always meant to be a progressionary thing. The intervention of this thing called government was never something that was ever a benefit to people. It was, the government is probably one of the first forms of technological ideas. I would call it the first real AI. So we don't think for ourselves. We delegate that to an artificial intelligent thing called government. Thinks about everything and makes all the decisions for us on our behalf. When is that ever going to be a healthy thing for us?
Never.
Never.
Well, I mean, you could go back even further if you wanted to. I mean, if you look at it, I mean, you had, you know, back in the medieval times in Britain, you had, you know, in Britain and places like that, you had lords in charge of an area of land. That area of land is owned by who? A king.
Yep. And that's what you have today too. They just changed the names. That's all it is.
Yeah.
A monarchy is nothing but a corporation. Same thing. Just subtle variances in structure, that's all. And it's easy to fool people with semantics. So easy.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just call it a school and everybody thinks that's what I need. Free school for everybody. Wow. Everybody lines up for the free Sunday at McDonald's coupon. But they don't question whether or not it's actually good for you or not. They just, as long as it's free, everybody jumps.
Shit, it'll even kill you just to get the damn thing free, you know?
Right? Right? Be
We'll
first
cut
in line
line.
and
Yeah.
make sure I get my flavor of choice. And that's right. No question, though, of
If you,
is that
if
really
you,
good for me?
if people only knew what that ice cream actually is.
Right?
Ugh.
But it's free. Better go get it.
It's not ice cream.
It's I space SCREAM.
It's still
the letter I space SCREAM.
Oh, ice scam.
No,
Ice cream.
SCREAM.
SCRE. Oh, ice cream.
Ice cream. That's
Ice
what it
cream.
is.
Sorry. I missed the R.
And you keep eating
margarine.
those Sundays. Keep eating those
It's
kinds of
margarine.
Sundays. It's gonna make you
It's
scream.
It's margarine.
Right.
It's margarine.
Yeah. So that's what people don't do in their lives. They don't question whether or not something's good for me or healthy for me. Who cares? We don't need to even fathom the idea to think about that because we have this thing called government that's looking out for our best interest. They would never put it on the shelf if it wasn't safe. They wouldn't let that happen. They wouldn't allow us to drink water from the tap if it wasn't safe for us. Wasn't
That's
healthy.
what I was going to ask you. Thank you, Guru. My wife, she likes this cocoa. That's her Pobili. Anyway, she gets a little malt.
Right.
On the menu, they have vegetarian ice cream. Have you ever heard of that?
Vegetarian ice cream?
Yeah.
I've heard of vegan ice cream, not
Maybe it's
vegetarian.
vegan. My apologies. Maybe it's vegan. I'm sorry. Yeah, maybe it was
Okay.
vegan.
Mm-hmm.
You have heard of that?
Mm-hmm.
Is it good? Is it bad? I never had it.
It's too hard to answer that question without knowing the actual full totality of the ingredients, what they actually are, from the beginning phase, where they were acquired, were the chemicals used, the processing, the shipping. I'll just say this: if it's corporate food, I don't care what it is. It's not good for you.
Okay. All right. That tells right there. Because my wife, she drinks the malt, and I'm like, damn, I got nothing.
Right? It might be slightly better, but you don't know what you're playing.
Yeah.
You're shooting in the dark, no matter what you do with corporate food, right?
Yeah.
To the highest degree.
Yeah, for
That being said, the vegetables are probably a little bit healthier than Subway.
the vegan ice cream would probably be a lot healthier than the Subway sandwich, and the ketchup and the ketchup potato chips too.
But maybe not. It depends, if it's got some synthetic plastic and bug-based powders for protein in it, and and all the processing was done with see, vegan and organic are completely different things. It might be processed with like the way a lot of the oils are processed using bleach, petrol-based things, what's a window washer fluid, a lot of Windex. Yeah, a lot of these chemicals are used in processing oils and a lot of other food additives that they put in foods to make them do certain things, either flavors, preservatives, or emulsifiers, thickeners, and so on and so forth. So just because it says vegan on it doesn't mean it's going to be good for you at all.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, taking away the chemicals, I mean, if it was like locally made, like a local made thing, and they, were saying no additives, no chemicals, and they were making it there themselves, I'd say maybe it might be healthier than, a store-bought one.
It depends. It depends if they're truly making it, what process they're using, where are they getting the ingredients, I mean, I could say I'm a local shop, but if I'm buying all my lettuce from McDonald's and just putting my own brand on it, then whatever. You're just buying McDonald's still.
That's what happened at that Amish store we went to.
Right.
Except for the meat. They did their own meat, but everything else is like they bought it someplace else. And the prices were high. Jeez, oh man.
Yeah, and people will go to the distance when it comes to money. All logic goes out the window, and morality is not even an equation. People will, they'll take stickers off organic food and put them on conventional food just so that they can mark the price up higher and pay the same, get more profit. This happens all the time. They even do it in the shipping departments, especially across seas and stuff. When they come on barges, there's people that have been caught and arrested manipulating millions of dollars worth of products with trading the labels on the boxes from conventional to organic.
Wow.
Happens all the time. Go ahead.
No, I'm just amazed with this bullshit. The more I'm learning, the more I'm understanding more. I'm like, wow.
You must be. This is just a curiosity question, there, Nudie. You must be at the point in time that if you, like, you probably eat mostly organic, right?
Beyond that.
Well, no. I mean, yeah, but okay.
I eat this year since May. I ate 90. Well, maybe not 90. At least 80% wild foraged myself.
Okay.
The other 20% was, like, right now I'm on a homestead eating from mostly a greenhouse that I had my eye and hand in from the start. When these are friends of mine here, I actually helped them make the purchase of this property and helped them get their greenhouse going and taught them about unconventional ways of growing and stuff a long time ago. So I know what they're doing and how they're functioning. And
Yeah.
they're
But like, you know, when you read your last location before this, you were eating mostly organic, correct?
no. The
Okay,
last
when you-
you mean the hotel?
Yeah, the hotel.
Yeah, no, I was still eating from the same sources of people that I network with, delivering it to me. Yeah.
Okay.
Like these people here. This is a good example of people that I'm connected with. We grow our own food and we share it with each other.
Okay.
Yeah. And
But
also,
I mean, you could
I'm a-
probably tell. I mean, if you had something that was true organic, okay, like that you knew was true organic,
Mhm.
you could tell. You could easily tell the difference between it not being true organic and being
right away.
right away. Yeah.
Right away. Yeah, it's obvious.
Yeah.
Organic versus organic incorporated, night and day.
Yeah. Well, yeah, definitely. And then then non-organic is is the extreme. You could probably tell it right away. Like that's not even organic.
Conventional. Well, actually, in this day and age, if you're looking at like organic incorporated versus conventional incorporated, you don't know what to trust now. Back in the day, there was something a little bit more to organic incorporated. That's when I first started healing myself before I got to where I'm at now. This didn't happen overnight, right? When I was unwell and turned towards healing myself, that was where I discovered this. I already knew that there was organics, but I was in the excuse mode like most people. Oh, well, I can't afford it and blah, blah, blah. And I'll never forgive myself for thinking like that. It's like, what do you mean you can't afford health? How could you not afford health? If you can't afford health, you can't afford anything. That's the first priority in life. And that's where I went wrong. And so I fucked up there. And then I learned my lesson. And then I turned to the other side. And now it's like no excuses at all. I was kind of put in a predicament to do that, but I was ready to do that anyways. And at that time, the organic incorporated food was still clean enough that it allowed me to do a slow process of healing and get to the point where I was stable again. So now, if that was the case with the products on the shelf, I don't think I would have made it. I really don't. There's even some cases where I see that I think some of the conventional food now at this point is actually a lesser of two evils over the organic incorporated counterpart, some of those foods.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, because a lot of, I don't know if you know this or not, but, and it varies in different, each nation, but it's kind of similar both in the United States and Canada. In Canada, you only have to have, I think it's 8% true organic ingredients in a product to actually classify it as certified organic. The other 92, it's if you all you have to do is claim that you couldn't find a certified organic ingredient that you're using to make the product within a 2-kilometer radius of your operation. And then they let you get away with saying it's certified organic. You can use a conventional ingredient and legally call it certified organic.
Wow.
That doesn't surprise me.
It's been like that for quite some time. It was actually an organic grower in a Whole Foods that educated me on that. And a bunch of other things too. It was a beautiful conversation. I wish I had recorded it. She got to tell me some of the inside stuff because she's been against the government being up her ass and all the fields around her. She's a big farm, big organic farm, and around her is conventional farm, some of them Monsanto and shit. And so she's been an activist to go against that for quite a number of years, and she was all about just saying the truth. And I got to have a nice conversation with her in a Whole Foods for a couple of hours. I just went there to get some oranges one day or something, and it turned into that. And she divulged beans that I never would have thought of in there. I wish I had recorded it because I can't remember it all, but that was one of them. She said, "Yeah, the whole labeling thing is nothing but a sham, just to get people to, again, feel a bit safer about something that a lot of the times is even worse than its counterpart."
Mm-hmm. It's the way I've always felt. It's just like,
Yeah.
Oh, in case you guys didn't hear, Kissinger died.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Who
He
died?
died yesterday. Kissinger.
Oh,
wow.
And Munger died. Charlie Munger.
I don't know who that is.
Neither do I.
Charlie Munger was a oligarch, rich, just like Kissinger.
Hmm.
They were cahoots together. One was 99 years old, which is Charlie Munger, and Kissinger was 100.
Right.
So yeah, he died, and I looked it up. And people were, writing, they sure didn't like that guy at all. That one good phrase. Yeah. That's a good start.
Thank God he's dead.
Oh yeah, they're writing some dirty. Oh yeah.
Would be the nicest thing probably being said about him.
Yeah, I didn't see anything nice about him.
No,
So here's another. Sorry, I got finish, guys.
Go on.
I was saying, right, it's the nicest thing probably. Thank God he's dead.
Oh yeah, they said that. Yeah, they did.
No, I'm saying that's probably the nicest thing he said.
yeah. I put on there. Nothing in here. I left.
Let me enlighten you guys. Let me enlighten you a little bit further, ma'am. And I've been thinking about this lately too, also, because I know you see this rights to a certain degree, but I don't think it's still come across properly and to see the bigger picture. But let me try it this way. I thought about this the other day. If the shareholders of a conglomerate of corporations were the same people that were in government writing laws, wouldn't that just be one corporation?
I know what shareholders are. I know the shareholders control the CEO or the founder.
The shareholders, right? They're the ones who have the equity in a corporation and delegate who's going to be the CEO, and and so they make legislation for that corporation, but the shareholders actually have the final say, and they give the perimeter. You can make legislation within these parameters and so on and so forth. And if they're not doing a good job, they just get rid of them. Yeah. So if the shareholders of the conglomerate of corporations, which in this day and age, I'll elaborate. The two main ones are BlackRock and Vanguard. If those same shareholders, if those are the same people that are also, they have the same position in the political view, isn't it just one corporation? They're in the same position in the politics game. They're also the shareholders in the political arena.
Oh, I see what you're talking about. Yeah, they would have. Yeah, they would. Yeah, be one.
Yeah, right. So understand that's the true dynamic of how things work on a global scale.
Wow.
The same people that are fronting those two main corporations. It's actually a couple more, kind of, but anyways, it's still the same people with a couple more too, right? It's a very small number of people. Also have the same position on all the boards, all across the world, from the United Nations board of directors, Bill Gates and the 13 families and so on and so forth. Those are the people, if you haven't noticed, writing the actual true law mandates that are passed down to the legislative area in the different nations. And they're told, here's the parameters of what you can do. You can't go outside of these parameters. And if you do, we're not going to fund you anymore.
So that's what's going on. That's why
Yes.
he's getting so rich.
That's
Bill
right.
Gates.
And all these people, because they're the shareholders of the world. It's a one world government. It already has been. It's already been a fascist one world government since inception. It's never been anything different, and it's not. It's still not. It's just continuing. This new world order thing. It's
not new.
It's new chapter, same world order. That's the way to look at it. It's a new chapter of the same world order. Same people. They're just turning the page over and going to the next phase of their agenda. If you want to call that a new world order, well, they've revised the world order, so technically it's the new world order system, but it's not like a new world order holistically. All of a sudden we got this conglomerate of world order that wasn't there before. None of the sort. It always was this way.
Well, I believe that because everything's going on. It's the same thing here in the United States as it is Canada, UK.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's all the same. Oh yeah, Ireland too. Everything.
Right.
Exactly the same. Yep.
Yeah, it's just different. All the nations are different teams of the same league, or different franchise of the parent company. That's both. Either way you look at it, it's the same thing. And the parent company is at the UN headquarters, with BlackRock, and Vanguard being the subsidiary shareholders of all the corporations, all the main corporations. As well, they have the highest shareholder standings of all the board of directors in all the nations. It's not even lobbyists. They don't need to lobby. What do you think makes when the taxes are paid and the revenue comes in, which is interesting because government's not supposed to make revenue. That's another sign that it's not a government, it's a corporation. Well, who do you think makes the profit? Where does that profit go? When nations profit, where does it go to? The shareholders, those same people, BlackRock and Vanguard, the same people. And they're the same ones that own all the factions of the corporation. And the media is their advertisement tool. That's why I say it's nothing but a running long infomercial worldwide. They're deciding what can be said, what can't be said. Why? So that they keep the control for their own interests.
An interest they're doing.
What's that?
I says an interest they're doing.
Right.
My daughter's all geeked up and going look around for some property now. I'll tell you, she is pissed. She's not a happy camper right now. So it's gonna be coming.
That elates me to hear.
Yeah, she's not happy. Of course,
I
we
mean,
did have a
she's.
little argument. Huh?
It means she's really getting it.
Oh yeah, she's getting it. All right. Yeah. We
So you had a little.
discussion.
Okay.
Heavy discussion today. Yeah. Oh yeah. Big heavy discussion. Well, what in case they go up there? So then just shoot the bastards. You know. But you just don't stand down here and wait to be, corralled.
Right.
You hide. They come after you, then it's they're lost. Someone's going down.
I'm telling you, we can get into other things as well, and I reckon we should, as far as self-defense goes. There's all kinds of things you can do on your land, and I do it myself. I learned how to build. I always forget the name of them. Those booby traps from
for bamboo.
Yeah, from Vietnam. They're really good at that. I forget what they're called, but yeah.
I forget myself, but yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
those
can do
land
that.
traps and stuff. Yeah, it's not hard. And just put some sod over it. Just make sure. See, here's what I do, right? I cover front the property, and I have a makeshift line from one side to the other, and all there is where the booby traps are. And if I enter or leave the property, it's on the backside. So if you want to get into my property, you're going to have to do it by boat or plane, land on a field that's just going to be rocky or something of the sort. And good luck, if you even know from that side that there is a property to look at. So, and if
I
that's
just wonder-
possible, you may or may not find me swimming on the beach somewhere,
What I like to ask is what Chad's doing. Chad, what are you doing to help you out? Help yourself
What do you
out.
mean?
Well, you know what's coming. You know it's coming your way.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So, are you doing anything to?
Not at the moment, no. But I'm prepared to take off. I've got some locations I can go and some connections I've made to people. It's not like a guru, like Guru does. So, but right now I'm staying in the heart of where I'm at. So, trying to get some cash to get a few of these people. So.
Okay, maybe I'm just by myself then. I don't know. I'm getting property and everything else. I don't know.
You're starting out kind of that way, but you got a lot more at your disposal waiting for you to be discovered than you realize, but one step at a time.
Okay, yeah, I will. I gotta get the property first.
Yeah. Well, I can't
I'm
really
excited.
afford a property myself right now anyway, so.
I was
Well-
looking at some of that Michigan property there, some interesting stuff for some pretty reasonable prices. I might pick up something for the school around there as well.
Well, I wanted to start the school for you down here, but I'll see how much money I get. I mean, to work with. Maybe you might have to. I don't know. It just depends on what happens this year, or next year. I'm scared, but I'm looking forward to it. I mean, I don't want to fuck it up.
Well, I mean, no worries. A lot that's natural, right? It's a lot of new territory and whatnot. But once you really start making the motions, you'll see the fear starts to get overrun by once you overcome challenges. You'll have confidence that replaces that, and you'll be like, "Wow, I can really do this." Even when you have physical challenges, where there's a will, there's a way. Always.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there is.
And always remember this: if you're ever like hesitant or whatever, just remind yourself about the inevitable. If you keep staying in the same path as we speak now, we know where that's going, right? And if that's not something to truly be afraid of, I don't know what is.
Well, like I always told my daughter, there's might be a problem. There's always a solution to the problem. You just got to figure out what the solution is sometimes,
Right.
I've always told her that.
And when you are able to be less constricted and be outside the box of the corporate world, the amount of options are tremendously more. And that was a breath of fresh air to discover for myself. Really? And still keep finding out about it. It's like we had that to work with all along. Unbelievable. And how elating and liberating it is to find out and discover that, and to also realize that it's there freely accessible, and I really don't have to go through the corporate world to get access to that.
Well, like I said, I just want to make sure my daughter's all right and my granddaughter's all right. I want to make sure I'm alive so we can get this thing going for her,
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm waiting for. I really do. I mean, this means a lot. It does.
Well, Chad was asking earlier about, and that was a great question about the food. Now put that holistically for all the other stuff that you would get in the corporate world as well. Same thing for me for life. Not only do I not go to the supermarket for groceries I don't buy my clothes from them. The only thing really left at this point that I have from the corporate world is my computer. Right now I'm renting a car from an agency. Now, we'll minus the hotel because that was kind of a predicament, wasn't something I really wanted to do, and I had to.
Mhm.
So I don't really count that. And I'm not out there. My RV was technically manufactured from the corporate world, although I didn't acquire it from the corporate world. So that's interesting.
Yeah.
So, but other than that, the rest of my life, and these are possessions that I acquired, again, not to be confused with knowing how to function and totally self-reliant if I didn't have these things. If I didn't, I would personally be totally fine. It's only because I'm up to what I'm up to here with this education thing, the project, that utilizing these things is kind of necessary, so to speak. And also because I'm not against the technology either that comes from the corporate world. I find it, some of it, like the computer and the internet, a remarkable tool that we're all using. It's got tremendous amount of benefits. It's, if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be anywhere near to this day probably as educated on the know-how, the stuff that I know how to do. So that's been a saving grace for me, you know?
Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna be back here in a minute. I gotta go flip my laundry. Speaking
All
of
right.
clothes.
But don't flip it too hard now.
We got to teach them about the bucket system.
Well, you mean the tomatoes with it?
I know about the bucket system.
He knows about the bucket system. All right.
Oh. You knew before I did.
Yeah, so
This
now
panel was good today. I'm sorry. Go on.
it was awesome.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, it's interesting probably for you guys to contemplate that, you know, and by all means, if you contemplate and want to ask questions and want to know more, I can go into details about that stuff too. And I have from time to time and showed videos and stuff. But yeah, everything for the rest of the stuff, clothes, what else? Just trying to look around here.
I still
Most of
got
my
to get the seeds off you yet.
seeds, yes, it's another good one. Oh well,
I
that's
keep
that's
forgetting
going
about
in. No, that's going in the Google Doc. I give you the Google Doc.
the Google box.
The Google Doc. That's here. Put your screen share on again for a second.
Oh, I gotta go to.
I'll show you where that's happening. I'll remind you again. I haven't finished weeding out the ones that are, there's a bunch of them that aren't, the websites are gone. They
Hold on, I gotta get in the kitchen. Hold on. Trying to keep quiet so she doesn't hear me. I want to. She's going out with my daughter tomorrow. I hear, so.
Morning, Eddie.
Yeah.
We got Eddie in the house.
Oh, Eddie, come on up, Eddie. Link should be there.
If you want to come, Eddie, if you want to come up,
I can link. Hold on, I can do that. I'm almost there.
It's not too far up there, but yeah. Here, I'll do that while you're getting set. I'll put it in the chat. Save you the trouble there.
Don't say anything yet, Eddie. Wait till we get done. We're going backstage if we have to. We'll start up again.
Are we getting close to that 12 already?
No,
we're at
it's just something that I'll no, it's like about 8 hours and 4 minutes. I don't know if you read my message.
I did.
Okay, yeah, that's what it's about.
Okay.
I didn't know he was going to show up though. Eddie, you coming up or what, dude?
No, I just put the link right there.
Did you? Okay.
2 seconds ago, yeah. So He didn't request it or anything. He just said good morning.
Oh,
So anyway, Eddie, if you're still there, good morning to you. And there's a link if you want to come up. It's open panel. Feel free to join us. Anybody else as well who's in chat? Oh, there he is. He popped in.
yep. Good.
Morning, buddy.
Morning, how are you?
Good. What's happening today?
Yeah, sorry you didn't come in here earlier. I was kind of indisposed at the moment, like where I was talking to a friend. I was trying to help her out, you know.
Oh, okay, cool. You should be sorry. How dare
Yeah.
you?
I should be very. I know. I should be very sorry.
Eddie, you know Chad, right?
Yeah, I know Chad. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I didn't know.
How's it going, Chad? What's happening?
Oh, he's flipping his clothes around.
Yeah, he said he's going to put his laundry in the dryer, but I think that means he's going to get naked or something.
Okay.
Okay, rights. Go to a new tab. And go to the all nude links folder. And yes. Okay, go
And
to
that's
what is
the Pornhub.
what does it say at the bottom?
Oh shit!
What does that say? And what does that say before you click on it? Oh, we already clicked on it. All right.
This is growing. What did it say? Growing something. Growing seeds. Yeah, I got it though. The last one.
Yes. So this is where, yes, this is where I'm working on. When it's finished, I'll have everything in here as far as seeds go on this link. And again, you can give this link. I have this set on those with the link. Anybody with the link can see it. So you can feel free to give this link to anybody you like at all. Family, friends, other people on YouTube. It doesn't matter.
I give it to my daughter. Yeah,
Mhm.
Mr. Will. I forgot about this. Thank you, Newt. Yeah.
Yep.
Is this about pistachios? Is it?
That's right.
Nice one.
Well, you guys are going to see a good nudie show with me on YouTube.
Pink underwear.
Yeah. Thank you, Newt. Appreciate that. Oh, yeah. I'm going to have the show. Bra, you know.